Welcome to the premier meet in the country as Saratoga celebrates Aftercare Day and New York's commitment to caring for our equine athletes upon retirement. The 6th annual celebration honoring former racehorses who now serve as ponies. Inappropriate, the feature named after Rick Violet, who was instrumental in establishing so many programs vital to taking care of these thoroughbreds. In the feature, a little at first, comes off an impressive win at Saratoga during Belmont Week. For the Horacio de Paz Barna, Rad Ortiz Jr. will ride. He continues to play catch-up after starting the summer on suspension. He's made up a lot of ground fast. His younger brother, it's back to business after Thursday off, forced to sit out. He'll be aboard the one to beat in today's Shuby. That is Scottish Lassie. Can this multiple Grade 1 winner finally put together back-to-back performances? We know she loves it at Saratoga. Gorgeous Friday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs as we get set for a terrific card today. Big race in that distaff division, and of course, a huge weekend to come with the Vanderbilts and the Coaching Club American Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. That'll be part of Fox Saratoga Saturday. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richie Migliori with you. Could not ask for better weather this afternoon, and very important day in all these organizations that we celebrate on hand who take care of these thoroughbreds once their careers are over on the racetrack.
Yeah, Richie's much more involved in aftercare than I am, but you know, without the horses, we'd all have to actually work for a living and wouldn't be able to be here to enjoy things. And I think there's so much to celebrate today, not just with Aftercare Day, but of course remembering Rick Violet, a person who you kind of wonder what the world would be like if Rick had never been born. You know it wouldn't be as good.
Rick was such a champion, obviously for the horses and aftercare, but also for the backstretch workers, the horsemen. He worked tirelessly. I don't know how he found the time or the energy to train a full string of horses and do all the things he did as well. But this is a great day to see all the disciplines that these thoroughbreds excel at. You know, obviously we know they can be fast, but there's so many other things that they're so smart and they can do.
And pretty big milestone. Take the Lead is approaching that obviously Rick Violet helped get started. Nearly 1,500 horses have transitioned to second careers away from the racetrack.
Well, that's it. You know, for years, I think thoroughbreds got a bad reputation. They're a little hot. They're a little hard to handle. It's actually the opposite. They're very intelligent, and they adapt if they're taught properly.
And most of their careers are not spent on the racetrack. They have a much long life after they race.
Yeah. We have the Coaching Club American Oaks tomorrow. We have a race today named after filly who won that race. She also beat the boys at 2 miles on a couple of occasions. The great Shuby, Grade 2 in this distaff division, race 8 today, 1 1/8 miles. Obviously, Andy, we got to start with Scottish Lassie here. Big comeback effort in her 4-year-old return. That was here at Saratoga at 7/8.
For her connections and for her trainer, Jorge Abreu, she has to be an incredibly frustrating horse because at her best, she could be as good. I don't want to say she's better than Nitrogen, certainly not based on the last race of Nitrogen's, but she could be absolutely one of the leaders of the division. She's supposed to be tough to keep on the racetrack, Richie, and tough to keep her running well consistently.
But when she does run her A-race is something to behold, and she hasn't really done it back-to-back, though. Will this be an exception? Maybe as a 4-year-old, she'll be able to put a couple together in a row.
Reportedly working huge, according to the DRF Clocker reports. Jorge Abreu, her trainer, says coming to this one the right way. She's got some stout competition, though, that she's going to have to deal with, as talented as she is. In fully subscribed and Bless the Broken, fully subscribed for Chad Brown. And speaking of Nitrogen, chased Nitrogen last time out, a distant second to her in the Ogden Fifths.
It's her 3rd start off the layoff. Today is the day she needs to put up her shut-up. She exited last year looking like she could be a force this year. And while she's run well, she's been a little bit disappointing and hasn't taken a step forward. There is a little more pace in this race. I imagine Snow White will go from the rail along with the favorite, and maybe a little more pace, Richie. She can relax a little bit and make her run, which might be the best way for her to run.
It does seem a little bit like they're riding her to fit the race.
Right.
As maybe opposed to her style. So there is pace in here. She should be able to just drop out, make one run.
That is race 8, 5:10 Eastern Time. Grade 2 Shuby in that distaff division. Let's take a look at what's ahead on this Friday afternoon. We're only 6 minutes away from the opener. Here's today's menu presented by Claiborne Farm. And the early pick 5, pool almost $400,000. Getting started here in just a few minutes. Pick 6 begins in the 5th. The Shuby, part of that in the 8th, and Rick Violet, again, 3-year-olds on the lawn. That is race 9 at 1 mile and a 16th. Very interesting race. Here's what kicks it off. 7 furlongs, $20,000 maiden claiming group. big scratch in here with Oath the 8 coming out for Linda Rice. And with that, Andy, 2x2x2. Brad Cox, the odds-on favorite.
Well, you got Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz. If that's not a recipe for overbet, I don't know what is.
Here is our post parade. We'll start with all fun and games, and blinkers go on.
Source has had some chances on the dirt, but frankly has run figures that make him far from impossible, or her far from impossible.
Dirt debut next door for the 2, and start number 2 overall, Mel Giddings Babsy.
Yeah, it started one time on the turf. I don't see any real turf pedigree to speak of. I think definitely the dirt is a boost, and the fact that this horse is dropping precipitously in class.
Hannah's Hideaway, trained by Lisa Barkowski.
Well, only one race in the dirt was on a sloppy track, and Lisa had a huge winner yesterday and almost had a big upset, a big price. Maybe it's a barn that's kind of under the radar to pay attention to.
Miss Nikki D has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Has been beaten a lot of lengths, is dropping a bit in class, but would be a surprise to me.
Got the 5 a little interesting. Camille's Legacy.
Well, she's an underexposed horse. I don't think she's impossible. I don't think how you could think anyone was impossible, frankly, in this field.
Big Jackie, another from the Jimmy Ferraro barn, has the 4 as well.
Another one that would just be a surprise. This horse has not been a contender in any of his starts. Her starts.
And the odds-on favorite, here's 2x2x2. Dropping in class.
She certainly doesn't have the PPs of a horse you see as odds-on, but it's all about the field that you're facing. And obviously, she runs her 54 buyer from last summer, even improves on it. She's probably going to be tough to beat in this race. Having said that, that was an off-the-turf race. And I know she met a very good horse in Iron Orchard in her debut, and she's kind of a likely winner, I suppose, but she's taking another drop. She didn't improve on the turf going long at a short price in her return as a 3-year-old. 4-5, I'm trying to beat her. I'm going to try to beat them all with the number 2, Babsy, who I think is going to have a lot more speed today for Mel Giddings shifting to the dirt.
Get signed up, play along. Naira Bets, the place to do it. That's the code to use at sign up, spot 200. Get that $200 deposit match bonus and enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Again at nairabets.com. Last night ended with Wayne Potts winning the finale, the 60th different trainer to win a race already at this meet at Saratoga. Just incredible, the parity that we have had. Now 1-2 favoritism here, though, with the 7 for trainer Brad Cox, who's leading the way along with Chad Brown. Let's check in for more here on the opener with Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and first of all, I just have to point out the 2 is pronounced Babcia from your resident Polish girl, which means grandmothers in Polish out of My Golden Girl. Gotta say that one right. But talking about your favorite, the number 7 to begin 2x2x2 for Brad Cox just makes a lot of sense. She is going to be a very short price in here. She was not with a pony in the post parade, and she went right off for a big warm up, and they've kept her moving throughout. She is a horse that, from my previous notes back last fall, I didn't cover her last race, but my complaint with her as a 2-year-old was that she was a horse that just always looked like she needed to strengthen and put on some muscle mass. She's filled out. She has done very well from 2 to 3, and I think because she was such a lighter framed, angular in her hind end, that's why they put her on turf. But she ran fine on dirt in her first couple of starts. I liked her warm up. You have to take the worst of it with the price, but I do think that she just makes a lot of sense overall and is a horse that I do think has improved coming back this year. Now the number 2, Babcia, as this one is much more of a dirt pedigree, actually top and bottom, being by Central Banker and out of a mare who actually never tried the turf, excuse me. She won going long on the dirt. And this one, yes, has a little bit of slacker pasterns to her, but she kind of looks more like a dirt horse overall as well. So I don't mind the surface switch. I thought she was a fresh face. She was a bit wide on the turf first time out. Big drop in class for her second start. She's on the smaller side for sure, but coming in for Mel Giddings, whose barn we really do see tend to pick up a lot of steam up here in Saratoga, and I think the drop makes a lot of sense. She's dappled from head to toe, and she's gotten sharp as well. She seems like she's one of those small but mighty fillies, and I thought quite intriguing in here. Now the number 3, Hannah's Hideaway, as Andy mentioned, for trainer Lisa Barkowski, whose barn has been really going well now. My questions with her is that, A, was it really kind of a virtue of the wet track last time out? She's moved very well warming up here for the main track on a fast track, but she is one that's very kind of light and angular, almost sloped in that hind end. And we have seen Jamie Rodriguez keep her moving out there on the track. I think it's that you really want her to try to get a little bit of push from behind, because she broke slowly last time out. You couldn't reach the top two, but she was able to run on a little bit. I would prefer her if it was on the grass, to be honest. I wish that she looked stronger for the main track, for a fast main track in here today, but I like that warm-up that she's getting, especially for a horse that sometimes, Greg, has the propensity to not break that quickly.
Great crowd on hand, and we're not even to the opener yet on this Friday afternoon, with a big weekend obviously coming up with that Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday, the Vanderbilt as well. Nothing like perfect weather here in horse racing heaven.
I agree. It's spectacular. I'm going to try to get the two to get the job done here. I think she'll be forward. She comes out of a fast-paced turf race. And as Richie mentioned, I agree, it's not a big pedigree, but it's a pedigree that's much more tilted towards dirt.
Yep.
And Mel Giddings in past years, while she struggled so far this year, but she's had some sharp horses win at different times here, and I understand why the 7's favored, and she may win because the competition isn't that strong, but she doesn't appeal to me at 1-2, and I think the 2 might be a viable alternative.
Love the way the 2 look warming up. You like the 5 MIG, 8-1 Camille's Legacy. What'd you like?
I just thought this horse has got speed, and in a situation like this, I want speed. I think lower level maidens are more easily discouraged than some horses, and I want to be forward. She showed good speed last time. I'm a big fan of Dave Duggan.
I love Dave Duggan, and I hear what you're saying, and I certainly wouldn't criticize anybody for betting an 8-1 shot in this field. My concern with this horse is she doesn't really have that much speed. She was in a 3-horse field last time that featured a pretty tepid pace, and she basically didn't do any real running, and I think it looks like she did more running because it was only a 3-horse field. Now listen, you like her at 8-1. You should be betting her regardless of why I think. That was my concern with her, though I understand your points are well taken.
Yeah, well, I did better, and to be full disclosure, I made an exacta box 2-5.
And I guess the other potential one that could try and pressure, the 3 Sneaky has some speed here.
3 could absolutely be the speed in this race.
Pick 5 pool approaching $740,000, about to get our Friday card underway here at Saratoga Racecourse. 3-5 favorite. 2x2x2 the 7 for Brad Cox, co-leading trainer entering the afternoon, along with Chad Brownie. As Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard, let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to kick things off.
Camille's Legacy is next. Big Jackie won from the outside. And 2x2x2 at 1-2. They're in the gate. And they're off. 2x2x2 and Camille's Legacy both bounced out alertly. Here's Babsy coming through along the inside, and Hannah's Hideaway splits those two and is vying for the lead as All Fun and Games comes to join the party down at the rail. And so they race down the backstretch, and they're head and head on the front end with All Fun and Games on the inside of Babsy racing together as one. Hannah's Hideaway is suddenly 6 lengths back in third. Camille's Legacy moves through on the fence in fourth, 2x2x2, fifth with 8 to make up, 3 in front of Miss Nikki D, and Big Jackie 22-3 as they round the far turn. Babsy gets a narrow lead from All Fun and Games in second. Hannah's Hideaway closing in from third, a gap of 4 to Camille's Legacy. 2x2x2 has a lot of work to do. Under heavy pressure is the favorite, not responding as Babsy cruises past the quarter pole in 45 4/5 seconds. Babsy is the one to catch. All Fun and Games on the inside second. They are followed by Hannah's Hideaway trying hard in third, and Camille's Legacy in fourth. 16th pole for Babsy, who is clear by many, and Babsy absolutely blew them away. Babsy and Junior Alvarado reporting home by more than 7 lengths over Hannah's Hideaway, Miss Nikki D, and Camille's Legacy.
She won the beauty pageant, was touting herself before the race began. First time on dirt. Mel Giddings and Junior Alvarado at 4-1 to kick things off.
And isn't that 61 different trainers now have won races? Because she was 0 for 12 when I printed. No, she has a win already? Okay, I missed that. So no. This horse took real pressure, Richie, from the 1. She was well meant today and much the best.
She was always traveling. Even though they were head and head, she was just cruising along. One off as much the best. Nice effort by the 3, Hannah's Hideaway. Pretty hungry field.
And I think Irad Ortiz is going to come back and look at the board and think, it's not my fault, man. I can't make him run faster. And I've talked to him in the past about this, and he'll say to me, why was I such a short price? And I'll say, because you win a lot of races, and you got a lot of fans.
You win 5 Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Rider. That's what happens. Coverage going to continue on Fox Sports 2 after a short time out here. And, of course, always streaming on the New York Racing Association page on YouTube. 2, 3, 4, 5, 4-1 over 9-1 over 28-1 here in this opening race. And Junior Alvarado on the board to kick off our Friday action. We'll see on FS2 right after this.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to the premier meet in the country as Saratoga celebrates Aftercare Day, the 6th annual celebration honoring former racehorses who now serve as ponies. And appropriate, the feature named after Rick Violet, who was instrumental in establishing so many programs vital to taking care of these thoroughbreds. In the feature, his namesake, A Little at First, comes off an impressive win at Saratoga during Belmont Week for the Horacio de Paz barn. Irad Ortiz Jr. will ride. He continues to play catch-up after starting the summer on suspension. He is making up for lost time. His younger brother, back to the business of chasing a riding title at the sit-out Thursday. He'll be aboard the one to beat in the Shoovy, Scottish Lassie. Multiple Grade 1 winner. Can she put together back-to-back races for the first time in her career? That's the big question in our main event. Gorgeous Friday afternoon here in upstate New York. As we are just underway, we'll show you what happened in the opener just moments ago. We'll get to the pick 4 momentarily. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richie Migliori with you for Aftercare Friday afternoon, where we celebrate all these organizations that take care of our equine athletes once they step away from the racetrack.
Having a strange deja vu moment right now, and I agree. Aftercare Day, such an important day with so much that the horses do so much for us, and we can do something for them. And Richie's obviously much more involved in aftercare than I am.
I believe it's incumbent upon anybody that derives their living from the horses to give back, ensure that they get a respectful, healthy retirement. I've got a 35-year-old at my house and a 27-year-old I went on from Michael Hushin 24 years ago.
Which horse is that?
Phone in the Money.
Really?
Very fast horse. He's a mountain of a horse. And he's still a bit of a bully. Still.
You can handle it.
Well, our feature today, it's a big one in the Distaff division. Obviously, we have a monster in that division. In the reigning champion, 3-year-old filly Nitrogen. She's going to face the boys in the Whitney. But if Scottish Lassie could get back to some of her best performances and just become consistent, maybe there's a real challenger for Nitrogen. Her comeback effort, Andy, as a 4-year-old, she looks sensational.
Right. I mean, if you take away that supersonic performance last time by Nitrogen, if this horse can keep some consistency and head to the Breeders' Cup in good form, you're right, she could be her biggest challenge out there. And she's very good, but she's also very unreliable.
Yeah, her good is super good. Just who's going to show up. She's never put it back-to-back. This would be a first for her, but she is 4 now. Maybe natural maturation, she's going to be able to string together
And
something.
How good are things going for you in a year that's a career year for Jose Ortiz when this filly just kind of falls into your lap?
Well, I don't know if horses fall into Jose's lap. I think when you ride as well as Jose does and you do as well as him, and it's not just that, he's a very thoughtful rider. He doesn't win by accident. It's a combination of skill and hard work. They fall in your lap because people want to ride you, and they should.
Yeah, basically they're online to get him.
Right.
And it works out for, let's say, Flavien Prat, who rides Fully Subscribed today. Let's say she comes open again, Scottish Lassie. He could possibly pick her up again because he's going to be tied up with the likes of Nitrogen.
Having the year of his career, and he's won an Eclipse Award in the past. It's been sensational what he's put together so far to this point. Terrific race, though, and we'll see if Scottish Lassie can back up that 4-year-old return, which was very, very good. And Jorge Abreu says she is training lights out. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll show you what happened to the opener in just a moment. Race 2 starts the pick 4. Pick 6 begins in the 5th. That's Shuvi, part of the sequence. And the Rick Violet is race 9 for 3-year-olds on the turf, with some interesting horses coming back, including Caroline Street Beat for Miguel Clement.
That's a super competitive race. They all have credentials in there.
The opener, it was a $20,000 maiden claiming event, 7 furlongs, and Melanie Giddings, Junior Alvarado, just ran away with this race.
Yeah, faced a tough first quarter, got it done.
Let's go to Frank Miramati.
2x2x2 and Camille's Legacy both bounced out alertly. Here's Babsy coming through along the inside, and Hannah's Hideaway splits those two and is vying for the lead as All Fun and Games comes to join the party down at the rail. And so they race down the backstretch, and they're head and head on the front end with All Fun and Games on the inside of Babsy racing together as one. Hannah's Hideaway is suddenly 6 lengths back in third. Camille's Legacy moves through on the fence in fourth, 2x2x2, fifth with 8 to make up, 3 in front of Miss Nikki D, and Big Jackie, 22 and 3. As they round the far turn, Babsy gets a narrow lead from All Fun and Games in second. Hannah's Hideaway closing in from third, a gap of 4 to Camille's Legacy. 2x2x2 has a lot of work to do. Under heavy pressure is the favorite, not responding as Babsy cruises past the quarter pole in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Babsy is the one to catch. All Fun and Games on the inside second. They are followed by Hannah's Hideaway trying hard in third, and Camille's Legacy in fourth. 16th pole for Babsy, who is clear by many. And Babsy absolutely blew them away. Babsy and Junior Alvarado reporting home by more than 7 lengths over Hannah's Hideaway, Miss Nikki D.
Bob Che in the opener, $10.44 in the dirt debut. Start number 2, Melanie Giddings, Junior Alvarado to run away with it to kick off our Friday card. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
And I'm so happy to be here with winning owners, Fred and Dinda McNeary. Dinda is Polish as well, so Babci, pretty exciting to see this filly win like she did here.
Thank you very much.
And Fred, as you were saying, she is a horse that she was ridden to perfection today, and she was best in this spot.
Oh, I thought she did wonderful. Melanie's done a wonderful job where they're bringing her along beautifully, slowly but beautifully, and it showed off today. It paid off today. Yes, she did very well.
Absolutely. And you were saying you've been involved in racing for quite a while, involved in the 92 Derby?
I had a big day in 1992. We did go to the Kentucky Derby. We didn't finish well, but we ran good.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? And how about winning in Saratoga?
Yeah. Well, I'm born and raised in Saratoga. I'm a lifelong resident of Saratoga and former supervisor of the city.
Well, how about that? We are amongst royalty in the winner's circle here. Congratulations to you both. Very impressive win today.
Thank you very much.
Greg?
Nothing like visiting the winner's circle here at Saratoga. And look how easily Mig Jr. was doing this late in the race.
Couldn't have done it much easier and did take that pressure. At least that pressure was inside Andy, makes it a little more comfortable for a horse, but she never looked like she was going to lose.
No, I agree. I was worried about the pace, but she drew off in the turn. Obviously, she found the right field, but she benefited from her debut, and she's more of a dirt horse. And, you know, the favorite just did not show up at all.
Race 2, it starts to pick 4. It's on the turf at a mile and a 16th for 2-year-old fillies. Maiden special weight, all trying to get that debut win, or first win, I should say, of the career, but several are debuting in here. And currently, Margie's Girl, 2 sprints on dirt for Ken McPeak, now stretching out the 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, you know, these are very, very hard races from that experience. Why this horse who does not have a big turf pedigree, maybe there's a story or something, or just maybe it's the experience and Jose riding?
Well, a couple of good works on the turf at the Oklahoma training side. Got B ratings from the
Pretty
Daily Racing Form Clocker report. So there is something to go on there. There's a little bit of turf on the female side of the
the
family.
second dam was good.
All right, that one of several players in here. Just peachy, taking support as well for Rudolph Brissett. Flavien Prat will ride there. We're going to go back to Acacia right now.
And I have a very special guest here. Of course, it is Aftercare Day. Happy to be with Kim Weir, Director of Strategic Growth for Therapeutic Horses of Saratoga, where the first race was named for. And Kim, big event coming up on August 1st.
Yes, it's an exciting time of year in general, and for us at Therapeutic Horses of Saratoga, we're going to be hosting our big concert at the farm, our charity and benefit concert, with a headliner of Philip Phillips, who actually won American Idol, and 2 other bands opening with food trucks and a silent auction. And it's a chance for us to share the farm with our friends and our community, and we're very, very excited about it.
For those not familiar with Therapeutic Horses of Saratoga, give us a little rundown about what the organization does and offers so much help to so many individuals.
So what we are is we're proud to be a Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance accredited organization. We take care of 21 retired racehorses, both thoroughbreds and standardbreds. And when they've reached a point in their life that they can no longer pursue an athletic career, which is when they reach a sanctuary phase, we put them to work as therapy animals, pairing them with mental health professionals and sharing them with our community. Individuals who have served in our military, individuals on the autism spectrum, and everyone in between. We welcome them to the farm to share the healing power of horses.
It's such a beautiful thing. Best of luck with the event. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Should be a terrific event Saturday night here in Saratoga. If you can be there, put it on your list. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pick 4 coming up when we return. Big showdown, round 3 between the Kentucky Oaks winner and the Acorn winner, Counting Stars, who got her revenge on Always a Runner. Belmont at Saratoga week. What will happen to Coaching Club American Oaks? We'll have a preview coming up.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wonder again. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
before she ever ran as a 2-year-old, Chad Brown was saying, "This is my Kentucky Oaks filly."
Brilliant horse. Really excited about her. Look forward to running her.
Always a runner. She's always a winner.
Always a runner. Kentucky Oaks winner.
It's one of the best he's ever laid tack upon.
The one thing about 3-year-old fillies, I think we all know, is that they can change overnight. They can improve.
You wait till you see Counting Stars.
Always a runner, her familiar rival comes to her. Always a runner is up to take the lead, but here's Counting Stars and goes right by Always a Runner. Counting Stars, who pulls clear for an emphatic victory in the DraftKings Acorn.
Horse racing's newest rivalry is in this 3-year-old filly division. Always a runner under the lights in the Kentucky Oaks. Sensational. She was perfect to that point, but then Counting Stars answered in the Acorn.
Rubber match tomorrow in the CCA Oaks. I hope for a stretch battle between these two. I love a rivalry.
And this is a budding rivalry. There's others in there, but these are the marquee players.
What do you think? I mean, it's tough because they both ran huge races when they beat the other. Andy Counting Stars obviously did it on this racetrack in Saratoga. She has the recency of having done it. And Mark Casse says he's expecting even bigger things from her on Saturday.
Bigger things, and she's going to win this race. But I wouldn't count out Always a Runner. She run too well in her first 3 starts, and she kind of made the first move. She was the hunted. We'll see how it works out tomorrow. Just looking forward to the matchup. Good horse.
And that's what was interesting. It was the complete opposite of the Kentucky Oaks, where Always a Runner was the one doing the hunting. This time it was Counting Stars, but they're both very talented fillies.
It's our ABR race of the week. Not much separating them on the board. It is Always a Runner, though, who is a slight 9 to 5 morning line favorite. And there's going to be at least a couple who come out in here. Larascas is not going to run. We'll see what Zaney decides to do. Entered the Monmouth Oaks for Todd Fletcher. Little surprised Nikon actually is showing up in this spot. With Beckman said he wanted the mile and an eighth. Let's go back to the Oaks, Mig, and the trip here for Always a Runner.
Yeah, Always a Runner. Got that nice, steady outside advance under Jose Ortiz, where Counting Stars was always in behind horses. She had a good trip, but I don't think she's as comfortable running inside of horses, and I don't think she really found her best stride till she kind of drifted to the clear. And then Mark Casse said that same exact thing after she won last time. She wants to be outside. Now she's got post 1. Can she work that out?
Well, certainly, Rad Ortiz Jr. paying attention as we take a look at the Acorn Stakes and did swing her out in getting this victory. Things were different.
No, I'm glad you brought that point up, Richie. I think that is a very important point. Now, listen, he has a lot of time to get her out of there, and I'm sure, talking about Rad Ortiz, he's aware of it. But I think Mark Casse, you love to get the rail in the 2-turn mile and eighth races here. It makes things simple going the first turn. But in her case, he probably wouldn't have minded a slightly more outside post.
Yeah, because she is going to have to extricate herself from that position at some point. But you know what? If you know you're going to be wide on the second turn, you've got a runner that wants to be outside, you want to save all that ground the first turn. You don't want to give up ground on both turns.
I guess the only real question, and I think with Irad, you've got a master riding, so you don't worry as much, but will the other riders be aware of it and try to keep her in?
Well, that's it. They're doing their homework. They should be acutely aware of that, and that's what your job is, to compromise your rivals within the boundaries of the rules.
Yeah, all right, so who do you prefer going into round 3?
I picked Always a Runner, thinking that maybe she didn't run her best race last time, kind of made that first move, and I thought she'd be better here, but I'll be honest with you, I agonized over it. I think it's very close to a coin flip at the very least.
Mig?
Yeah, I mean, I landed on Counting Stars. I loved her last effort, obviously. But Directive is a little bit interesting. The other Chad Brown.
She is. She's very good. Chad thinks she'll flourish at 1.25 miles.
Yeah, I think especially when we get to the Alabama, it might be even more interesting. But yeah, one who is certainly on the rise. As we take a look at our Fox Saturday schedule. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. We have the Vanderbilt on that show as well. And what a lineup. Jim Dandy, that prep for the Travers. The Whitney with Nitrogen for Mark Casse. We'll be taking on the boys. Christoph Clement Turf, Alabama, and then the big one, the Travers. What a sensational season ahead as we get back into race 2 here Mile and a 16th on the turf for these 2-year-old fillies. And with us for the first time on our coverage on this Friday, Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll take a look here at horses who do have experience, and they have been vying for favoritism. However, one does not have turf experience, and that's number 5, Margie's Girl, for trainer Ken McPeak. Now, I feel like I've seen this kind of song and dance from Kenny many times before when it comes to his juveniles. They are horses that he thinks might want more ground, but aren't necessarily turf horses. I'm getting that impression from Margie's Girl, though I will say Vekoma is very good, well, with all of his progeny, but he does hit at 18% with his turf routers. The Dam, she was 0 for 4 when trying both turf and synthetic. This is the first full, and there really isn't that much pedigree on the bottom side, though we have seen a lot of Bernardini mares, but more when they're crossed with the Giant's Causeway on top, they'll be quite productive when it comes to turf horses. Margie's Girl, as an individual, incredibly well prepared. Obviously, this is her 3rd start of her career, so she looks very fit. She's classy acting. She's taking it all in stride here. This is her 2nd time up here at the spa, and she definitely wants more ground. She is a tall drink of water. She's very physically mature. I just don't know if it's the turf, but it is a very firm turf course, so we'll see how she negotiates that. Just Peachy for Rudy Brissett, I did see in her debut as she was wired by Through the Years. I thought she ran well. She wasn't as fleet-footed as that rival, but she chased down on the inside, and she just kind of chased her home. It was a very strung out field, so you do call into question the overall quality of that field, but usually when it's strung out, it is decent. At least the more, the better runners that day are okay. I love her stretching out. I wrote that in my notes first time around. I also didn't think she was all the way fit. She is definitely all the way fit here at second asking, and this is a better spot for her. Look for her to have more speed with this stretch out. Moving on to horses that are first-time starters, we'll take a look at Brad Cox's charge, a daughter of Golden Pal, Conflict. Now, most of the Golden Pals we've seen sprinting on the turf, though he does have one winner going longer. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her. Massive engine on her, too. I love the way that this filly is put together. She's just very physically mature. She just has a very serious look about her too, which I appreciate. It just feels like she knows her job already. She did break a little slow when watching that workout 2 back at Turfway Park, but then she was a length and a half down early, quickly made it up, and she held the advantage throughout. Now, she did have blinkers on that morning. She's not wearing them here, but watching her on that synthetic surface at Turfway definitely moved like a turf horse to my eye. Now, number 4 is Harmony Hill, daughter of Liam's Map. There's some pedigree with this horse, as she's a Have to Smile Brian, grade 3 winner on the synthetic, easy time, and multiple stakes winning turf sprinter, Softly Lit. Here's her work with a mate, Kipros, who we'll see on Sunday for Ray. She's far more professional, I think, being down on the inside. We saw Dylan Davis aboard for that workout. Same thing can be said here. The professionalism, the class shines through. We also saw she was wearing blinkers for that workout. She's wearing them here. That's very typical of Ray Handel. If there's equipment out there, Ray will put it on his horses. She also wears a shadow roll as well. I don't think today is the day, but I'm interested to see how she does. She could make a good showing of herself, at least. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. And right there, Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, that's where you can go to donate, to help give whatever you can for our equine athletes that entertain us on the racetrack in their second careers once their racing careers are over. So get set for our post parade coming up here in race 2. And again, honoring ponies today. One of them, a former $2 million horse, Chestertown, that didn't have a lot of success on the racetrack, but successfully transitioned to a second career. Here's Miss Ma'am to kick things off, Amelia Green.
Has experience for Amelia on the dirt. Just didn't see a whole lot of pedigree for dirt. The second Dam was pretty good on turf.
5-1 next door. This is Mandy Steff, first time out for the Miguel Clement barn.
Yeah, a couple of nice clocker reports on this one. The mare had one of the foal to try turf, but was 0 for 4 on it.
Co-leading trainer at the meet, Brad Cox, and a debuter with Conflict.
Yeah, this is one of 2 Golden Pals trying to go long in here for Brad Cox. We'll see. Not taking much money, but not sure how much it matters in these races.
Ray Handel, Harmony Mill, Dylan Davis.
Well, Maggie talked about the pedigree. Is a half to 6-time turf winner, Smile Bryan, and also getting B minuses in the Cocker report.
Jose Ortiz on the Ken McPeak filly.
To me, this horse is taking too much money. Richie mentioned some good works, but I'm going to go elsewhere.
Loop to Loop, debuting George Weaver.
Yeah, mare just has not produced as of yet, and George Weaver's good with firsters, but
Just Peachy went by. Rudolph Brissett
had experience in one race, stretching out.
And Celebrate Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez debuts.
Well, Todd Pletcher, Johnny Velasquez, hard to overlook. A potent combination. Mare was 0 for 2 on the turf.
It's just weird. This horse cost almost $400,000, and they're debuting on the turf. Maybe they want to go long, but not a lot of turf pedigree there.
Get a $15 bonus in your Naira Bets account if you bet at least $75 each on Saratoga and Monmouth Park. Got to opt in to take advantage. Every little extra bit helps. Get signed up and started and opt in at NairaBets.com. So Just Peachy, 2-1 favorite here, this 7 for the Brissett barn. Flavien Prat. Golden Pal obviously was an incredible turf sprinter for Wesley Ward, 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, and didn't break all that well when trying to win a third.
He's got 2 here. This one's going to try to win going long. I'm going to go in a totally different direction. Maggie kind of liked the horse, but thought the horse might need a race, and maybe that's the case. But the 4 Harmony Mill, the dam produced 10 horses to try a turf, 6 of them won. She's getting a bit old, but there's pedigree for this one to handle the turf for Ray. I'm going to take a bit of a flyer. I don't mind taking prices in these races. I don't find the money necessarily as meaningful in these turf route with firsters as it often is in the dirt.
I like Just Peachy on the stretch out. She ran well on debut, sprinting. Her dam, her mother actually ran successfully a few times, 1 3/4 miles on the turf in Europe. She didn't win, but she ran well. And she has a sister, half Buchu, who was a stakes winner going 1 16 miles on the turf. I think she's going to really relish the distance, and I guess a lot of people agree with me. She is 2-1.
Well, she has the experience. Her race was fine first time out. It's a Golden Pal. I mean, we'll see. You know, it's too early to make any true decisions, but he's certainly a horse who was better sprinting, but that doesn't mean, as you say, a lot of stamina on the dam side. This one won't go long.
So 2 of you going with Golden Pals, Maggie going with the other one. That's the debuter for Brad Cox. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and I have a lot of respect for your 7 in here, Just Peachy. Liked her first time out. I think she's moved forward, and this is a spot for her. But I really couldn't get past just how well turned out on this particular occasion the first-time starter Conflict is. So I landed on her, but I do think this is a fairly wide open affair, and kind of share the same sentiment that taking a short price on the 5 seems a little silly. As we'll take a look here at number 2, Mandy Steff. Now, they paid up for this filly, a daughter of Constitution, at $485,000 after working 10-1 at the OBS spring sale. She was asked quite a bit. She definitely has a nice extension to her stride and moved like a turf horse, and I feel like this is obviously the right place to start her. But looking at the DRF Clocker reports, she was a target last time out for all of it, and she did gallop out better than that accomplished New York bred runner, but that was on the dirt. And watching her work out, albeit back on June 22nd, she was inside of a maiden 3-year-old Deference. She was encouraged to the lane, but she did keep responding, and she held the advantage on the gallop out. She got a little bit green when she hit the racetrack here today. She doesn't look quite as fit as I've come accustomed to seeing from Miguel's first-time starter, so she should run well, but I don't get the vibe that it's going to be a big performance first time out, but you never know. They did pay a lot for this filly, so I'm sure they're hoping for a quick return on investment. As we'll take a look here at number 6, Loop de Loop. I feel like throw out George Weaver at your own peril, as this filly, her workouts have been ho-hum, but I will admit my eye did keep going back to her. She's a very good-looking daughter of Vacoma, who it doesn't really seem to matter what's on the bottom side of the horses that he has sired. She does wear blinkers first time out. I'm not in love with that fact, a very shortcut cheater, but she's been very professional throughout, as we do see Tyler Gaffalione warming her up by herself out there. minding her P's and Q's, as we'll also take a look at number 8, Celebrate. I thought the same thing as Andy. Why is this filly debuting on the turf? There really isn't much turf pedigree. There are no turf workouts to report on. She actually worked beautifully, I thought, on July 17th. She broke well. She stayed with a unraced mate throughout. It was a good-looking work. She doesn't scream turf to me physically. I don't really know why. As Andy said, it's probably because of the distance, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. 230,000 and growing in the pick 4 pool in this 2-year-old filly race to kick things off, going long on the turf.
In a race where the board has basically been stagnant the entire time. Nobody's taking, there isn't a lot of fluctuation. A little money came in for Conflict in here coming down. But not a lot of movement on this board. The 7 and 5 continue to be the ones taking the bulk of the play.
Here's one with experience. And obviously that man aboard is never going to help your price. Flavian Pratt in the irons, leading the way at this meet, one up on Jose Ortiz, who had to sit out yesterday, serving a 1-day suspension.
Well, it'll be interesting. I mean, it's going to be hard for Irad to catch those guys, but he's always lurking. They're going to have to be looking over their shoulders.
We've got a longer meet than usual this year. I would expect him to be in the mix late.
I'm not counting him out.
I wouldn't feel comfortable with him lurking behind me someplace. He can win races in bunches.
Yeah. But so can Jose and so can Flavio.
Absolutely.
To be fair, I mean, the thing is, if one of them is a 4-win day, suddenly that's hard about catching up.
Race 2 starts the pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Margie's Girl in the center is out quickly. Miss Ma'am is faster and up to take the lead. They're followed by Loop De Loop, who comes away a joint third. Down at the rail, it is Mandy Steph inching forward with Harmony Mill racing next to her as they move into the first turn. At the back of the field, Just Peachy, Conflict is second to last, and Celebrate trails. Around the clubhouse turn, and it's Miss Ma'am and Margie's Girl through a quarter that went in 24 seconds flat. Mandy Steph lurking just behind them in third. They're followed by Harmony Mill, who's in between horses as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch, with Loop De Loop on the outside of them. This quintet covered by 4 lengths. It's another 3 back to Just Peachy, who's by herself, 4 clear of Conflict, and Celebrate. They string out through a half in 48 flat. Miss Ma'am continues to lead the way, has it by a half length over Margie's Girl in second. 2 more lengths, Mandy Steph. Loop De Loop is racing on the outside as they come toward the quarter pole. Harmony Mill has lost a couple of spots, passed at the rail by Just Peachy. Conflict is underway. There goes Conflict, picking up horses one by one, having to go wide through 3/4 in 1:11 and 3, but certainly on the scene as the field turns for home. Miss Ma'am, Margie's Girl continuing to lead them with Mandy Steph running a big race. On the far outside is Conflict and Just Peachy. Just Peachy and Conflict. Conflict on the outside. Mandy Steph is in between them. 3 of them across the course, and Conflict with a great rally to victory. Just Peachy nosed out Mandy Steph to complete the exacta. Celebrate came from far back to finish 4th.
First time out, Conflict, Brad Cox, 8th win to lead everyone in the trainer standings, and Irad Ortiz Jr. on the board again. We got a photo for second.
Yeah, I'd probably like to take a look too at the stretch run, as they were pretty tight together, but I would say, Richie, this horse was best. The other horses got very delicious trips in here, while this horse circled the entire field.
And just motored home. Maggie talked about her being extremely professional. She ran that way too, so good call by Maggie. Just Peachy split horses boldly. Looked like she was maybe on her way to victory, but had no answer for Conflict's late kick, and it looks like a golden pal exacta there.
Yeah, I really do want to see the head on the stretch. Not saying anything happened, but they did seem, Richie, to be in relatively tight quarters, and you always want to kind of take a look at that, but I have no idea if anything actually happened.
There's a head on view.
The 2 off the rail is the 7. Yellow Silks is the 2. Outside is the 3. There's nothing really there. The 2 drifts over a little bit right now. Nah, no.
Young horses,
Nothing
that
happened.
was a very cleanly run stretch drive.
3-7-2-8 unofficially. So, yeah, it is a Golden Pal exacta. And Brad Cox off to the best start of his career here at Saratoga.
I think he's one ahead of Chad Brown now, with he's 8-7, I want to say.
Indeed.
A lot of real estate left to cover.
3-win day for Irad Ortiz Jr. yesterday. Picks up another one here early on.
And Irad is just so patient. He is just such a strong finish, and his timing was impeccable here. You know, Andy, do you remember, other than maybe Russell Bays, which was riding a different circuit, a rider winning at least 300 races a year for a decade?
I mean, that would be hard for me to judge. How did Ramon Dominguez do? He could have been close, right?
Yeah, I don't know. At 3,000, over 3,000
Right,
wins
in
in
a
10
decade.
years. That's incredible, and it speaks to his consistency and his intensity. It never wanes. It doesn't matter what kind of race it is.
I would say that early in his career, Kent DeSormo had some remarkable years, right? Didn't he win over 500 races one year?
599 one year. You know, and you know what? It probably kills him he didn't get 600.
It would kill me.
So Irad Ortiz Jr., he had to sit out the first 5 days of the meet. He's already now 4th in the standings with his 10th victory of the Saratoga summer season. On board for an impressive first-time starter for Brad Cox. Qatar Racing, it's Conflict to start off this early pick 4.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. And what's new at ABR? A preview of the coaching club American Oaks at a glance. A life's calling. Tom Durkin shares stories of a legendary career in the announcer's booth. And if you're looking for next year's Kentucky Derby horses, can look no further than right here. The 2-year-old's expected to debut at this meet. We'll take a look at ABR at some of those big names expected to have their first career start this summer at Saratoga. It's all over at ABR. Race 2 in the books and a first-time starter, 2-year-old filly for Brad Cox here. In those silks of Qatar Racing here on the outside, edging away late. Conflict at first asking.
I believe that Brad Cox is now 6 for 10 with 2-year-old firsters in turf routes. Pretty impressive.
That's a pretty strong stat, huh?
Yeah. So I stole that from a friend who just sent it to me.
3-7-2-8. So it's a first-time starter. Just Peachy, who had that race under the belt second, and then A couple of firsters behind in here, but Conflict impressive. Great start, though. I mean, obviously, Brad Cox, he's one of the top barns in the sport. Two-time Eclipse Award winner. Tremendous beginning here, though.
No, this is the best beginning by far he's ever had here that I can remember. He's always a factor, but I don't think in the past he's necessarily come here with the same kind of firepower. Now, we'll see if he can keep it up. He's got a lot of good horses, and he's a great trainer with a great operation. And it's interesting to see he and Chad now battling up front. Usually we expect it to be Todd and Chad.
Let's go to Maggie.
I'm so pleased to be joined here in the winner's circle by Sheikh Fahad Al Thani from Qatar Racing. And Fahad, Conflict. We were discussing this when she was coming back to the winner's circle. She just has this amazingly big bounding stride.
I know, she's a big girl. I think she's going to make a nicer 3-year-old as well. All credits to Fergus Galvin buying her last year here. And, you know, Brad did an amazing job with her. Irad said she switched off well and she just galloped home really well. So the future's bright with her.
Do you think of a race like the PG Johnson towards the end of the meet, obviously with an end goal showing so much promise being the Breeders' Cup?
Well, I'll leave that to Brad and Fergus there to find out. But yeah, things like that is always on our mind, yeah.
Absolutely. Sure. Well, and Fergus Galvin, as you mentioned, does a lot of the buying. Are you guys gearing up for another big Saratoga sale?
Oh, yes, of course.
This is why you're here.
Exactly.
Well, Fahad, well done. Congratulations, and look forward to seeing you through the rest of the meet and buying some nice horses.
Thank you very much, yes.
All right, a Conflict, very impressive in her debut, guys.
I think we might be seeing a stake next for her.
Well, the PG Johnson towards the end of the meet, I mean, the goal with every 2-year-old's turf horse is to get the Breeders' Cup juvenile turf races.
Sure.
They are the most winnable Breeders' Cup races. I will say, though, that it seems in recent years that Aidan O'Brien figured that out as well. And he's been starting to send some of his better 2-year-olds over, and not surprisingly, starting to dominate those races.
Yeah, the thing is, though, now when 2-year-olds break their maiden, where do they go? If they don't go to stakes, they're going to be sitting on the sidelines. It's not like years ago when we ran so many 2-year-olds that you'd have allowance races go and they could pick their spots before they got in stakes.
True.
And you say that most winnable races, it's not that it's easy to win.
I say it was easy, but they're the most winnable.
Yeah, you don't have super established stars.
Right.
Sometimes, yeah, a horse with a maiden win and then happens to win a stake, and who knows, it could have been a light field, and you go to the Breeders' Cup. So
yeah, no, I'm not saying they're easy races by any stretch of the imagination, but I have noticed that Aidan O'Brien started to take them more seriously, and that's not great for the American interests. It's got some good horses.
We're going to get into race 3. It's 22 minutes away out of the Wilson Chute at a mile in allowance optional claiming field. Nikon opting out of this spot and wants to tackle the 2 best 3-year-old fillies in the land instead on Saturday.
Well, you know, you've got Jason Worth. He wants to be in the big races. Love his enthusiasm in the game, and I'm not sure there's anybody in that race that's that much faster than My Guns Loaded's last race.
Yeah, I was going to say, this didn't come up a soft spot by any means with the likes of My Guns Loaded. So they said, well, at least if we hit the board in the stake, we get more black type, right?
So it's
I think
possible.
they prefer a mile and an eighth, too, for her, I believe.
Oh, okay. It's also possible Chad Brown could win his first dirt race in the meeting here. And
Yeah,
1
how
to
about
5,
that?
he's got a shot, I think.
Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, Saffie Joseph Jr., all yet to win on the dirt.
To be fair, Saffie only, I believe, has 1 win at the meet, unless he won a race yesterday. Chad and Todd, obviously, Todd has 4, Chad has 7.
I think they'll come around eventually, but yeah, just an anomaly.
Yeah, it is interesting,
Yes.
I agree. Tough beat with Senza Paroli yesterday for Chad, but that's the game.
Beauty reigns with that win for Bill Mott. Big day today, obviously, with Aftercare Day, with more on it. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be joined here by Diana Pilkowski of Long Shadows. But your time in aftercare with thoroughbreds goes far beyond that. Diana, talk a little bit about your involvement and the passion that you have.
Thank you for saying that. Yes, I started more than 40 years ago when I helped the founder of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, Monique Kohler, start that program. Then I retired from that to go back to practicing law, but I have some TRF horses at my house still, so I love the organization and stay connected to them. And now I'm on the board of directors and a volunteer at Long Shadows Charitable Foundation, which is a beautiful farm in Cambridge, New York. And we're now TAA accredited and just really happy to be working with New York Racing.
And it's a farm that's quite close to here in Washington County, as you said. What is their mission? I know that they use these horses as well to help people.
Yes, the mission was always helping horses to help people. You know, we just find that when somebody is, you know, in need of self-confidence or any sort of therapy, really, if you can also involve horses in your life, it's going to make everything make more sense. We do work with Act Naturally. There are programs with the veterans. It's just amazing to see how the thoroughbreds, especially more than any other type of horse, connects and makes things happen.
Because they're so perceptive and sensitive, they are the best horses to really form those bonds with for people that need the help. Diana, thank you for everything you do, and it was a pleasure seeing you here.
You too, and thank you for everything you do.
Well, thank you. I'm nothing. But guys, I could not say more about how wonderful this Thoroughbred Aftercare Day and hanging out with people like Diana is just part of it.
Well, it's really taken off in this sport all over the country, but New York has been at the forefront.
No question. Diane's been at the forefront as well. I mean, Diane's been you know, with Thoroughbred Retirement Fund and Foundation, excuse me, and her involvement. I mean, Diana has been an integral part of aftercare for a long, long time, and she's a great friend, and I'm always happy to see her.
And her and Bob Duncan, who was our starter for years, one of the greatest horsemen I've ever been around, they still have a horse that I won the Albany on, Go Mikey Go, out at their farm.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and Diana and Bob are great. And yeah, I agree with Bob. Bob's one of the true great horsemen. I won an Eclipse Word of Merit, I think, this year, right? I believe.
I believe so,
yeah. It's pretty great to see. He's done so much for racing for so many years.
It changed people's perspectives and approach on how to deal with horses. Not an easy thing to do with a starting gate crew that have been doing things one way for years, but he's made it so much better for the horses.
And he's been retired from NYRA for years, but he's been working for Todd Pletcher with his horses for many, many years.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Race 3 starts a mandatory pay pick 5 as we continue along in our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And more on Aftercare Day, celebrating the organizations that provide a second career for these retired horses once their careers on the racetrack are over. We'll be back with more right after this.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Welcome to Old Friends at Cabin Creek. We're a sanctuary for our retired horses. It's just like coming to a museum with live horses. Our mission is to provide a dignified retirement and also to raise awareness for aftercare due to the fact that horses can live into their 30s and the racing careers are so short. And some just can't be retrained, so they do need a place to live out their lives. People are just amazed how close they can get to them and how mellow some of them are. And, you know, after watching them on the racetrack just be these massive athletes, it's so nice to learn all about horses, you know, every aspect of their lives. And so it's great to be able to teach people. We are 100% donations. We're a 501c3, and we're grateful to the industry for what they do, but it's mainly the fans that come and just want to help. Horses are magical in so many ways, and it's just a wonderful thing to watch them relax and just become a horse and become an ambassador for aftercare.
Old Friends at Cabin Creek. For more information, you can go to oldfriendsatcabincreek.com. And if you do have any extra to give, so many great organizations that are on hand today to give a little bit.
And Bobby Frankel, instrumental as well, right? Left an enormous amount of money, I believe, to Old Friends Cabin Creek, right?
Yeah, and the one in Georgetown, Kentucky as well. And, you know, listen, again, I go back to it. I know every good thing in my life is because of horses. You know, obviously, the jobs I've had, the careers I've had.
The family you have,
my
your
family,
wife.
meeting my wife, my children. Everything good comes from horses. So I feel very obligated to give back.
And it's the Bobby Frankel division, by the way. By the way, in Kentucky, loaded with superstars that you can go visit. I could bring up the list. I'd love to see a match race of everyone there.
Wouldn't be a match race.
Well, you had two Travers winners out at Cabin Creek at one, the Thunder Rumble and Will's Way, and they were in adjacent paddocks. They would race back and forth, up and down. They probably like for bragging rights.
Big Brown, Birdstone, all have another. Ruler on Ice, Silver Charm, Little Mike, Stormy Liberal. Some pretty
Silver
good ones
Charm's
there.
got to be, what, 32 now?
Well, 97, 94, 32 is correct. Wow.
Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Just scan that QR code. Give what you can. Race 3 starts a mandatory pay pick 5. 1 to 4 favorite on a lightly raced 3-year-old filly for Chad Brown. We'll see if he can answer after Brad Cox got his 8th win of the meet. One back, Chad Brown. Look, huge second start. The debut was not good. That was with Steve Asmussen. Big move forward, and that was here at Saratoga June 6th.
And the second and third finishers came back and both improved their Beyer figure 1 point. You can say it's 1 point, but I think it did a lot to legitimize a very fast number. I mean, this is the quintessential last time was the time, getting $38 on a Chad Brown horse, but I couldn't find anybody I wanted to pick against.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, she does look to be on paper tough to beat if she runs anything close to that last race with the gaudy 92 Beyer speed figure. As Andy mentioned, the favorite in that race was Cold Spell, who finished second. She'd come back to win. Pippa Adds, the third place finisher, would try to stretch out and ran exceptionally well, finishing second in her subsequent start. So definitely kind of backing that up. It was off the bench, and it was the first time for the new barn. I didn't cover that last race, but looking at her, she's kind of what I anticipated her to be, a daughter of Gunrunner. Maybe not the overall biggest, but broad, powerful. I think the mile should be well within her scope, given her pedigree and given how she's put together. She also has kind of that bright, classy demeanor. She's looking around. She's very alert with what's going on around her, but really just kind of taking it all in, not really phasing her. I do like what I see from her. I see 2 handlers on her head, but that's very common for a Chad Brown horse. And physically in the paddock, she's backing up what her price is out there on the tote board right now. We'll see if she can do it again. Perhaps standing in her way could be a couple of the others in this field. Now the number 5, Chrissy Star, horse that I like, and does have to get faster, undoubtedly, especially with the presence of the very quick Bernie and the Rose in here. But I thought Chrissy Star ran very well, and at a price, horse maybe to include underneath, maybe one that you could see holding on for a share late. She did all the dirty work last time out dueling, and I thought that she did that 2 starts back as well, really kind of holding on for second. She is a horse that can be on the lead or kind of up close pressing, but she was the one that first caught my eye coming into the paddock, as she has continued to strengthen and fill out, especially since showing that she can stack up with the Naira circuit. Again, she's not quite fast enough, but at a price, I think she's one that's trending in the right direction. The number 9 Soundbite does pick up Irad Ortiz, never a bad thing, as she comes in after dropping back. She was wide. She never saw the rail last time out, but actually did run on a little bit late to be 4th. She's kind of one of those horses that always shows up with an effort and has some races on the go back. Big, solid individual. She's always forward in the paddock. She broke slowly 2 starts back, and then last time, I don't know, maybe she was just kind of run off her feet early. I think that there is a chance to see her kind of with an outside post, let the race develop and not be left with too much to do late, especially with that rider change, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Pick 5 that starts here, $117,000 pool and growing, a 2 to 5 favorite. We'll get to the 6 in the post parade when it kicks off after a break. It's My Guns Loaded for Chad Brown. He'll have Manny Franco aboard. Stay with us.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Enjoy Kids Day at Saratoga on Sunday, July 26th, featuring a full slate of activities, including music, mascots, pony rides, and kid-friendly food. The first 5,000 ages 12 and under receive a Saratoga horse plushie. Learn more at NYRA.com/kidsday. Fox Saturday, Kentucky Oaks winning filly, always a runner, faces Acorn Stakes winning rival Counting Stars in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The rubber match live on Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us Saturday, 3 Eastern on Fox.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here's our post parade for race 3, and we kick things off with Bernie in the Rose. Katie Davis rides.
She does look like the inside and controlling speed here. Speed's always dangerous.
Couple of scratches takes us to Chrissy's start for Bill Morey.
Bill Morey's always dangerous, but he's facing another Chad Brown horse after running second to him last time.
Who may have a pretty big future based off that maiden win. My Guns Loaded, impressive.
No, I would say Chad Brown's gun is loaded here. She was very impressive and should be very tough to beat here.
Like a Rolling Stone, huge number, a 6-time winner.
Yeah, I mean, she's coming back just 6 days after running behind Splendora. And I tell you what, she is surprised on occasions. We'll see if she surprises again.
Second to Dry Powder in a stake 2 starts ago.
She's a cool horse.
I thought Bow Draw was a little interesting at 5-1.
Another 6-time winner, you know, so she knows how to win and trained by Steve Asmussen. That's always a good thing.
Jose Ortiz on Bow Draw, older brother Irad on Soundbite for Michelle Nevin on the outside.
Well, as you know, I have a mad crush on Michelle Nevin, who I think is just one of the better trainers around here. I always kind of like this horse, but it's a Herculean task. I think the trainer here that probably wants to win more than anybody is Steve Asmussen, who is the original trainer of My Guns Loaded. So I think if Steve could somehow get the victory with Bow Draw, I imagine he'd be just a little happier than normal.
So there's the big favorite, 2-5. 4 1/4 length win. It was here at Saratoga, Belmont at Saratoga. Wheaton wager. The AI suggested play is a $2 exacta. The favorite underneath, like a Rolling Stone, who we mentioned just 2 starts ago. Second to Dry Powder in a stakes race. And Monmouth comes out of the Grade 2 Molly. Pitcher has faced some pretty good ones.
Yeah, no question about it. She has. I mean, you know, it's an interesting horse. She's a funny horse to read. This is a tough ask. I mean, this horse, listen, I'm not want to carry away by a maiden win. We've seen maiden winners that were impressive come back and not run that well. She has stakes potential if she can build on that debut, that maiden win.
No doubt. And the fact that the fillies behind her came back to run well just gives validity to the race, and well, she powered away. This was a nice effort and a huge departure from her debut.
First start off about a 6-month layoff as well. So there potentially could be a move forward here. Very lightly raced. Second off the bench for one of the best barns in the sport. As you see fans looking on from one of the best places to catch the action down the stretch anywhere in this game, the 1863 Club. And Chad Brown, here's what he has coming up this weekend. He'll have Fully Subscribed and Aeolian in the Chuvie, and then Always a Runner and Directive, who says she can run forever. So maybe the Alabama down the line, even more excited about her, but we'll see. She's on the rise.
So in other words, you think it's possible that Chad will win a dirt race to me?
Well, I think
he may get 1 or 2.
In a few minutes, I think we can put that to bed.
The board is certainly suggesting it. But, those are the things they are the kind of things that if you're a trainer, obviously it's just sort of a fluke thing, especially because it's both Chad and Todd. But you're a trainer, those things gnaw at you. You know what I mean? You feel like, a certain way you start in this game, you start to feel like you're a little jinxed, right?
Do you give any look at all to Chad's other horse in the Chuvie, Aeolian? Now, I know she didn't run particularly fast, but I was impressed with the way she pulled up so hard and then found a gear again.
I don't disagree, but this is a completely different
Much
ball
tougher,
game.
understood.
I mean, I'm not saying she may not have a future, and with Chad she could improve. This is a gigantic ask.
It's a pretty tough group. She's
yeah,
going
no,
up
I mean,
against.
I just like that it's the name of the wife in Coming to America, Aeolian. And I always think of when John Amos is trying to pronounce it when they come over the house. That's why I like that horse.
Minute to post here in the third. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the number 2, Bernie and the Rose, who does look to be your controlling speed in here. Now, keep an eye on her at the gate. She was actually a late scratch back on June 4th during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here in Saratoga because she loaded early, which she will do again today, in theory, because she's drawn the rail now. And she ended up during the rest of the load, acting up in the gate, flipping and being a late scratch as a result. Before that, she had been doing okay. So far today, she's acted exceptionally well, but she is a very big filly that takes up a lot of space in the gate. So keep an eye on her when she gets to the starting gate. So she was supposed to run back in June at 9 furlongs, which her pedigree suggests she should like. Mile well within her today. As long as she can keep it together, then she does seem to be a horse that will control things on the front end. Like I said, so far, so good for her. Now, the number 8 Bow Draw for Steve Asmussen had a big win last time out. Another one coming off of a dominant victory. It was against 40,000 condition claimers, but she pressed the pace setter and looked like a winner every step of the way. She is an 8-year-old mare now, the elder stateswoman of this field. She's been around for a while, and Steve owns this one too. Lighter frame type, very, very fit for her. It's funny, I have notes from her back at Tampa at the very beginning of her career, and she was a horse that used to get really washed out and a little bit rattled prior to her races. While she's been forward, she's been very classy acting and calm in here. We'll see if she can make it 2 in a row and see if she has something to say. She is the second choice on the board right now at 5-1, Greg.
Yeah, I thought she was interesting here. 6-time winner, as mentioned, Jose Ortiz for Asmussen, who again had my guns loaded, the 1-4 favorite for the debut. That was in December at Oaklawn, has since moved to the Chad Brown barn, and that's where she broke her maiden for Chad, June 6th here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you are not in this game, Richie, unless you're competitive. And I know you're a pretty competitive guy because I've played Gallop Racer with you.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Big performance here. Is there a certain 3-year-old filly stake on the menu here, potentially?
Well, You know, it's hard. He's got a lot of good horses. And she's
Talking about
got
the test.
No, I know. You know what? This is a mile, but listen, there's only one test, and it's an important race, but it's coming up pretty quick, right?
I think it might be a
2
little
weeks. 2 weeks, yeah.
No, too quick.
Raven Run is probably a race that Chad is thinking about later in the year at, I guess if she runs well enough, maybe the Gallant Bloom. But the Raven Run, knowing the way Chad
that's about
thinks.
7 furlongs,
Yeah.
right? That's at longer.
7 and a mile,
My
184
guns
feet. The Beard Course.
loaded.
Come on, Richie.
1-4 favorite for Chad Brown. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate, and they're off. And it's a very fast start for Bernie and the Rose, who tries to sprint clear in the first few strides. On the outside, it's Beaudraw moving a joint second. Like a Rolling Stone is racing in between those two and takes that second spot. Chrissy Starr in the green colors is next, followed by the heavy favorite, My Guns Loaded, who settles at the back of the field with 5 lengths to make up and a length and a half in front of Soundbite. The opening quarter went in 24 and 1/5 seconds, and it is Bernie and the Rose with a 3-length lead. Like a Rolling Stone is in second, and then it's Chrissy Starr at the rail. Beaudraw is 3 deep. They're followed by Manny Franco and My Guns Loaded, still with 4.5 or so to make up, and 2 more to Soundbite. The half in 47 and 2. They round the far turn. Bernie and the Rose short lead. Beaudraw is 3 deep, and in between, Like a Rolling Stone. Like a Rolling Stone takes the lead, and now My Guns Loaded is uncorking a furious bid on the outside as the field turns for home. Beaudraw, My Guns Loaded down at the rail. Chrissy Starr, Like a Rolling Stone as they come to mid-stretch, and My Guns Loaded takes command, opening up a length and a half. Chrissy Starr is sticking on gamely, but the class belongs to My Guns Loaded. What a promising filly she is, scoring by 2.5. Second to Chrissy Starr. Then it's Beaudraw and Like a Rolling Stone.
The extra furlong for My Guns Loaded, tackling Older Company, winners for the first time. And after Brad Cox collected his 8th win earlier, a race prior, Chad Brown answers. They're tied again. This is a good filly.
Nice to see Chad with his proud parents, Jerry and Jerry and Patty. But this is an impressive win. I know she's a short price, but she had to go wide and circle the field. She's good.
Yeah, she got packed out by the 8, Beaudraw, Jose Ortiz, just race riding, nothing illegal there, but definitely floated her out pretty wide, while the runner-up got that run up the fence and just second best. But I wonder if this filly 7/8 isn't a little better for her.
Yeah, you and I were sort of talking about it. She did finish pretty well, and I wonder if getting floated took away a little of her momentum. Took a while to get it back. It's a good horse. Winning like a 1-5 shot should. Greg.
Back, yeah, indeed. Back-to-back here now. Both those wins coming at Saratoga. Answers that next question. Off the maiden win. Beats winners for the first time here, and Older Company as well. 6, 5, 8, 7. Bigger and better things to come.
And Chad and Brad are trading punches here. Back to being tied, I believe, at 8. I think so.
They are.
Yeah.
Manny Franco, number 16 on the meet.
He's quietly having a tremendous meet, you know, for a rider that we're so used to him doing so well down in New York. He has struggled a bit up here. Not this year, man. He's riding great.
Last year he had 20 wins the entire meet. He's already got 16, and we got a long ways to go.
And he started off very slowly, right? I think I feel like he picked it up very well in the second half. But
yes, but I mean, he got off to a good start this year. So
there's a guy who's happy to finally win a dirt race.
Yeah, the streak over, so we can put that to rest, at least for him. Of course, he will have a couple of shots in the Chuvy later on this afternoon, including fully subscribed, but here we're going to enjoy this one. My Guns Loaded. Now back-to-back here at Saratoga since moving to the Chad Brown barn. Wins as a 1-5 favorite.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this beautiful Friday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, New York. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And a filly we might be hearing a lot more about. My Guns Loaded, ultra impressive now in back-to-back starts with a maiden win, Belmont at Saratoga week, and now in her first try against winners, Andy.
We've got a good name for that, right? Her gun was loaded again today, Richie.
Yeah.
How did we not get $38 on her last time? I didn't like her.
Well, we did miss the proverbial wedding.
Yes, yes. But today was another party, just not a big price.
So Manny Franco for Chad Brown, owned by Doug Scharbauer. Gunrunner filly, who it did not look like she's going to live up to expectations off that debut. $650,000 purchase. She certainly has since. Now in back-to-back wins. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Chad Brown as My Guns Loaded, now 2 for 2 in his barn. And Chad, she seems to have a lovely demeanor about her. She really seems to take everything well.
She does. She has a lot of class. She's a very calm filly. She's always trained great for us, and just inching out in distance. She handled the mile well, but the way she finished up and galloped out, it sure looks like she's going to even be better 2 turns, I'd say.
That was going to be my next question. Do you think about some stakes in her future, and at what distance?
Certainly. I think from here on out, at least in the rest of her 3-year-old year, I'd love to run against these straight 3-year-old fillies in some route races on the dirt. So I'll talk to Mr. Scarborough and his team to see what they think, and I'll throw some ideas at them.
You have some good 3-year-old fillies and some good older fillies as well. The Shuvi coming up later. I wanted to ask about Fully Subscribed. She's been chasing some good horses in her last couple. Do you think she's better coming from off of it or being a little bit more forward like she has been?
You know, I'm curious to see if the pace is going to pick up a little in this race. So I would prefer her to be just maybe a little further back and have a good pace to run at. I think that's when she's run her best races. But she's got enough positional speed in case they're going slow. You know, she's been training well, and she's run 2 really good races this year so far. She just ran into a couple fillies that just were better. So this looks like a good group for her. It's a solid group. She'll have a good test for herself here. But the way she's training, I'd say she'd be right there.
Though she's not the biggest, she does seem to extend herself at the 9 furlongs.
Yeah, I know. Well said. You know your horse as well. She's not very tall, but she has tremendous reach, and she's an excellent workhorse, so we have high hopes for her.
Thanks for the time. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Greg?
This owner as well of My Guns Loaded, owner of Always a Runner. We'll see in the Coaching Club American Oaks and that showdown with Counting Stars.
A couple of nice fillies in his barn. This horse on the cusp of being worth a lot of money. She can run.
All right, so big news that just came out. One of the horses that gave us that incredible rivalry from last year in the Triple Crown, Journalism just announced, has been retired, suffered an injury coming out of the gate in the San Diego race, in which he came out poorly, still won the race, will now be retired to stud duty.
He will always be one of my favorites, and I'll always respect Eclipse for how they campaigned him last year, dancing all the dances, being scared of nobody all year. And I think also, Richie, it does show you, people are so quick to judge owners for taking the money and retiring after 3-year-old seasons. They don't realize that bringing them back carries a risk at times, and Journalism obviously wasn't quite as good as last year. That doesn't take away for how talented he's been in his career.
No, I agree with you. I love the way he was campaigned last year. He didn't duck any challenges. He ran through all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. And this year, even, coming here for the Met Mile, he went head-to-head with the best of his generation.
And just shows you the way he goes out as just an incredible champion, injured, coming out of the gate, spotting the field all those lengths, and still winning on heart and class.
Nice to see him go out a winner, though, right?
I completely agree. He will always be a horse, one of my favorites. And I thought that just the way Aaron Wellman and Eclipse handled him last year, and they were a bright shining light in that, and obviously, Sovereignty, a very good horse, and not criticizing Bill Mott at all. But when they skipped the Preakness, the fact that Journalism showed up made it a really important race. And that was maybe not his fastest race, but that's the race I think people are going to remember him for.
That comeback when it looked like he was done to run down Gosger.
And bowling his way through non-existent quarters. I won't even say tight quarters.
I won't be surprised when he's a very good stallion as well.
Race 4 out of the Wilson Shoot at a Mile. $20,000 claiming race. Huge scratch with Glen Airy coming out.
Yes, I agree. And there's a lot of early money for Neon Bordeaux. I'm going to be wrong if that horse wins, and maybe I'll need a Bordeaux if that horse gets the money here.
More on this field when we come back. Not just the coaching club, American Oaks on Saturday, Vanderbilt as well, and Bilt looks like the one to beat for Wayne Catalano. Set a track record at Fairgrounds earlier this year. Narrow defeat in a grade 3 at Churchill Downs in his last start. Stay with us.
Saturday on FS1, live from Ascot Racecourse. Don't miss the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Stakes. A win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Coverage begins Saturday morning, 9:30 Eastern on FS1. Get set for Whitney Day at Saratoga with a special collectible pin on Friday, August 7th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Then on Saturday, celebrate Whitney Day with a pair of current U.S. Olympic women's hockey gold medalists. For tickets, visit NYRA.com.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Sappy Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Fletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
Seize the grade, wins the Preakness.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Coming up this weekend, the Vanderbilt, named after the man who helped usher in the parimutuel era to New York and who bred the immortal native dancer. Fastest ever run. Imperial Hint's blistering 107.4 back in 2019. El Deal's 8-length score remains the largest margin of victory. Both Imperial Hint and Cognizant have won 2 runnings. Cognizant took the first 2 runnings when it was known as the A Phenomenon. 5 different owners have won 2 runnings, including Shadwell with Intidab and Abraj in 2008 under Alan Garcia. Steve Asmussen, 4-time winner of this Vanderbilt. Most wins by a jockey, Pat Day, and Mr. Travers, Javier Castellano, who's out currently right now with an injury.
He's back Wednesday.
It'd be great to see him back. Breeders' Cup Sprint winners, Orientate would go on, one of 3 to do that. 4 crowned male sprint champ, including Elite Power and, of course, Bookham Dano, who controversially passed on the Breeders' Cup Sprint, would win the Forego that summer as well. And the Pride of New Jersey showing he has not lost a step in his comeback. Great race coming up this weekend on our Saturday coverage. A few horses that are going to come out. We talked about Bilt, though. And Bilt in fine form right now for Wayne Catalano.
No, he's in great form. He's been kind of running against some sloppy tracks, but he's obviously in good form. He's the favorite. I'm going to try to beat them all with T-Craft. 2's coming out, 4's coming out. Somebody else coming out too?
Nutellafella may come out, and Crazy Mason, it sounds like.
Don't understand that at all. $400,000 sprint. Don't get it.
And
Both
just
were
beat
live.
the odds sound like may come out. But let's look at Bilt. Wet track of the Grade 3 Bango, and as the favorite, can't get by Harrodsburg, has to settle for second, but he's had some huge races this year, Mig.
Huge races, and the fact that Wayne Catalano's shipping him here. Wayne is a guy that's very, very crafty about where he places his horses. He's not looking to overmatch his runners, and he was a very good rider, even better horse trainer.
In the Bango, of course, I think holds the record for most wins at Churchill Downs. Pretty cool horse.
Stakes wins, right?
Yeah. I think T-Craft's a very, very interesting horse in here, and I'm hoping he can. My buddy Lee Einsiedler is getting back home today after his heart surgery, and give him something to be excited about.
Yeah, we
Not
miss
hopefully
you,
not
Lee.
too excited, but
Hope to see you back at the track soon. Meanwhile, Damon's Mound, horse who, as a 2-year-old, won the Saratoga Special here. That was with a different barn. Now with Bill Mott, he's actually put together a pretty nice career.
Oh, yeah, he's a cool horse, and he just demolished this field in the sprint down at Gulfstream Park. He is facing tougher horses than he's been running against this year, but he's a neat horse, Richie.
He's a really neat horse, and he's been training exceptionally well here in Saratoga, Bill Mott's home base. And a horse that I've always been a fan of. You know, he's just one of those horses that shows up. A little bit of a lunch pail kind of horse, right? Brings his lunch pail, goes to work.
So that'll be race 9 on our Saturday card, 5:07 Eastern start time, and with a few coming out, changes that race a little bit. We'll see if Built can step up and give a big one here for Wayne Catalano. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Won this race with Elite Power back in 2023. Won it with Poseidon's Warrior back in 2012. We'll have more on Aftercare Day when we return in the Second Chances program at Wallkill. Stay with us. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2 here on Aftercare Day from Saratoga.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Wallkill, first of its kind, established back in 1984, and helping incarcerated participants receive hands-on accredited training in horse care, stable management, and farm maintenance to build practical job skills upon their release. You can help donate to the TRF, TRFinc.org, and do your part to help out these racehorses that have so much to give after their life on the racetrack is over.
And the work with the prisoners, the program at Wallkill, and I know you've been there, Richie, it's such an incredibly great thing, helping people get a second chance in life.
And the horses teach them, that they got to get along. You can't push a former racehorse around, and you have certain, prisoners used to taking what they want. And horses show them pretty quickly they can't be shoved around so much.
Quick Call buried in Clare Court. We had one of the former incarcerated individuals who was part of that program.
Yeah.
And worked with Quick Call and talked about the impact that horse had on his life.
It's great. And I met one of the grooms for Creme de la Fête who went to Wallkill when his racing career was over. And he's actually buried on the grounds at Wallkill. So he took me to his gravesite. It's an incredible day to go there and spend time visiting. And what I like to do is I go to Adam Coglanice and I have the names of the horses in the herd, get win pictures from their racing careers and give them to the grooms,
That's
the
awesome.
inmates that are handling them. They love it.
That's so great.
That's where you can give whatever you can afford. Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, there's scan that QR code. Obviously our own Acacia Clement, deeply involved with aftercare as well. Let's go to Acacia.
That's right, Greg. It is a huge passion of mine, and honestly, what first got me involved in racing was my involvement with Aftercare as the president of Racing for Home, which many people know. I run with my family, my mom, Sherry, and my dad, Brian, very involved, hands-on, and posted some pictures this morning of some of our horses that participated at the highest level on the NYRA circuit, including Soldier Rising, who's a Racing for Home resident, multiple Grade 1 placed, never did get that big Grade 1, but always showed up in the big dances. Celtic Chaos, a very, very cool New York bred many people might remember. And Fish Trap Road, who we did see win the Dwyer. Unfortunately, he ended up in Puerto Rico, but has had a wonderful situation coming back and so much support. But we also have a lot of war horses as well, including Changing Leads, who raced over 90 times and is just the coolest, chillest horse to be around as well. So it really is amazing to see what these horses can do after their racing days are done. They give us so much on the racetrack, and they give so much joy, including my horse, Who's Your Drama. I'm still riding, doctor's okay, but he's been my dressage project throughout the winter, and something that brings a smile to my face every day.
We all thank you for what you do, Acacia, and all these organizations that are so vital to our sport. Riders Up in there if you want to give to Racing for Home, racingforhomeinc.com. We'll get to see the field coming up here for this 4th race. Starts at pick 4, out of the Wilson chute at a mile with the big scratch of the 1. It is Neon Bordeaux outside. Pratt for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, who is the one to beat coming in from Maryland.
I don't get it. I'm perplexed. Well, I don't know what price this horse was in the morning line.
9-2.
Yeah, I don't understand where this money's coming from. This horse just lost a match race at 3-5 last time at Laurel. I feel like I'm missing something looking at this horse's PPs, but that's often the case. When they get bet, I don't like them. They usually run much better than I expect. What, do you like this horse?
I thought he was a player, yeah.
Okay. I didn't see him at all.
But I agree with, look, that was not the most impressive dead last finish in the two-horse field.
I like Rungus. the horse is going to run for Flying P in here for Bruce Levine off the layoff, but it's been a long layoff.
All right, we're going to see him coming out on the track here for a post-parade momentarily. There's not the favorite, the 4, Jose Ortiz, Awesome Empire. Again, getting back to work after sitting out Thursday. 1 back of Flavien Prat, and he's got Scottish Lassie to come later today in the Chuvie. We're going to start with Authentic Gallop, Kinnan LaRose, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, now has the inside draw with the scratch of Glen Airy. Dropping in class, I prefer others.
Fernando Abreu with Get a Job, the 3.
I always like to see Fernando's horses coming in off a bit of a layoff. Has not run in 9 months.
Joe Sharp Barn with Jose Ortiz, Awesome Empire.
Joe Sharp off to a terrific start here, dropping back down to claiming level. Jose Ortiz, there's some things to like.
Olita Shivmangle Barn rocked the weekend.
Cuts back a little bit, does his best running on wet tracks.
Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, Hours in a Day.
Big speed last time against Tougher. This is more appropriate
against
spot.
Playa del Mar, yeah, would crush this field, you would think. Oh, it didn't work great last start. Rungus.
You know, maybe his better running is being done a little bit longer, but this horse has plenty of races, I thought, fast enough to win here off the layoff.
And the favorite, again, coming in from Laurel, Neon Bordeaux.
Yeah, I thought Neon Bordeaux was a player as well. I just didn't see him as the favorite, but you get Flavien Prat from the outside, and he should be well placed from the beginning.
Last 2 starts for him, going a mile, they were both wins. 2-1 favoritism outside. Get signed up, started. Naira Bets, get that $200 deposit match. There it is, the code to get it. Spot 200, and bet on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today, right there at NairaBets.com. So Andy, let's go back to Rungus, who you like in here. We've not seen since Turf last summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, originally I thought this might be an interesting compliment to the other Flying P horse who's going to be heavily favored, the 1. So you're going to get a better price, the 1 scratched. Bruce Levine's numbers off layoffs. You know, 250-day plus layoffs in dirt, he's 5 for 20, so he can get them ready, and Bruce is a great trainer. And, you know, you look back at some of those dirt races, I just think he was running against better horses, running figures fast enough to win in here. Does he want a little more distance at his best? Maybe. But I thought he was an interesting alternative. I thought it was a very tough race. The 4 can win, the 6 can win, the 7 can win. I guess the 8 can win. I didn't see it, but usually when they get bet and I don't like them, they're a lot better than I expect, but I'm sticking with the 7.
Meanwhile, Mig, Get a Job, where you're going to wind up. You too going with a layoff runner. This one Fernando Abreu trains and Jamie Rodriguez rides.
Yeah, I just thought this horse in the past has had races competitive enough. It's 2 for 3 in Saratoga. The layoff is a concern, but I think the horse has been working well. At least not as long a layoff as Andy's pick. So,
what's going on over here?
I know, we're getting
like a
attacked
beehive
over here
or something.
I know.
Meanwhile, favoritism remains outside Neon Bordeaux. With more on the favorite, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, it is a little bit surprising to see him taking so much money, but he does have the presence of Flavien Prat, so maybe that contributes to it. But was in that 2-horse race last time out where he had the inside draw, not the quickest out, and was a little bit like a drunken sailor in the stretch, a bit leg weary, but trying to go back down to the rail and stay competitive, but just second best. The horse that beat him straight to water would come back and be beaten by 29 lengths in his subsequent start, so that wasn't exactly encouraging. Now, this is a horse that has been running longer distances and is cutting back, has run well at the mile before, a lovely warm-up. Overall, he checks all the boxes and he fits in here. Just interesting to seeing how much money he is actually taking. The number 4, Awesome Empire, is where I landed, though. I think that it's a back to basics for this horse. He was claimed for $32,000 2 starts back. Last time he broke running, he tried to press, and he just was running against much tougher company that he couldn't keep up with. He looks sensational in here. Nice big warm-up, completely dappled from head to toe. I liked the way he looked last time overall too. He's a very appealing horse, but I think that sometimes when you see them just in comparison to softer company, you really see how they do stand out, and that's what I'm observing with Awesome Empire. Now the number 7, Rungus, as Andy touched on, he does have plenty of back races to make him incredibly competitive. If it was for another outfit, I would be a bit concerned off the big drop in class after an 11-month layoff, but we have seen Flying P take these kinds of aggressive drops in class for horses, especially at Saratoga, to try and put them in places where they can win. He's a horse I've always been a fan of. I've just always felt like longer is better for him. He is such a big, solid individual. He looks fit enough coming back. I have seen him look a bit more defined. Maybe he will just have a class edge, and as long as he's ready enough against this group, we'll see what kind of trip he gets, as he is a horse that can put himself nicely into the race early, Greg.
Look at this great crowd on hand on this gorgeous Friday. How to tackle this fourth race. Wager, AI-assisted play, suggesting a double with the 4 and 8 here into race 5 with the 1 Salming. That's a difficult race. Salming, and then the 10 Swaging for Linda Rice.
I'm in trouble if Wager gets that double right. And Wager is a window into the thinking for the CAWs, the computer players, looking for bets they think are overlays. And I know people look and say, well, it's the 2 favorites. A favorite can be an overlay, and a long shot can be an underlay. Value has nothing to do with their actual odds. It's more about their odds relative to their chances of winning. And obviously, Wager likes the 4 and 8 here. We'll see.
All right, post time coming up. As we get a look here at the 4, Awesome Empire, Joe Sharp. Joe Sharp will have one as well in that maiden special weight for 2-year-old filly sprinting on the turf. That's in race 6. It's going to start off the late pick 5. Looks like a wide open group in that one as well.
I do not disagree.
See, Joe Sharp's horses always look so good. He really does a good job. And he's off to a terrific start here. Coming off a strong meets at Churchill and carrying it over.
He brings the right horses here. You know, you look at Joe's horses; they're rarely big prices, especially the claimer types. I mean, 2-year-olds can be anything, but his older horse he brings from Churchill. You know, people talk about the tough racing, and they have good dirt racing at Churchill, no doubt about it. But I don't feel like Joe was overachieving last year. He was doing well with horses that were running their odds.
Ridiculous start last year for him,
and they were just very logical horses, and they were showing up. And I think that's one of the hardest things for trainers. It's one thing to have the horses; you got to get them to show up.
Well, and also you got to be a good horseman, have them well cared for, but you got to be a good manager. Spot them properly, set them up to succeed, not to fail.
4th race, $20,000 claiming group out of this 1 mile Wilson Chute. Favorite has not really wavered here, Neon Bordeaux. Flavian Pratt, 3rd off a short layoff, cutting back in distance to a mile, and again, the last 2 times he went a mile. Got his picture taken both times. We'll see what happens here. It's going to be seemingly giving up some ground late early on. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Last few going in. Hours in a Day and Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. Runges and Neon Bordeaux. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Get a Job is going to the front, opening up 2 lengths on Runges right away. And down at the rail, it's Hours in a Day, who comes away by himself in 3rd. They're stringing out in the early going. A gap of 3 or 4 back to Authentic Gallop and Rock the Weekend, who are side by side, 2 clear of Awesome Empire, and Neon Bordeaux is at the back of the field. So it's 24 and 4 for the opening quarter mile, and the duel between Get a Job and Runges. These 2 are 4 lengths clear of Hours in a Day, racing in 3rd. Then Authentic Gallop, followed by Rock the Weekend, midway down the back stretch. At the rail comes Awesome Empire, 3 more to Neon Bordeaux. Half mile from home, and it's Get a Job and Runges through a half in 48 and 4/5 seconds. They round the far turn, still together. Get a Job starting to edge clear now, 3/4 of a length. Hours in a Day makes a move, and there's Hours in a Day coming right after Get a Job. A hard-ridden Rock the Weekend is next, then Authentic Gallop. Neon Bordeaux still last with a 1/4 mile to go. Get a Job clinging to a narrow lead. confronted by Hours in a Day. Get a Job has something left, leads a length and a half. Hours in a Day second, the rest fan across the track. 2-horse race. Get a Job, Hours in a Day. Get a Job keeps on going under Jamie Rodriguez. Hours in a Day and Jose Lescano with one final try. Get a Job holds on. Hours in a Day about a neck short. Awesome Empire and a belated rally from Neon Bordeaux into fourth.
Get a Job holding off a big move from Hours in a Day. Jamie Rodriguez, Fernando Abreu, and the layoff here for the 3. Picture time, 4th career win.
Good call by you, Richie. This source eluded me. Good call.
But he also was aided by a very soft pace, spoke very, very alertly, veering out to the right a little bit. But 48 and basically 49 seconds to the half, I think, told the tale. Nice effort by the runner-up, Hours in a Day, who tried through the length of the stretch, could not get by. Get a Job did come out, drift just a little bit, but it looked like good race riding from the pan shot by Jamie Rodriguez. Get a Job, got it done. Really good training job by Fernando Abreu.
We need to show the start, and I agree, of the 4, because Awesome Empire was completely eliminated the break, and it also made the winner's job easier because Awesome Empire would have been forward. And in fact, I just think the 4 broke slow. I don't know if we have the drone shot. Felt like the 4 kind of broke slowly there. If we have the drone, it'd be interesting because the 3 came over. But if the horse breaks slowly, you can come over and shut the door.
Did break a bit slow because he was starting to shake his head just as the break came, and he got off a step slow. And then
well to run 3rd.
Horses like water run to empty space. There's a hell of a training job by Fernando Abreu to have this horse off the layoff to run a mile like this.
Yeah. Happy for Fernando, get the win. Is this his first win at the meet?
It is. 61 trainers.
61. Spread the wealth. I love it.
That is unreal. We've never seen this. To have that amount of parity. That's great for bettors. And good for all these connections. Keep getting more and more horses in here, knowing you can win here. 3-6, 4-8, Get a Job. 7-1 upset here. 3-6, 4-8 once again. Neon Bordeaux never really a factor in this spot. And yeah, Awesome Empire showed you that break, just kind of picking up pieces late to get 3rd. Jamie Rodriguez. Mig, good for him.
Yeah, and a good job. I mean, he broke alertly. He put the horse on the lead, nursed the pace, and had just enough left to hold off Hours in a Day.
One more look here. Keep your eyes on the 4.
Yeah, he actually broke a length and a half slow. So even though the 3-horse, the winner, Get a Job, veered out, he was clear because that horse missed the break.
Well clear. So 7-1 here in the 4th. We'll have the prices. When we come back, we have the pick 6 coming up next. It'll start on the main track at 6.5 furlong sprinting for non-winners at 2 Life. Fernando Abreu, Jamie Rodriguez, John Penn winning connections here with Get a Job. Will meet the field for the big Grade 1 in the rematch on Saturday. The Coaching Club American Oaks with the Kentucky Oaks and Acorn winner meeting once again.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1. Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by NYRA-Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NYRABets.com today. Get a job. Well, he did a good job with the win here, as it is pilot Jamie Rodriguez, who joins me here. Jamie, you could see this horse kind of had his head turned out a little bit in the stretch, but he was fighting to hold off that other horse.
He was a little bit game, he broke sharp out of the gate and everything like that, I literally get the lead contour without fighting because coming from the layoff. And once we got to the 3A, give a little bit of break, and then once I'm feeling everybody start moving, I said, you know what, we got to go. And then once we got in the top of the lane, nobody was inside. So, let me get out just a little bit, just to keep him in motion. And then once we get in the top of the lane, I know he's getting tired from the time off and everything, but he did get all the way to the wire.
It was fun to watch. He did a really good job, forget a job, coming back off the layoff. But we saw you shift your tack here to the NYRA circuit, and now you're riding with the top here in Saratoga. How meaningful are these wins?
It mean a lot, because the way I start everything, into now, and I really want to give me the opportunity, and I know I believe in myself, I can do it, and then I can prove to everybody that I can do it, and then everything worked out great, and with the support of my family, my wife, and everything, we're going all the way.
And coming full circle, return to NYRA, a successful one.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
We love it. Congratulations. Greg? Well done.
Good for Jamie Rodriguez, coming back to the toughest circuit there is in the sport, having success and holding off this charge from hours in a day. It was making his run.
And he gave a really good ride. And that head-on right there kind of shows what he was talking about. Pointed his horse out to meet the challenge. That's race riding. The art of race riding, subtle. It's not making left-hand turns, right-hand turns. It's easing out to meet challenges.
$17.88 for the victory. 3-6-4. Here in the fourth, it is pick six time coming up. You got 23 minutes to put your tickets together. 6.5 furlongs on the main track, $20,000 claiming race, so all for sale. Horses with only a maiden win on the resume, non-winners of 2 life. And right now it is swaging. Linda Rice, the 10, is the 5-2 favorite, Andy.
Tough race to make anybody a heavy favorite, but I think Swayze getting back to the dirt's a very logical horse.
Big odds here in a moment.
It feels like it'd be close based on the doubles at least. And the doubles in pick threes, both the 1 Salming and the 10 Swaging. If Salming and Swaging get in a stretch duel,
good luck,
Frank might just go home.
Of course, he'll nail it. I wouldn't have to deal with that. Yes, Salming for Fernando Abreu. Manny Franco will be aboard. See if that barn can go back to back. This is a difficult race, though. Our ABR race of the week for year-old fillies. One of the most important races in the division. Coaching Club American Oaks. And round 3 between the Kentucky Oaks winner, always a runner. The Acorn winner who got her revenge, Counting Stars. Focusing in on those two, Larascas will be a scratch. We're waiting to hear what Zany is going to do. Will it be this spot or Monmouth Oaks?
I believe she's running here. I heard she's running here, and Mike Rapoli, he likes to be in our races here, and he is a big supporter of our big races, no doubt.
So here's Counting Stars, got a revenge for Mark Cassidy in the Acorn.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she is now vying for the position as the leader division. She ran huge last time.
Saffie Joseph Jr., Tyler Gaffley on aboard Dandona.
Trying the dirt for the first time by Tizalar. Travers winner's going to have to prove she can step up to this kind of company on a different surface.
Miss Fulton Gal, Mike Stidham barn.
Yeah, she's taken a big shot in a big race. Why she's a big price.
Both Chad Brown and Mark Cassidy with a little insurance. For Mark Cassidy, it is Measure, who was beat by the insurance policy for Chad Brown last start. Directive.
Big step up in company's going to have to get better. I thought you had odds.
No, we were going in order, right?
Always a runner. I'll leave that up to you guys. Chad Brown.
Rundown says, I don't know.
Jose
Trying to
Ortiz.
stick to the rundown.
She was perfect until the Acorn.
She's going to have to, listen, she needs to win this to maintain the hold on the divisional lead. Then again, if somebody else wins besides the one, maybe she's still the leader, but she's good.
Her stablemate, Chad Brown, says Directive can run all day long.
And I think she's very interesting. Liked her last two efforts, and she should continue to improve.
She was the favorite in the Kentucky Oaks. She started out her career on a strong note, 3 consecutive wins. Zany.
Yeah, like a lot of people, I really thought she was going to be the best 3-year-old filly in the country. She did not go on from her 2-year-old to her 3-year-old season. I did not like her Kentucky Oaks at all. They could take another shot, but she needs to step forward, something she has not done as a 3-year-old.
And Jason Worth's Icon Racing stable, Nikon for Whit Beckman.
Steady diet of stakes races, was well beaten back in the Gazelle by Always a Runner. Is going to have to improve to be competitive with the marquee names here.
So it looked tough to separate these two. Always a Runner, she was absolutely the best in the Kentucky Oaks. No question, Counting Stars was much the best in the Acorn. What do you think on Saturday?
I think that it's going to be a good matchup. I think you'll see a closer contest than you saw the first 2 times with 2 different winners. If Irad, and he probably can get her out of that inside position, then Counting Stars will be fine. But I think Always Runner's going to run a big race. A very, very, very good matchup.
Yeah, I love it. The budding rivalry, 2 really good 3-year-old fillies. That's what kind of captures people's imaginations, right?
Love rivalries. Yeah. You want to see good horses, but more than one horse getting together and meeting them multiple times makes the game exciting.
And you love Mark Casse, too, because I know he's extremely high on Counting Stars for the Alabama, but he says, I like to run them, so I'm not going to keep her in the barn here.
Let me tell you, Mark Casse is a racing secretary's favorite. We love Mark. He runs his horses. He is not afraid to lose.
Nope.
It is part of Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. What a lineup. Tomorrow, 3 Eastern on Big Fox. Includes the Vanderbilt as well. Then it's Jim Dandy weekend. Whitney, maybe the most exciting race of the summer to that point. Just keeps getting better. And all concludes with the DraftKings Travers and the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo back in action August 29th for trainers Cherie DeVoe and jockey Jose Ortiz. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have more on the Abreu brothers. Fernando looking to go back-to-back here in the 5th. And a pretty big one coming up for Jorge with Scottish Lassie. Stay tuned.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you here in Saratoga Springs, New York, 15 minutes away from the start of a Pick 6 on Saratoga Live. We just saw Fernando Abreu win race 4, and he'll have a chance coming up here on the 5th. His brother with a huge chance in the main event later today in the Grade 2 Shuvi. Both the Abreu brothers, Jorge and Fernando, came up under incredibly successful mentors. Jorge spent years as an assistant to 5-time champion trainer Chad Brown, while brother Fernando learned under the masterful eye of the chief Alan Jerkins. Those lessons learned are paying off, with both thriving on the most competitive circuit in the game.
So Jorge and Fernando, really happy to have you guys sitting down here. Two brothers, two trainers. Jorge, let's start with you. We've had multiple Grade 1 winner in Scottish Lassie. Can you explain just what she means to you and what she's done for the stable?
Well, she means everything for me right now. It's very important for this business because you're only as good as your horse and as good as your last race. And by this filly winning of Grade 1 in Saratoga, it was great and opened a lot of doors to me.
And Fernando, I mean, we've seen you really make a splash coming up here to New York.
He pushed me to come to New York because I had Patter Pop, and which was behind me, big claiming owner. Fortunately, everything started rolling, and I got a very different stable than George. I don't have that luxury of 2-year-olds yet. They probably consider us a stake trainer and a claimant trainer. When you're gonna go down the Shero, and I won't have the claimant 32. I'll have a Scottish Lassie. That's the whole thing that drives me to wake up in the morning.
Plus, we have a different method. He likes to run horses quick. It haven't worked for me. I like that 5 weeks, 6 weeks in between races.
But when you're in the claiming game, I think certain spots you got to put them in. Certain horses you don't want to do too much. 2-year-olds, you come back 14 days, 15 days on work. And I don't like to work a horse that's too much because anything could happen in the morning, and they don't make no money in the stalls. So as a claiming guy, you have to go out there and try to perform for your owners.
How is it kind of competing on the same circuit in
I like
brothers?
when I beat them.
Very, very competitive. Yeah, we go at it. We talk a lot of crap at home and stuff like that, especially if we got in the same race. Unfortunately, he got the upper hand on me now. But
you're coming for him.
Yes, and in the claiming game, I don't think he's as sharp as I am. But, he's...
Well, that's not my forte anyway.
Who do you think, if you have 2 horses, one for each of you in the race, who's going to be the worst loser?
If I like my horse, I'm a terrible loser. He could tell you at any level. I live with him, and he had to listen to me like all night long. I don't stop.
You have to hear it.
Yes, he's horrible. Horrible when it comes to
I'm a terrible loser. If I like my horse, if I get beat by somebody that I don't think it should beat me in the race, that's my day right there.
I hate losing too, but I take it a little different. I don't complain as much as him. I stay in my room and just don't come out one of these days.
I think there's a deep respect, I think, that you have for one another, right?
Oh, we do.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. Like, I don't know who's his #1 fan besides me. I always root for him, especially on those big races. And forget the Scottish Lassie, I want him to do the Derby. He's in that level right now where he could go on, and some owners could see him because he does great with 2-year-olds. I'll sit back and watch. It's like me winning the Derby, watching him do it.
Already on the board today, Fernando Abreu. He's got 2 chances in this race. Salming, he also has Shellac, and of course, Jorge. Pretty big chance coming up in the coaching club. In the Shuvi later with Scottish Lassie, last year's Coaching Club American Oaks winner.
Yeah, nice to see those guys. Good guys. Love to see Fernando get his first win. Just wish he hadn't beat me.
Really like those guys. Jorge Abreu was hot walking for Angel Cordero Jr. when Angel was training, and that's when I first met him. And look what he's gone on to do. And then Fernando, a lot of touch football games after feed time over at Alan Jerkins' barn over the years.
And Jorge worked a long time for Chad Brown as well. Did a fabulous job over there.
So here's 1 of 2 for Fernando Abreu in this 5th to start our Pick 6. Let's go to Acacia.
And as many people know, I'm a huge fan of the work that Fernando does of both Abreu brothers. And taking a look at the more favored part of Fernando's duo in here, the #1, Salming. This is a very big horse and is now making his 3rd start for Fernando. He's one that always catches your eye because of his size, because of how he carries his weight, how he carries himself as well. He's not your quintessential sprinter build. He does not look like a horse that wants to go short, but he has found goal going shorter to actually kind of, I think, improve that kick that he does have. I thought last time out he was just outfooted early, probably in large part because of how big he is, but he actually ran on late to finish third in that last effort. Manny Franco going to be aboard today. And like I said, I feel like this is a horse who just always kind of shows up with his run. And despite his size, I like him sticking at a sprint distance, accentuates that kick a little bit in the stretch. Now going towards the outside, the number 10, Swaging for Linda Rice, gets back on the dirt. And we have seen Linda recently trying several horses, some with pedigree, some without, on the turf. I think sometimes maybe to open up some more options if you see horses that can run on either surface, or maybe there are some spots a little bit further down and not wanting to lose a condition and take advantage. Now with this horse, he started his career on the turf and he actually ran quite well. So I understand trying the grass last time. It didn't work out. He had an outside post, going back to basics and back onto the main track. He was just dragging his groom around here in the paddock, definitely sharp and forward, doing all that you would like to see from your sprinters. I like when they have a little bit of intensity in here as well. He's keeping quiet in the saddling stall now that they've gotten the tack on him, but he has settled a bit more. I do think he should be forward as he went to the lead and looked a winner every step last time out. The wild card of this race is the number 11 Tedder for Al Stahl as he comes in from Churchill, taking a significant drop in class. He was a huge price, but facing much better company last time out. He was off slowly on a wet track. He's a massive horse. I think he probably really needed that last race from a fitness perspective, and especially given that he didn't break sharply that day either. He just had no rally, and when he was asked, he just couldn't keep up with that field. I wonder if he gets claimed in here today. I would imagine he would. It looks like the for sale sign is out. He's very attractive in the way that he's put together. He is a horse that did at least win sprinting on the dirt at Fairgrounds in his second start. I'll watch him warming up, but I think that he has some things to prove on that big drop in class coming in here today, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Pick 6, you got 8 minutes to put things together, and a very difficult race to kick things off. Giveaway, this was earlier today here on Aftercare Day. Meet me at the spa, and if you have a youngster, you definitely want to be here on Sunday for the giveaway.
Does that mean you're bringing the kids?
Yes, we will be coming for the horse plushie. I need 2, though.
I'm not. Don't look at me. You said that like Andy, get me 2.
You can't help me out?
read to your daughter, okay?
That's true, you do. Andy, very
Richie, get
gracious
the
with his time.
plushies.
I thought you had the juice here. Come on.
There's the plushies. And my kids have been, Mig, you'll be proud to know, starting their riding careers on those very equine practice.
I like it.
Uncle Richie going to give them some tips on riding?
I hope so.
I certainly
His tip
would
is
love
don't.
to. I'm not a good teacher.
Yeah.
My wife's a very good teacher.
Laura will be keeping Richie out of the house.
Not sure, how much she would love them going into that line of work. Although Isabel's very talented.
What I think is great is your daughter's Isabel and my granddaughter's Isabella. We got to get them together this meeting.
I told her that I work with your dad on TV, and she said, I don't watch my dad on TV.
Good for her.
I said, I don't blame her.
Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, that's where you can contribute. Scan that QR code and give back what you can. Find second careers for these equine athletes once their racing careers are over. This whole Pick 6 is difficult.
It is.
I thought this was maybe the most difficult race.
Yeah, I thought this was the race I'm looking forward to. I like the number 7 Sports Hero and the 4 Diamond Child. Sports Hero ran a figure that could easily win this race in the last dry dirt race. I know it was a big improvement, but this horse has some excuses in races. Then caught a wet track, then they tried the turf. Now getting back to the surface he wants to run on, I'm taking him. I think Diamond Child is a very interesting horse in a claiming race for the first time. A prep on the turf last time out for Mel Giddings, who's looking for a second win today, and a horse who ran races fast enough last year with routine improvement on the dirt could win. I think both of those horses, the 7 and 4 at prices, could be players in here.
Over $100,000 in the pool already and growing. So we get set for the post parade coming up.
This one's odds evens, Richie. I was like,
thank you.
Trying to help.
And we'll start with they've made the Fernando Abreu Solming rail runner right now, the favorite at 3-1. That's who we'll start with Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, the 1 in 10 will vie for favoritism. This horse is in decent form. I preferred others. 1 for 12 bothered me.
Detail-oriented, Ilkay Cantor. Machi Barnes had an incredible start to the meet.
Well, it would be a really incredible start if he gets this horse to win. I just don't see it. Does take the blinkers off, but boy, his recent form's abysmal.
This one interesting, Majestic Arc.
I thought he was a little on the slow side, but he runs consistently well for Lulita Shimongo, who under the radar does a pretty good job.
3-year-old dirt debut for Diamond Child.
Yeah, you could forgive the turf effort. That was the first time with Lasix on turf. Now get maybe the proper surface.
Another for Fernando Abreu, Shellac.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this one's on the fringes of being good enough. I don't love horses claimed away from Linda Rice, but the last was okay.
Sports Hero with Jose Lezcano.
I like Sports Hero, as I said before. I'm hoping to get back to that good race last time on a dry track.
Rumble, Young Man Rumble, getting over bet with a rad.
How is this horse 5-1?
No,
this horse is 25 to 1 on paper.
Into Inspiration, a big number, Raylo Gutierrez.
Yeah, has some back races that are better. The last two leave a bit to be desired, though.
Swaging, Linda Rice.
Makes a lot of sense. Well posted, broke his maiden for $55,000, now in for $20,000. Good rule of thumb is they're usually worth about half of what they break their maiden for.
And very interesting, Al Stall runner outside, Tedder.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's dirt races are worse than the figure around on the turf. Al has good stats. First time for a tag with non-maidens on dirt. He's 6 for 18, 4 for 11 in sprints. ROI's under $2, but it's not bad, and Al's a dangerous man.
Big drop here, too. Pick 6 starts here. We're 4 minutes away. Let's go back to Acacia.
Happy to be joined by Jenna Reynolds, our social content host, and there's always all kinds of things going on at the Saratoga and NYRA social channels, and especially Jenna with Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Golden Tempo arriving.
Yes, Acacia, thank you so much for having me. So many exciting things have been happening on track. Like you said, we welcomed Golden Tempo back to Saratoga. We posted his arrival and his morning workout this morning on our NYRA pages. That is at the NYRA, so be sure to follow for more behind-the-scenes content, especially leading up to those big race days.
Coming up on Sunday is Kids Day. It was so popular and such a big success last year.
So Acacia, as you know, we created our Saratoga accounts. That's at Saratoga 1863 across all platforms to showcase the fun of Saratoga. So we will be posting a lot on Sunday because it is NYRA Star Kids Day. We have so many exciting things planned on track. We have a plushie giveaway. We have a $7 kids meal box that even I want to enjoy. And this is my favorite part, Acacia. We're going to have the kids take over our jobs. So like last year, Maggie's daughters, they played her for the day. We're going to have so much more of that. Someone's going to be me this year, Acacia, the social content host. So I am so excited.
Really looking forward to it. You mentioned all the places to follow, and every day there's something new and exciting going on.
Yes, and I can't wait to join you next week, and I'll share all the exciting things to come.
Be sure to check out the NYRA and Saratoga 1863 social media channels.
2 minutes of post coming up. Get those tickets together. Here's a look at Sports Hero. Jim Ryerson trains. We saw him with a win the other day. We'll have Jose Lezcano aboard here. And, Andy, that's where you're going.
Yeah, Jim had a big win yesterday in the stake. And I just think Sports Hero, to me, I want to find somebody kind of interesting at a price in this race. I have no problem with horses like the 1 in 10. I think both those horses are okay. I picked them 5th and 3rd, respectively, but I don't think they show any kind of special edge. They should be heavily favored in this race. They're fine, but I'm going to try to get a more of a wise guy type horse home with Sports Hero, who has some good races going back, and Jose Lezcano looking to get a win.
Fast track races, right?
The last one's good.
Yeah. What kind of trip would you like to see him get?
Well, he's a horse that can be close enough, so hopefully he's sitting a bit forward and he gets the right position. But he's a horse that has enough speed to at least be mid-pack at worst. Depending on how fast they're going, I think the 4 could be the controlling speed, and I don't think the 4 should be ignored in here. I use that horse as well, Diamond Child.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And picking up there on Sports Hero is Jimmy Ryerson had a big upset win in the stake yesterday in the Susie O'Kane with Cosmic Candy Girl wiring the field. We'll see what this horse does getting back to the main track. I did think that one race kind of stood out like a sore thumb, but this is a horse that often shows up with a big effort. He had a big warm-up out there and really was extending himself nicely. He's a big solid horse, and in fact was actually named the best turned out horse for this race. And since he was gelded exited last year. I think that did help a lot with his focus in particular, and also the way that he's moving. So he's carrying tremendous weight. A little bit of back to basics for him too, for a horse that broke his maiden for 20,000. Now the number 4, Diamond Child, he the other big drop down runner in here along with Tedder. I know he's been running against New York bred company, but much better horses on both turf and dirt. He is a horse that didn't really grow too much from 2 to 3, kind of a handier type of build to him. He does look very fit. He has gotten quite hot. The only one that's probably gotten as hot as him is the 10 Swaging, who's actually very washy out there on the track. But he's not agitated, Diamond Child, so I think that it's not something to read too much into. It has gotten warmer as the day has gone, but looking like he physically really benefited from that last start on the turf from a fitness perspective, because he is strong and tucked up in all the right places. We'll see if this class relief does help him to find the winner's circle for the second time today for trainer Mel Giddings. Greg.
Packing them in on a gorgeous Friday on the eve of the Coaching Club American Oaks in the Vanderbilt. And a big one to come in the Distaff division later today.
We get closer to August where the crowds really start pouring in. It's always going to be the August place to be, no matter how long the meet is. August is the prime time.
They get a day like this, and just everybody's enjoying themselves, and the weather is just spectacular.
Agreed.
So here we go. Pick 6. Not easy at all this afternoon. It starts here. And maybe one of the most wide open races of this entire sequence.
I don't think there's a heavy favorite in the entire sequence.
Let's go upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramonte to get us started.
Loading in the gate for the 5th. Last couple going in. Still waiting on a couple. Shellac. One more. They're in the gate and they're off. And a stumble from Tedder at the back of the field now, and the rest of them rumble. Young Man Rumble in the center of the racetrack is flashing speed. Here's Detail Oriented coming through quickly along the rail. In between horses, Majestic Arc, Diamond Child is outside of them. Those three vying for command. Salming comes through along the inside to take 4th, followed by Rumble. Young Man Rumble, who broke well, into Inspiration is next. It's 2 lengths back to Tedder, who races on the outside. The 2 trailers, Sports Hero and Swaging Trails. 21-4 for Detail Oriented, the long shot leader into the far turn. Majestic Arc is pressing the pace in second. Salming's had a good trip. Angles out now to come after the top pair. He's moving nicely. He is 3 deep and within a half length of the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Salming, Majestic Arc arriving at the top of the stretch together. Detail Oriented is back to 3rd as they head to the 8th pole. 5 back to Tedder in 4th. And Salming and Manny Franco take command with no dangers in sight. Lights out. Salming will be all alone when the smoke clears, pouring it on late, accelerating to win by 5 lengths. Majestic Arc was 2nd. Then it was Swaging in 3rd and Detail Oriented.
Back-to-back Fernando Abreu barn. 2 today, Manny Franco, his 17th of the meet.
Got a perfect trip, but absolutely destroyed the field.
But about the 5/8 wall, he looked like a winner. He was traveling so well behind the 3 horses that were, in a scrum for the lead, and he just kicked on powerfully. Nice effort from Majestic Arc in between horses, ran on for 2nd.
I had the exacta. I was last and 2nd to last.
Difficult race.
Did Peltz pay for that?
Salming at 7-2, co-second choice on the board.
Generous price considering the multis. Source was co-favorite with a 10, went up 2-1.
No doubt about a win here. 1-3, 10-2. Let's go back to the beginning.
Well, the 11 stumbled.
There it is, nearly to the nose.
Stumbled pretty significantly and just had no run after that.
So the Abreu brothers, thanks to Fernando, off to a good start, and Jorge with Scottish Lassie still to come in the Chuvy.
Well, great day for Fernando with back-to-back wins. Not an easy thing to do anywhere, especially in Saratoga. Congrats to him.
And all of a sudden, this guy right here, just three back of meet leader Flavien Prat. Manny Franco.
And he's made inroads into so many barns, and obviously riding a lot for Chad Brown. What happens when you ride for a big-name trainer, other trainers go, oh, if he's good enough for that guy, I want him too. And it just makes you more popular.
Couldn't be happier for Manny. One of the real
Terrific
good guys
rider
in the game and a terrific rider.
Of course, he's going to shine, as he always does every summer, in the Jockey versus Trainers charity game on the hard court.
With a little added confidence this year.
Yes. But, man, what a sensational start for him. This is big time for Manny Franco, well-deserved. And it's Salming to start off this pick 6. It's 7-2. Late pick 5 is next. Includes the Chuvy. Includes the Rick Violet as well. Rick Violet, quickly, your thoughts on that race?
I like Caroline Street beat off the layoff. I thought the outside 2 horses who will probably vie for phase are the ones to beat. Chummer's not impossible. Very good race.
Chummer's apparently working massive coming into this spot for Ray Handel.
He comes off a really nice effort as well. I'm a big fan of A Little at First. He's a by-war dancer who stands up here in Saratoga and just been a terrific addition to the stallion roster in New York.
It's a good one. That's coming up in the 9th. Of course, Chuvy, big one in the Distaff division. Can Scottish Lassie answer those questions, go back-to-back for the first time in her career? The next crew will take you the rest of the way. Salming to start off this pick 6 on a 2-win day and counting for Manny Franco. More Saratoga Live right after the break.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent-graded stakes winners and percent-graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wondering End. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we see Salming get the victory. Back-to-back wins this afternoon for trainer Fernando Abreu. This horse who always shows up with a late run gets to the winner's circle today. Fernando joining me here. Fernando, a double at the Spa. That has to feel pretty good.
It feels pretty good. I mean, the last 2 weeks,
We ran a couple, didn't hit the board, but today's a different day.
You had Get a Job wired the field in the last race, and then just most recently, Salmon coming from off of it. Tell me about the types of horses that you point to the races up here.
Well, Get a Job, it was a little bit difficult because he was coming back off a long layoff. He actually ran real good. I mean, when you put him where they belong in the pricing, he's coming from a 2 other than 45 to a 25 today. He stood up, and thank God we got him fit, and the rider did a great job. This one, Salmon, is set up pretty good for him. I had the other horse that was supposed to be in the lead, but he missed the break, so I'm glad there was enough speed in front where he could come and close, because he needs something to close to.
He's such a big horse, but it seems like sprinting kind of accentuates his kick.
Yes, for some reason, when you stretch him out a little bit longer, it almost looked like he wants to finish, but then he stays right there in that same space. He doesn't give you that strong finish at the end like he did today.
I remember you telling me that when working for the chief, Alan Jerkins, you'd had a lot of win pictures up here at the spa, but now getting a chance to do it, and we see you really making your mark on the NYRA circuit, has to be meaningful.
Very meaningful. I mean, there's nothing better, though, than winning at the spa, but we did win a lot of races with the chief here, and like he used to say, we off the duck today.
I like that. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you.
Fernando Abreu with back-to-back wins this afternoon. A good afternoon indeed as we see Salmon get the victory. 904 at 7-2, Majestic Arc at 16-1, and your favorite Swaging checking in for third in race 5. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we have the late pick 5 and 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf. The fillies in the spotlight in race 6. Stay with us for the final 5 races, and we'll meet our new crew coming up after this as well on Saratoga Live.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. This Friday program about to heat up. On the eve of the Coaching Club American Oaks, last year's winner is back. Scottish Lassie. When she wins, she crushes. 3 victories by a combined 32.5 lengths. The favorite in the main event, Grade 2 Shoe V, and later. The race that lives in Rick Violet's honor on this New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. What could be more fitting? A Little at First is the favorite. Talented New York bred. What'll he do in his stakes debut? The July place to be, right? Gorgeous afternoon, Saratoga Racecourse. It's a live look. The Spa on a Friday. Great to have you with us on FS2. This is Saratoga Live. Fun crowd, enthusiastic crowd in that 1863 club with a terrific weekend of thoroughbred racing on tap. 2-year-olds marching into the paddock. They're right behind us to my left as we welcome you to our set just outside the paddock. Paul LaDuca, Jonathan Kinchin, Tom Amos, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You're just in time for the Lake Pick 5. Included the 2 stakes races, the Rick Violet and the Grade 2 Shoe V. Tom wanted to start there. Big picture, the Shoe V. And aside from the Grade 2 billing, aside from the $250,000 purse, what makes this race so significant?
Well, the Shoe V is at 1 1/8 on the dirt, which is the same distance as what it is. It's a prep. I hate to call it a prep because it's a race that stands on its own, but it's a prep for the Personal Ensign, which runs on the 29th of August. Grade 1, $500,000 purse. Winner and you're in to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. There's a lot on the line, and a lot of these horses are trying to prove whether they can get this distance and do it against top-level competition.
I'm really excited to see Scottish Lassie, obviously a horse that's been extremely talented, has run really big races. She's trained by Jorge Abreu, and if you haven't been paying attention, Jorge's brother Fernando has won 2 races. They're very competitive. All they do is tease each other. This is a very big situation for Jorge. He can try to cancel out his brother's 2 wins by getting a grade 2 win. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, and Chad Brown has got a 2-prong attack in there, right? He's got the more accomplished filly and fully subscribed in there for Clarvis Stable, his main client, and then he's got the other horse in there, Aeolian. Hopefully I'm saying that right. You know, Aeolian probably bred better for the distance, so I think the 1 1/8 is what Chad Brown's looking for.
Scottish Lassie gets beat. Ooh, there's going to be a lot of trash talking at the Abreu household tonight. They do live together, as you saw in that feature. Shoe V coming up, named after that rugged mare who beat the boys twice in the Jockey Club Gold Cup back when it was 2 miles. The Shoe V, the field, the 6-pack, the scratch. Nomia is out. As Tom mentioned, 1 1/8. They're all 4-year-old filly. Scottish Lassie, her 4-year-old debut. Belmont week, first start in 8.5 months, Tom. Like, this was the good version of Scottish Lassie on display.
Yeah, she likes to make her living on the front end. She does it here. She made an easy lead in here. She controls everything that's happening behind her by going slow early, saving energy, and she kicks home very, very good. She would love to do that again today as she stretches out to the 1 1/8.
Would anything surprise you, Jonathan? Anything surprise you that Scottish Lassie does today?
You know, sadly, if she ran 6th, I'd be like, okay, she's just not that consistent.
That wouldn't surprise you.
If she won by 17, I wouldn't. I guess 17 would shock me a little bit. 12 wouldn't shock me.
But she does have the right guy on her back, right? Jose Ortiz Jr.'s won everything. Jose Ortiz won everything in 2026. And, you know, Tom's right. She's got to kick away from this group on the turn because that's what she basically does. She tries to end the race around the far turn.
Scottish Lassie, not about talent. Let's see some consistency. As for fully subscribed and Bless the Broken, this was Kentucky Oaks Day. Grade 1 La Troyenne Paul, fully subscribed, Bless the Broken, right there turning for home, but Shred the Gnar is strong on the lead.
Yeah, he was really good, or she was really good that day, and fully subscribed kind of got right beside her, couldn't go by. I thought Bless the Broken kind of got off that rail to the outside and kind of grinded away the filly by Liaban. We'll see what happens today, but these horses ran well. Take nothing away. Obviously, the winner was very good that day.
Good race, competitive race. Jonathan, like, if Nitrogen runs here, which was the plan originally, and then she freaks in the Ogden Phipps, she's going to the Whitney, like, what are we looking at? A much better field collectively in the Shoe V.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, if Nitrogen would have ran here, she'd have been 1-9, and there'd have been, the racing office would have been begging these other horses to run here. They'd probably be looking for other spots. So it works out well for the ecosystem.
Makes for a better Shoe V, and Whitney on the 8th of August. Grade 2 Shoe V, race 8, post time around 5:10 Eastern. Of course, you can play the Shoe V on your brand new NYRA Bets account you're about to sign up to. Go to NYRABets.com.
And take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. You're going to use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. 2-year-old fillies in the paddock field for the 6th Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, sprinting on grass. You see the field and updated odds. Quartz Mountain at 8-5. Number 2, Dazzling, trained by Steve Asmussen. Asmussen over the years at Saratoga. So many great moments, becoming the all-time leading trainer of the sport. And this is where he's unveiled several stars. My Miss Aurelia, Echo Zulu come to mind. What will the Winchell filly Dazzling do in her 2nd career start? You're watching Saratoga Live.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRABets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRABets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRABets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Fox Saturday, Kentucky Oaks winning filly, always a runner, faces Acorn Stakes winning rival Counting Stars in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The rubber match live on Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us Saturday, 3 Eastern on Fox. Enjoy Kids Day at Saratoga on Sunday, July 26th, featuring a full slate of activities, including music, mascots, pony rides, and kid-friendly food. The first 5,000 ages 12 and under receive a Saratoga horse plushie. Learn more at NYRA.com/kidsday.
Austin or him? You're watching Saratoga Live. Welcome back. As always, brought to you in part by NYRABets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRABets app to get started. Look at that shot. Weather this week as good as it gets, and more of the same expected this weekend. Current odds race 6, 2-year-old fillies, maiden special weight live look in the paddock turf sprint start of the late pick 5. Quartz Mountain 8-5. Over to Maggie Wolfendale for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Paddock report. Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. We'll start with your favorite. That is number 4 in here, Quartz Mountain for Wesley Ward. Though I know it feels like Wesley Ward would be very successful with this type of move. His numbers here at Saratoga are not that great. But Quartz Mountain comes in here, son of Golden Pow, who's gotten off to an auspicious start, especially with his turf sprinters, much like he was. And on the bottom side, the dam, she won on the synthetic, one of 3 foals who tried the turf, did win on it, but really not much. Now, if you go back a generation, the dam is actually have to tap it. So there's some pedigree underlying with this filly as she makes her debut here, and watching her workout, which the only one I could watch, to be fair, was on July 13th. So her last one heading into here, broke well, kind of kept out in the center of the track. You know, a work of let's get the reminder in of how to break and break well, which she did, but not do too much. then thereafter. So kind of kept in the middle of the track under a tight hold. But I did like the way that she moved, and she does feel like she's going to be quick out of there, which is very typical of Wesley, and she's very physically mature. She's a big girl here with a massive engine to her. She is accompanied by the lead pony just to kind of keep her at bay, which it's doing its job, because she does seem like a very aggressive type. She has been on the muscle throughout proceedings here in the paddock, but look for her to have speed. We'll see if she can take them possibly all the way. Now, a horse that is a big price on the board right now that's got me a little nervous because I really like her is number 8, Sound of Madness. She's a daughter of Quality Road. The dam, she was 3 for 13 turf sprinting, stakes place, one of 3 siblings, won on the turf. But, you know, we talk about Golden Pal. Well, this one, her dam, Just Talkin', is a full sister to Lady Shipman. Who is the dam of Golden Pal? Lady Shipman. And furthermore, Sound of Madness has been keeping good company in the morning. She's been working with SideQuest, who, albeit won a restricted maiden special weight yesterday, sprinting on the turf, but I've liked what I've seen from this one a bit more. She's been doing everything very easily. I know it's been on the dirt, but she's definitely more of a turf horse. She has that proverbial turf hoof. She's incredibly athletic, very fit here for Will Walden, and very classy acting so far. So at a big price at double digits on the board right now, I really love what I'm seeing from Sound of Madness. But Acacia, as we get it over to you, I know you're interested in a few to her inside.
That's right, Maggie. I'm with you for what it's worth on Sound of Madness. But taking a look at the Todd Pletcher runner number 6, Breaker, filly by Into Mischief, she has some pedigree as well, though much more of a dirt pedigree. In fact, she is the half sister to Grade 2 winner, Grade 1 place Simplification, who is a really cool horse for Antonio Sano. There are some decent dirt sprinters in there. I actually looked at this horse at the Keeneland yearling sale, and going back and looking at my notes from that sale, I'd written down that she was actually built more like a turf horse. She kind of has that typical Candy Ride, despite being by Into Mischief. She's out of a Candy Ride mare, that Candy Ride hind end, so a little bit more angular in the way that she's put together. She's done very well from yearling to 2-year-old and has filled out nicely, but I can see, I understand the positioning onto the turf today. Watching a recent workout from her from the gate to back, she was a touch slower than her workmate, but she finished nicely on the gallop out. Now, number 7, Runaway Bride, is a generous price on the board as well. And while this one on the bottom side, not really any turf pedigree to speak of. The dam herself, sister to American Gal, who won the test. Second dam did win on synthetic, but she's the daughter of Charlatan, who, funny enough, his best stats are with turf sprinters, which is what this one is doing. My notes from her at the OBS April sale with her 10 flat work was that she moved like a turf horse. Well, she has those slacker pasterns to her coming in for Whit Beckman, who can have a 2-year-old ready at first asking. I do think that she's well spotted and at a generous price, a little bit of an intriguing one to keep an eye on the feet.
Two-time World Series champion Jason Worth's Runaway Bride. There she is, 13-1 currently. Tom, about that time with that pool about to soar over $500,000. Late pick 5. Tell us about the ticket.
So I'm going to be spread out in a few of these races. Let's talk about this 6th race. One of the advantages of when you're looking to do a horizontal ticket that starts in a race where there's many horses with little experience is looking at the board, seeing where the money's going. And it's going to the 4, first-time starter, not on my ticket. You can add that 4 horse for $10 more, make a $60 ticket. I'm going to narrow down in the 7th race. I like Starship's Pegasus, who's coming out of a winning race last time, but pay attention to the 8, Mommy's Turn, who is run 3 times at that distance on the grass and is a nose away from being undefeated. I think those are the 2 horses there. Scottish Lassie, I'm counting on her making the lead out of the gate. I am concerned about maybe getting challenged by the 1 horse early on, but if she doesn't, it's her race to lose.
$50 investment. Best of luck, Tom, and everyone playing this late pick 5. How helpful is it when you have a sequence like this in the first race? Is a 2-year-old race when you can pay this kind of attention to the board? You want to see where the money's going, and that's the first. You can make those adjustments if necessary.
Right. Well, trainers, backside personnel, and everybody, we always refer to it as smart money when we see that early money. Smart money says the 4 is meant to be in this race. First-time starter with some very good works. Maggie mentioned it in the paddock, so I think you have to try to include her here.
Riders up. Another look at Runaway Bride. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. These 2-year-old fillies to sprint 5 furlongs. Post-parade shortly. Experience the edge over some for Girls Wear Pearls, and revisiting her debut here, Paul, and what should be a good foundation building effort with Flavien Prat as she swings wide into the stretch.
Yeah, and Flavien stays aboard. I think that's a big key. Now you have a little bit of a bigger field today with 10 fillies, and yeah, this is going to be useful. Any kind of racing is useful racing. Got to go over the turf, and Jenna Antonucci, 12% with her second-time starters. Jenna's kind of horsewoman. Horses don't really fire first time out, so when they do run, they should be better second time out. As you look, nice crowd today.
Terrific crowd, terrific energy. Picture perfect afternoon for Thoroughbred Racing. 1863 Club. Everybody putting their late pick 5 tickets together as we get set for the 6th of 10 here at the Spa on the eve of the Coaching Club American Oaks. They're playing our song. Fillies making their way front side. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day is next. Always exciting. Never know which potential star you're about to be introduced to. We start with Metolian Dynamite drawn inside to Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, and a horse that has a race experience under her belt, that can usually be a big improvement here.
Dazzling at 6-1.
Yeah, another one that had some experience, took some money, didn't break well there. I think this horse will appreciate getting back on the grass.
Hunter Creek, Glen Hill Farm, debuting homebred.
Yeah, trained by Tom Proctor. He's had years of experience. He's a sneaky trainer. Keep an eye on that one.
Quartz Mountain favorite, expensive Golden Pal, first-time starter.
Yeah, taking a lot of money. You'd like to think that Wesley's going to have his hands full with all these Golden Pals.
Redcoats coming. Joe Sharp saddled 2 winners yesterday.
Another one that has a race experience and a lot of turf pedigree there. That first start was on the dirt. Should improve.
Number 6, Breaker, Mike Rapoli's debuting filly.
Yeah, a horse that's got some siblings that have a little bit of early speed, always useful in these types of races.
Expensive $700,000 by Spendthrift Stallion into Mischief. Then Runaway Bride at 10-1.
Yeah, board's a little chilly on this one in terms of betting first-time starters.
Right behind her, Sound of Madness, Woodford Thoroughbred, debuting homebred.
Yeah, according to the workout report, this horse kind of outworked the horse Side Quest that won yesterday for Will Walden.
Liked her first effort, Girls Wear Pearls.
Yeah, and then you know what? I think Paul said it exactly right. Flavien Prat stays aboard. That's a sign that you should really include this one in your tickets.
And Space for Grace, Michael Deeney's first-time starter.
Not taking much money for a trainer that's 7% throughout his career with first-time starters.
Graduation day, one of these freshman fillies, Spendthrift 2-year-old, race of the day, late pick 5 is next, post time in 3 minutes. Revisiting your top selections, Tom, who graduates?
So, I mean, I did go with the horse that has the experience of a race, Girls Wear Pearls, as my top pick here, and for a lot of the things that Paul said, but most importantly, that first race, she didn't really break that well. He had to get her back into position.
She got banged around a little bit as well.
And she wasn't going to get there midway down the stretch, and Flavien took it easy on her. The idea that he wanted to ride her back in this race, I think that speaks volumes.
Saw Tom's ticket for this late pick 5. Jonathan, who graduates?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously the 4's taking a lot of money, and that's always an indicator of a horse that's live. Doesn't guarantee a win. I do think that the 2, Dazzling on the inside, who started on the dirt last time, now getting moved to the grass for Steve Asmussen, didn't break well there. You get the rider change to the guy and Johnny Velasquez, who's won more races here than any other rider. So I think that those are the 2 horses that kind of make the most sense to me. Obviously, you have to decide what you want to do in terms of price.
Paulie.
I believe Redcoat's coming. If you don't have your tie on in a certain area, the Redcoats will come get you. But 12-1, a filly by Army Mule. Tom hit it in the post parade. This horse does have a little bit of pedigree to win on the turf. You go from Gabriel Saez to Louis Saez. They are not related, but you're getting 12-1. And I like that this horse got a spin over the turf course for practice.
Getting set for her debut in these 2-year-old fillies. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, Quartz Mountain, 6-5. Maggie's made her way from the paddock. Trackside now as we get closer to post time. Maggie.
Lafitte, we'll take a look at horses who have experience, and we'll begin with one that did debut on the dirt for Joe Sharp. That's number 5, Red Coats Coming, as she is a daughter of Army Mule, and while he is most proficient with his dirt sprinters, he is okay with them sprinting on the turf, and there's a lot of pedigree on the bottom side. The dam, she was 2 for 7 on the turf. 2 of her 3 foals have won on the surface, and the second dam, a graded stakes winning turf horse and multiple stakes winner on the surface. And watching her latest Turf Breeze on First TV, she held the advantage over a horse who had run, but not run particularly well, first time out, and wasn't being asked, and just had this big bounding stride while on the inside of that workmate. And looking at her in the paddock, I thought she should take to the surface, but just a really nicely developed filly in that she's very fit and just strong overall, professional in the paddock too. So we'll see what Joe Sharp can do with Red Coats Coming. Number 9, Girls Wear Pearls, did run well, as you guys pointed out. I thought, on the far outside, chasing, stayed on. Considering that I thought she looked about 90% fit, that she'd probably, prefer having a start under her belt, and I think she moves forward from it based upon what I saw from her here today. She was sharp again, but professional, kept it contained in the prelims so far. So I think Girls Wear Pearls is definitely a very logical contender as she sits up there at 5-1. But as we head over to Acacia, taking a look at another horse who has experience, but not yet on the turf.
Sticking with that theme, Maggie, as far as Dazzling getting on the turf, the number 2 for Steve Asmussen, she too has some pedigree to suggest that she should like it. Out of a mare who is multiple graded stakes placed on the grass and actually won sprinting on the turf in Australia early on in her career. She's by Toppet, who can have any kind. And I thought first time out, she was incredibly green in the running of that race on the dirt. She did not show any speed. She was hanging on her left lead late when trying to make a close that day. Really looked like a horse that needed a start, especially from a mental perspective. She does have those slacker pass turns in her front end, and looking like a horse that should be able to take to it. Now, she's been pretty spicy out there on the track as well. I obviously don't have anything to compare with, but she is sharp here today at Lafitte as she does pick up John Velasquez. We'll see if she can channel that sharpness into a quicker break and showing some speed on the grass today.
Dazzling Acacia, this long-time owner-trainer tandem, Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, they have August 8th circled on their calendar. The Whitney Jonathan next stop for Dubai World Cup winner, Stephen Foster winner, Magnitude.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a really good horse, and it's funny, you see those silks and you see Steve Asmussen, it reminds you of him having pretty good 3-year-olds that end up being really good 4-year-olds, aka Gunrunner is one of the main ones that jumps to mind, as one that really improved with the opportunity to grow up. Magnitude seems to be doing the exact same thing.
I'm so reluctant to make that comparison, but man, do they have a lot in common right now. Look at their recent races, the exact same paths. We saw Gunrunner win the Whitney with a horseshoe in his tail. What about Magnitude with new jockey Johnny Velasquez as Jose Ortiz opts to ride the filly? Correction, Johnny Velasquez on the filly Nitrogen. Jose Ortiz sticking with Magnitude. What will Dazzling do in her second career start? Quartz Mountain, the favorite at post time, 6-5, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Time for the late pick 5. Frank Bermati with the call. Race 6 live on MS2.
Red Coats Coming. Walks in calmly. Space for Grace to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off.
Oh, the 4 jumped, huh?
And it was a pretty even start other than the 2 at the back of the field, including Hunter Creek. But it's Quartz Mountain, who's very fast out of the gate, leads by 1.5 lengths. Girls Wear Pearls comes away in second. They are followed by Dazzling in third. Space for Grace is fourth. Sound of Madness next, followed by Breaker, who has 8 lengths to make up, rounding the far turn. She was just passed by Red Coats Coming. That quarter went in 21-2 for the favorite. Runaway Bride is next. It's a gap of 4 to Hunter Creek. as they come to the quarter pole behind Quartz Mountain, who's been in front throughout, leads the way by 2 lengths. On the inside, Dazzling is trying to find a seam, desperately looking for racing room. In the meantime, Sound of Madness has come alive, along with Redcoats coming in the yellow, who's had a big bid, and Runaway Bride down the center. Runaway Bride comes at Redcoats coming, and Runaway Bride runs right on by. Redcoats coming was second. Third went to Sound of Madness. Multiple horse photo for fourth, including Hunter Creek, who caught the eye late.
Jason Worth's Runaway Bride runs away and hides from this field, graduates in her debut, 13-1. Well done, Acacia, shaking things up to kick off this late pick 5.
Man, oh man, they went fast on the front end in this race. You know, Quartz Mountain for Wesley Ward, he's known for his horses being ready and quick out of the gate, and was she ever. 21-2 for a quarter mile is very, very quick. It did her in, as well as Girls Wear Pearls, and it's set up for someone to close, last to close, and from the outside, Runaway Bride.
Yeah, she popped away from there and did exactly that, Tom. And this is the thing with Wesley's, is they're going to get away from there. But the good ones, the ones that, you know, the Golden Pals of the world, they can go that fast and keep going. She just got tired. It was noticeable from a visual standpoint, and you can see the horses that came from out of it. The race fell apart, but if she is who they bet her like she was, she would have been able to fight through that a little bit further.
There's wit. If Jason Worth would shave, he looks a little bit like Whit Beckman. But, you know, if you watch this replay of the race to start, the 5 and the 7 got both left. I bet the 5, and I'm like, oh, no. But it ended up being a blessing in disguise because they went so fast on the front end. And these 2 fillies, you know, Luis Saez had to go very wide, but it's the only way he could go is you see Whit Beckman again. Another W horse pays nice for your pick 6 and pick 5 players.
13-1, 7, 5, 8, 6. Whit Beckman had her cranked up, ready to roll, storming down the center of the track. Runaway Bride, Jason Worth, 2-time World Series champion, co-owner of a Belmont Stakes winner here at Saratoga with Dornick, and a promising filly here.
Drafted as a catcher by the Toronto Blue Jays. There he is right there, 6'4" catcher. They moved him real quick.
Long career in the major. Dude, the guy was just clutch. Like, his numbers in the playoff, when it mattered most, he was at his best.
You know, he was drafted by the Blue Jays as a young kid. When we got him with the Dodgers, he was really raw, but he was so fast. He could run. You know, when you're 6'4", have a cannon for an arm, could run, you had all the tools. The one tool he didn't have was playing time. And when he finally got playing time, towards the end when I left L.A., and then when he got traded, then he started to blossom.
In Philadelphia, and with the Nats, like late inning, clutch, big hits and home runs in October. Here in July, gets to celebrate a debuting filly by the name of Runaway Bride and an upset to kick off the late pick 5, 13-1, 7, 5, 8, 6. Results when we come back. Plus, sometimes the best plan is the one to not have. The theme of this week's edition of Card Talk, the result, all-star cast. We'll call him Jonathan's backstretch hero, showing up when he needed him most.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back, Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale Adelapa. Right on cue, Hillendale Stallion Charlatan, noted pretty good sire of turf sprinters. Case in point, Runaway Bride at a price 13-1, 7, 5, 8, 6. Tyler Gaffleon, forward trainer Whit Beckman. We'll hear from Jason Worth in just a moment. But making that late run, Tom, she was on a wrong lead, the mechanics thing, got back to her right and finished that much stronger.
It's all inexperience, but raw talent-wise, Runaway Bride, I mean, what a nice stride she had finishing up. It speaks to not only what she might do at this distance, but also in increased distance.
Jason Worth, winning owner, live with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And always fun to catch up with Jason as Runaway Bride. She was running like a Runaway Bride in the stretch. And we saw you guys up in the boxes just going crazy. Like I said, nothing to get your heart pumping like a 2-year-old firster winning at Saratoga.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're up against some of the, best horses coming into that race. It's asking a lot to even run here at Saratoga in a race like that, for her to run big like that with Tyler. I mean, we got, I don't know, 25 partners here. Everybody, some of the people, first time they've ever been to a horse race. So pretty incredible.
It's awesome to bring people out and get that experience as well. Now, I know you were at all the 2-year-old sales as well. She worked fast. She looks like a turf sprinter, and she was ready at first asking.
Yeah, we were talking like we thought she wanted more ground, but this is a good start for her. She ran big, so we'll see. You never know with these 2-year-olds, but I mean, just amazing to get a win here at Saratoga, and for the partners, for everybody at Icon Racing, this is just a lot of fun.
The weekend's not done yet. Have a big couple of runners coming up tomorrow, including Nikon and the Coaching Club American Oaks. Scratch before the Kentucky Oaks, her first start back. What can you tell us about her return?
We're probably asking a lot again. That's a big race, but we wanted to give her a good prep into the Alabama, and this was kind of the only opportunity. There was the 3-turn mile earlier that we scratched her out of to run tomorrow, and then we got our Coco-Motion. We think the world of her. So could be a big day. Could be a big weekend here at Saratoga.
The dream is alive, that's for sure. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Lafitte.
And what it's all about, Acacia. Tom, you won many races with 2-year-olds over the years here at Saratoga. That is about the dream, and that's when you can start dreaming, when you watch a first-time starter, a young prospect, do something like that against this competition here at the Spa.
I mean, that's exactly why you come up here. When you can win a race like this, it's so exciting. I think this is the best place in the world to win a race as a trainer, owner, jockey. It just feels so right. Everyone in the stands, they're here for one reason, to watch really good quality horse racing, and they appreciate a good talent like we just saw.
Onward and upward, Runaway Bride. We march forward. Start of the late pick 4. New York bred fillies and mares. Mile and 16th on the inner turf course. Mommy's turn 2-1 favorite. No natural segue because everyone in this race, everyone associated with these horses showed up to do their job today. So no help there. But what would happen to most of us? Like if we didn't show up to work? What would happen if we forgot to show up to work? You could probably guess. In case it ever does, it's good to have that A-list group of friends in your contact list. Might come in handy, right? Such was the case with Jonathan Kinchin in this week's edition of Cart Talk, the Cart Talk that almost never was.
Look, if you've been to Saratoga, you get it. The nights can get away from you. You got pick 6 carryovers, things taking up all your time. Sometimes your responsibilities can escape you a little bit. Well, I forgot about Cart Talk this week. I don't have a guest, but I do have an idea. Hey, where you at? I need a favor. I'm gonna come pick you up. All right, I got a trivia question for you. What trainer has the most Coaching Club American Oaks wins?
Wayne Lucas.
Nope. Todd Pletcher.
Oh, wow.
8.
Really?
5 with Johnny, by the way.
All right.
There you go.
It's good to know.
When you were a kid, just give me a count. How many times did you hear Jeremiah was a bullfrog?
It's probably got to be, there's a couple commas. I got to say 1 million. I would say I still get it. That's my favorite song. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine.
So I've always wanted to do this.
Usually I'm the one holding the microphone.
I know. I've always hoped one day that I'd have on a nice outfit and you'd say, oh my gosh, JK looks dappled out.
You don't look dappled this morning, but I'm sure we could figure out a way for you to look dappled, yeah.
Thank you. What time do you set your alarm?
During the Saratoga meet, 3:30.
Do you hit snooze?
One time sometimes.
Just once?
Yeah, that can be some precious 9 minutes, you know?
I didn't need anything. I just saw you, so I felt like I should say hi.
I'm glad you don't need anything. Nothing to give. I got a lot of love to give, so.
If you need a snack at the track, where do you go to?
Well, for me, I just bring up cereal. I know I'm a big boy, but I really, like people offer, can I give you a brownie or can I bring you some pizza? The answer is no, man. I'm working pistachios, Planters, shout out Planters. The pistachio mix is the move in between races, a little honeydew melon.
You've got quite the hat collection, I've noticed.
Yeah, first of all, I have a bald head, so it gets hot up here. Something needs to be protecting it.
When I was working my first winter at Aqueduct, I took down 3 slices right before the Gravesend, and I was petrified because you don't know the reaction when you're first time L&B. I mean, that's a big danger.
Give me the optimistic Jets fan scouting report for this year.
Boy, I haven't looked at the schedule, but I don't think the schedule matters. The best season is the off season.
Jonathan was almost looking at an off-season Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Jonathan, your super friends coming to the rescue.
Yeah, we get, that was a tough one. It was a tough one, yeah, I forgot. So we made it work, though. We made it work.
Where's the Case at? Like, is this dappled out? Is this what we were talking, like, is this dappled out?
Not yet, I don't think.
You got that new golf cart. I saw how fast that one was going at the end of that video.
Yeah.
The old one didn't go that fast.
I do not want to get anyone. We did not get a new golf cart yet, Dave O'Rourke, but we will soon, maybe. Maybe soon.
Todd Pletcher can have his 15 training titles. That is too early, man. That is
too early.
Way too early.
He also had on an A&M shirt, so I wasn't happy about
man.
that.
And
Shout
you let
out
him on the wow.
Reagan Swinbank.
I'm surprised that made the cut. Always a blast. Jonathan Kinchin's Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway as our coverage continues here at Saratoga on an important day that goes beyond the racing careers of the horses. A New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, all the dedicated people and organizations taking care of our equine athletes.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion bloodstock.
The ex-racehorses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standard-bred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the two organizations working together to help two kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing two sides of aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. And to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met two students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping two horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
Really great stuff on this New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. New vocations that make your next horse an ex-racehorse. For more info, visit newvocations.org. As we say hello to Megan Burgess with a special guest.
That's right, Lafitte. Straight out of the feature, and now joined with us in the paddock, that's Amanda Vance, the New York Facilities Manager for New Vocations. The organization has been doing this for over 30 years. What's the main mission of New Vocations as a key organization that assists in rehoming racehorses?
Our mission is to rehab, retrain, and rehome, and we've rehomed over 10,000 horses since our inception in 1992.
You have some events, obviously some fundraising that goes on. The entire industry gets behind you guys. Talk a little bit about the Real Rider Cup, what that entails as you kind of just got off the flight from Lexington to join us back in New York.
Well, we actually drove out to Lexington. We took 4 horses. We raised money. We've got people who pledge and donate, and we go out. It's essentially a round time jump around. You form a team of riders. We had 4 people on our team. It's a lot of fun competition, and fastest combined score wins.
How do folks out there get involved in adopting a racehorse, but also the gratification that it comes with seeing these horses be able to provide themselves with second careers long after the racetrack?
Well, you can adopt by, you have to be approved to adopt. Anybody can, with horse experience, can apply to be an approved adopter. We love following our horses. It's great. My team sits around, we read updates together, and we love following our horses.
I love it. It was really nice to meet you, Amanda.
Thank you. Nice meeting you too.
This Aftercare Day is incredibly special and means a lot to everybody involved as these racehorses give us so much in return.
An understatement, Megan. So important, such an important cause. New vocations on this New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. You can scan anything, you can donate. Anything. You scan that QR code. Go ahead and do so. Looking out for our equine athletes once retired and live so many years after their racing and breeding careers. And now the late pick 4 with horses having arrived in the paddock. Race number 7, New York Breds, Fillies and Mares, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. We're going to start with Mommy's Turn here, Tom. Last win, 2 starts back. Last year, Susie O'Kane, she's favored, Tom. Mommy's Turn, like, watch her see daylight and take off.
Yeah, she gets a split here between 2 horses, and when she does, Lafitte, you're exactly right. She accelerates greatly and takes it to the wire as a winner. This race today is at the same distance over the grass, a mile and a 16th in the grass. Her 3 starts in her career, she has more than 3, of course. Her 3 starts on the grass at this distance, she's a nose away from being undefeated. That's why she's the favorite.
She feel like the one to beat to you, Jonathan, going in?
I mean, whenever there's a grass race here and Flavien Prat is riding and Chad Brown is training, then they're usually the horse to beat. I just don't think this horse is the horse to bet. I'm not crazy about the price compared to some of these other horses in here. I don't think the horse can't win. I just actually like Chad's other horse, the 4, Nona Lynn, a little bit more with Manny Franco. I'm sure we'll talk about that leading up to the race.
I think Mommy's Turn, her last race, she kind of got lost in the front end. It was her first start in her as a 4-year-old. And, you know, it was a 5-horse field, and it doesn't look well when you run 4th out of 5, but I just think she wants a target. So I would think Flavien Prat will take her back a little bit. And there's really not a lot of pace in here. Maybe it's the 6, who's a long shot, could maybe lead him around for a while.
Megan has more on Mommy's Turn.
Well, the 2 Chad Brown runners in this field of feet are certainly ominous, though they're completely different in terms of them physically. As far as the number 8, Mommy's Turn, she's kind of that leggier, more refined individual. She's one that came off of a layoff last time out at Belmont at the Big A back on June the 21st, where kind of very much agreeing with Maggie's comments the last time she came off the layoff where she was fit. She's that lighter framed individual. I just feel as if though last time out she set the pace. The pace setters actually finished last and second to last, and you know, she was kind of that fresher type, showing more speed than usually she has in the past. So I wonder if she's going to settle down a little bit, but at the same time I did like that she showed that early speed. We'll see if she can continue to move forward. Second off, as is the same question mark for the number 4, Nona Lynn, who is incredibly stout and robust, kind of looks like she wants a little bit shorter. She's got an incredible hind end on her. She's well muscled, well defined, and fit. As she's been kind of compromised by some of the paces in her prior races, and I do find she's kind of the one that fit the fancy for me a little bit more as far as just being the stronger overall of the 2. But the ultimate question mark, Lafitte, is are they going to move forward? Because to me, they haven't quite been able to do that just yet.
Trainer Chad Brown, Nona Lynn. Brown looking to saddle a second winner on the afternoon. Starship Pegasus, there she is. And Kendrick Carmouche, Tom, 4-year-old debut, closing day Aqueduct, first start since November. She's favored. Among others, Starship Pegasus beats yesterday's Susie O'Kane winner, Cosmic Candy Girl.
Yeah, and this race, Paul mentioned about the pace in this race maybe being a little bit cloudy. So if you're going to come from off the pace, as we're seeing Starship Pegasus do here, you need to be tactical. Races without a lot of pace, it's hard, really hard to close. She does a good job here to win this race and now steps up into a new condition.
You know, in the comments that it shied. When Javier Castellano brought the crop up with his left hand, she kind of shied a little bit away. Now, I can't wait to what Maggie thinks, because she's a tiny bit worked up, and Kendrick Carmouche behind us says, you don't have to tell me, so I think he's going to be going towards the front end.
On the engine, Starship Pegasus. You mentioned Javier Castellano. Sounds like he'll be back next week. Wow. Ouch. Somebody who was...
It was an assistant trainer, I believe, for Michelle Nevin on the right side of Starship Pegasus.
Did you note it? Did you see what happened? Or
well,
how
she was just acting up, and she lost her footing. And, you know, it's too early to tell. Oh, she's up. That's
she's
great.
Up, yeah.
That's great.
Okay, good. Good to see it, Michelle Nevin. As we mentioned, yeah, Starship Pegasus, she's feeling it. And hopefully any worse for wear after that slight incident. as these fillies and mares make their way from the paddock to the front side, call to post and post parade. We start with Saratoga. Snow in the money in her last pair at the level.
Yeah, and you know what? In both of those races, those last two that you mentioned, Lafitte, the pace was kind of slow. It was hard to close into. Saratoga Snow did a good job.
Can't fool me. Cuts back to her best distance.
Yeah, Fernando Abreu looking for a hat trick today. And you're getting 9-1 on this runner.
Sweet anniversary, Jose Ortiz.
Only one start in the turf in her career. It was a third-place finish. Going to have to improve here.
Aforementioned Nona Lynn pictured.
She runs her race, doesn't she? She's been off the board one time, and that was her first career start.
Starship Pegasus, revving and buzzing out there.
Yeah, you know, we got to be careful here because a lot of times horses' behavior in the paddock, they carried over to the gate. That would be a detriment here.
Hello, Beauty number 6, overmatched in the critical eye.
A 5-year-old mare by Street Sense does have a little bit of pace. Will she use it today?
23-1 currently, followed by Golden Rocket, Mid-Atlantic shipper. There she is behind the big pony.
There she is, one of 2 horses in this race that you can buy out of the race. They're in for the claim of $45,000.
Dylan Davis aboard 9-1. Then Mommy's Turn, a last summer's Susie O'Kane winner.
Been the favorite in 4 of her 5 starts and going to be the favorite today. And I think I misspoke. I would think the 7-year-old mare is going to be the horse cutting the fractions.
New York breds in this 7th race. Good race, competitive race. Time for the late pick 4. And circling back to Can't Fool Me there, and Ricardo Santana, Paulie 11-1. What do you make of her chances? And as you mentioned, trainer Fernando Abreu looking to take down a 3rd winner on the afternoon.
Well, she cuts back a distance to a mile and a 16th. She is 3 for 16, and 2 of those wins have come here at Saratoga. She's going to launch from way out of it. She needs that kind of trip where she saves a lot of ground, and Ricardo Santana needs to try to cut every corner, but you're in a hot barn and you're getting that price at 10-1.
A half sister, Jonathan, to 26 Black, one of the best turf sprinters who was so impressive in the Harvey Pack earlier in the meet.
Yeah, you like to see that when you have a horse who's got a sibling that's talented. It goes a long way. I think this race is significantly more complex than just Mommy's Turn. I know a lot of times, like I said, when you see Flavia and you see Chad, it feels like the easy out when you look in a turf race like this. I just think if you dig down deep into the numbers, a lot of these horses look a little bit more similar to that, and I think taking 9-5 on this one would be a mistake. Like I said, I think the 4 Nona Lynn at 7-2 is a lot better gamble than the 8 Mommy's Turn.
Now you get 9-1 if you like Saratoga Snow there, Tom, and has proven she can compete at the level.
She can compete at the level, and another one in the last couple of races that had to sit behind a slow pace. And so her close, which was actually pretty good, it goes a long way if this race can have a legitimate pace. I mean, Paul, you know, you talked about the pace in this race, the 6 and the 7 maybe, but if it's going to be cloudy, the pace up front, it really hurts a horse that wants to close.
Yeah, you just never know. Like the horse like Saratoga Snow, she has shown speed in the past. I will say this, Lafitte, her 2 starts as a 4-year-old, a lot better than she was as a 3-year-old.
Form looks better, improved filly. More on Starship Pegasus in front of this big crowd getting ready for the late pick 4. Megan, we've had eyes on Starship Pegasus. How's she behaving?
Well, in the paddock, you could obviously tell that she was acting up, the number 5 Starship Pegasus, but she has since gotten to the pony and calmed a little bit, but she's incredibly sharp, and she was bubbling over there, as you could see. She is the half to that Grade 1 winner, Spirit of St. Louis, along with Millionaire Bar of Gold. She's the pick of the paddock physically. Her and the number 4 were the standouts, but as far as just the encouragement for her to win last time out off of the bench for a trainer and Michelle Nevin that's not necessarily known to crank her horses up per se, I don't have any issues with her physically. She's incredibly strong. She looks great in her flesh and condition. Her coat, she's dappled from head to toe. And as far as her being able to be more forward and aggressive, that's what she needs to do here with Kendrick Carmouche getting aboard. I'll hope to see Javier Castellano getting aboard her potentially in the future soon as he rests up. But she's, to me, the horse to beat off of her improving form, and she will be forwardly placed. The number 7 there, Golden Rocket, a little bit of a price play for you as a horse that I find is getting back to likely what she wants to do, routing on the turf. Now, she's a bit shorter to the ground. I can understand why they wanted to go shorter with her, but I do find that her best races on form have come, especially last fall when she was able to go these 2 turns. We'll see, though, Lafitte, if she can be able to be a little bit more forwardly placed, but in this kind of race, I do find it's going to be a nice price that I do find will reward you, as I'm a bit against the current favorite in Mommy's Turn.
Golden Rocket, series of races at Laurel. How does her form stack up with her competition this afternoon?
Well, she took a light break between February and June, and in her comeback race, it was, the kind of race that you would assume would get her back into form. She is a 7-year-old mare. For racehorses, girls, that's probably old, but she has held her form through this year.
Tom, when the turf course is like this, does it lend more to speed where they only half the turf course with the rails out?
I think this turf course, Paul, quite frankly, has been really, really fast to begin with. We had that rain over this past weekend that might have saved it a little bit, but to me, it's once again very, very fast.
Quickly, for the uninitiated, why are the rails out? Why do they move the rails in the turf course?
Well, because they can't. Look, the rails are moved out to protect the inner part of the turf course, and they move them over and over again, further out, and then they move them back in. They're protecting the grass on the inside of that turf course so they can use it in the future and not run over it continually.
Pace, we're thinking Hello Beauty and Golden Rocket, number 6 and 7, where our eyeballs should be from the start?
I think so.
When you look at the 7, that 7-year-old mare, her one race where she went gate to wire at Delaware, I would think her backers are looking at that race.
Mommy's Turn, the favorite, 8-5 time for the late pick 4, the 7th race from the Spa live on FS2. Here's Frank Miramati.
Mommy's Turn is coming to the gate now. Right up there. Assistant starter comes to her. Holding firm at 8-5. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Hello Beauty in the center of the course, going straight to the front. But Sweet Anniversary has something to say about that, and Golden Rocket is not far behind in third. Starship Pegasus on the rail with Mommy's Turn, caught a little wide trying to avoid heels, but instead has to go about 5 wide into the first turn. Nona Lynn is tucked in on the fence with 6 to make up, 4 lengths clear of Saratoga Snow, and Can't Fool Me is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds, and it's Sweet Anniversary and Jose Ortiz with an easy lead. In front, a length and a half over Hello Beauty in second. That group is followed by Golden Rocket and Starship Pegasus inching forward willingly. Another 2 back to Mommy's Turn, who is racing just in front of Nona Lynn. Then 4 back to Saratoga Snow and Can't Fool Me, the half, and 48-2 for Sweet Anniversary, who heads toward the far turn in front of Hello Beauty. They've been 1-2 the whole way. Starship Pegasus in hand down at the rail, very much in the thick of it with Golden Rocket just outside of her in third. Mommy's Turn is next. She's 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, followed by Nona Lynn, Saratoga Snow, and Can't Fool Me. They went 3 quarters in 1:12-4, and they're at the top of the stretch. And Mommy's Turn is starting to kick in on the outside at the rail. Sweet Anniversary, Hello Beauty in between them. And here's Nona Lynn. And Nona Lynn, storming down the center of the course, has blown by them all. Another for Manny Franco. It's Nona Lynn, a convincing victory. Sweet Anniversary was very tough and held on. Starship Pegasus was on the scene late along with Mommy's Turn, but a no doubt about it W for Nona Lynn.
You ain't kidding, Frank. Nona Lynn, Manny Franco locked in 3 wins on the afternoon. Jonathan, Nona Lynn, you liked her going in. She turns it on once she gets out, and it is over.
She got a great trip by Manny. I mean, he saved ground on both turns, and then he had to go out about 6 paths. You could see at the top of the stretch, he had her head cocked to the outside. He was trying to clear, didn't want to clip heels, had to let those other horses go in front. And then once he got into the clear, she just leveled off. And right outside the 8th pole, it looked like she was going to be a winner. It was just a matter of how far she was going to win by.
Huge race in a situation where the pace really wasn't backing up. They went pretty doggone slow early on. And as Jonathan says, we're going to watch it here in the drone angle. This filly is basically stuck, Nona Lynn, in mid-stretch with nowhere to go, has to stop and start to move outside. Is it my imagination, guys, or since I've been here for about 2.5 weeks, it seems like this outside path down the stretch in the turf has been very advantageous.
A kind of wall of horses, right? Those 4 horses were kind of blocking her view, right? You could see the 5 Starship Pegasus was actually in a better spot or up closer, but sometimes when you're out of traffic, Manny Franco, beautiful ride, just kind of loops him a little bit there. And Sweet Anniversary, Jose Ortiz took the initiative and ran a good second.
It's a brave ride.
Yeah, some anxious moments. He made it look so easy. She made it look so easy. No panic, just kind of ease her out, clear the traffic. And once he set her down, she took off in an instant.
Sign of a great rider, hands. The hands are how they communicate to the horse. She paid attention, and they get to the winner's circle.
It's how I drive sometimes. My wife hates it, but I put the blinker on and just wait and let them come, and then you just switch about 4 lanes at a time, get that clear right lane, and then go on with it.
The swerving, the recklessness, I agree with that.
So that outside path is the right path, huh?
Manny Franco, you talk about a terrific start to the meet, Paul. He was coming into the week 3rd in the standings. He won 8 races last week, 3 wins today, and for trainer Chad Brown, having a pretty productive afternoon as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know what, and give it up for the sire Slumber. Yeah, nice little New York bred. He's got some nice horses, and this filly has gotten better with each start. Seems like she runs the same race, but today she really stepped it up.
Nona Lynn, Manny Franco, 3 wins. Speaking of her trainer, Chad Brown, 2 wins. And for this filly, was on a blindingly fast track to stardom. Always a runner. The filly who captured the Kentucky Oaks in her 3rd career start, but then defeated here at Saratoga in the Acorn. How will she respond? Find out tomorrow in the CCA Oaks.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Picture perfect Friday afternoon / evening in upstate New York. Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2. Nona Lynn. Jonathan zeroing in on this one as she zeroes in on the winner's circle. 3 wins. Manny Franco, 2 wins. Trainer Chad Brown live in the winner's circle.
Chad having quite a day as he looks to bound on this weekend. And Chad, you said to Manny that was exactly what you wanted him to do with Nona Lynn, being able to wait behind horses, find that room, and turn a foot late. She certainly did today.
Yeah, I'm happy that he waited to find a lane in the outside. She's much better running out in the clear. You can see she has that cage bit on. She wants to look out a bit, and I was happy that he just waited and got her out in the clear where she likes it.
We'll send out a pair of fillies in the Shoe V, but I'll start with kind of the untested one, an Aeolian, a full to that Tappet Trice. Do you find the distance is going to suit her as a progressive type she's shown to be?
I do. I spoke it over with the team at Gainesway just to enter and take a look. I think she's earned the right to start to expand her resume a little bit for some black type opportunities. And although it's a tough field, I like the mile and eighth for her. And these horses are trying to find their way into Grade 1s. It's not a Grade 1 race, so I think it's a good opportunity for her to enter the stakes arena.
Well, the story of the Coaching Club American Oaks is, of course, the rematch between Counting Stars and Always a Runner, but Directive has been an X-Factor horse for you. You are very familiar with the family. What has she been showing you as she's progressed ahead? Yeah, it's nice to have a dirt one out of that mare, and I'm happy to have those 2 Grade 1 winners on the turf out of her as well, but it's nice to have a little variety out of that mare. What a super brood mare Antono is, and this filly's all dirt. Once longer, the better. I'm really using this as a stepping stone to Alabama. Can she win tomorrow? Yeah, on talent alone, she lacks some experience, but the mile and a quarter next month sure looks like her race. Congrats here. Best of luck this weekend. Thank you. Chad, dirt, turf, doesn't matter. He's going to win on every surface.
Has him surrounded. CCA Oaks tomorrow. Always a Runner. What a story. The filly who almost lost her life in the battle of pneumonia. The filly that won the Kentucky Oaks in her 3rd career start. So Nona Lynn, she checks in 870, 4-3-8 in the 7th. And Brown well represented in the first of 2 stakes races. The main event, the Grade 2 Shoe V field updated odds. They are all 4-year-old fillies. Mile and an eighth. Eunomia being out is significant. Speedy filly. The Brown trainees, Aeolian, fully subscribed side by side. Scottish Lassie, 6-5 is the favorite. Tom, but let's start big picture and the influence of the race. Who was Shoe V? Why is there a race named after her?
Oh my gosh, she was one of the greatest race mares of all time. She was champion mare in 70 and 71. She beat the boys twice in what was considered the toughest race there is in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, going 1.5 miles. And by the way, that wasn't the only distance she could win at. She won from 1.1 miles to 1.5 miles. This is what they're supposed to name races after. Great race horses, truly great one there.
Shooby Dooby Doo, who did that? Who's responsible? Shoovy. Eric DeLuca, I'm told. Eric DeLuca. Shooby Dooby Doo. He's making it clear, no relation. Making it clear, no relation. A key prep for the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, the most prestigious race for fillies and mares at Saratoga on Travers Day, August 29th. As our coverage continues, 3 races left, 2 of the stakes variety, and a look ahead to the main event tomorrow afternoon. This is going to be fun. West Point Thoroughbreds Counting Stars left her competition. Seeing Stars after the Acorn. Brilliant performance, defeating Oaks winner, Always a Runner, amongst others. They meet again tomorrow in the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by percent graded stakes winners and percent graded stakes horses. He is one of the leading Kentucky sires by percent stakes winners to starters.
To win the Wonder again, Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front, domestic product!
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
before she ever ran as a 2-year-old, Chad Brown was saying, "This is my Kentucky Oaks filly."
Brilliant horse. Really excited about her. Look forward to running her.
Always a runner. She's always a winner.
Always a runner. Kentucky Oaks winner.
It's one of the best he's ever laid tack upon.
The one thing about 3-year-old fillies, I think we all know, is that they can change overnight. They can improve.
You wait till you see Counting Stars.
Always a runner, her familiar rival comes to her. Always a runner is up to take the lead, but here's Counting Stars and goes right by Always a Runner. Counting Stars, who pulls clear for an emphatic victory in the DraftKings Acorn.
That'll get the blood pumping. Always a runner. Counting Stars, round 3 tomorrow in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Head-to-head, Counting Stars has the edge in the counting stats. But head-to-head, it's even. 1 win apiece. Something has to give in tomorrow's Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins 3 Eastern. The field for the Grade 1 CCA Oaks. Class C 3-year-old fillies, Mile and an Eighth. Always a runner, 9-5 morning line favorite, post 6. Counting Stars draws the rail, second choice, 2-1, Paul. It's only July, but yes, championship implications in this one.
Yeah, it is, because I think a lot of people thought Always a Runner was kind of invincible, right? And she kind of got beat by Counting Stars. Now she's got her stablemate Directive, who's another nice runner in there. And if Zany can get back to her 2-year-old form, she's going to wear blinkers tomorrow. There's going to be a couple new shooters in there, but still, I would think she's the one to beat, although Counting Stars beat her last time.
Chase for a 3-year-old filly title. Counting Stars, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds. Over to Megan in the paddock.
Joined by Joe Bianca, ownership advisor with West Point Thoroughbreds. And you're no stranger to campaigning champions, but Counting Stars has certainly emerged as one of the leaders of her division. How fun has it been to take this ride with her?
Oh, it's been incredible. Like, she's a dream come true. You know, didn't cost $1 bajillion at the sale, takes everything in stride. And, you know, it's a huge test for her coming up. It's a really big rubber match between her and the Oaks winner and Always a Runner. But, yeah, we have all the faith in the world in her, and she's training amazing. So it's been special.
You mentioned her modest price tag. Can you speak to that as you all go after expensive horses at the sales, but how gratifying is it to be able to get this Grade 1 with a horse that didn't cost an arm or a leg?
Totally. Like, that's what keeps people coming back. Is like racing is a true meritocracy where once the gates open, the horses don't know how much they cost. So, you know, unearthing those diamonds in the rough at the sale, I think it makes it even more satisfying because you kind of feel like you found something that the rest of the buyers didn't.
She's been on this campaign, earning a Grade 1. Has her ride attracted more owners to your partnership, and what has that meant to you all?
Totally, yeah. I mean, anytime that you have a horse at Saratoga, especially Belmont weekend, it's going to get a lot of eyes. We've gotten a lot of new leads. And I think also, in addition to her, like, people see how much fun the partners are having because a lot of the partners on this horse is their first horse that they've ever had. And, you know, obviously they're over the moon. So I think seeing all the fun that everybody's having and, you know, all the eye-opening experiences, I think is getting a lot of people interested.
Well, best of luck. Good to see you, Joe.
Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it.
Counting Stars has certainly been a talent from her days at Oaklawn Park, and I, for one, have certainly enjoyed her ride as well.
Let those partners know, Joe, not always this easy. Doesn't always work out like that as it has with Counting Stars. Tomorrow, Week 2, Fox Saratoga Saturday, CCA Oaks, top class 3-year-old fillies and sprinters in the Grade 2. Alfred G. Vanderbilt, best horses, biggest races all summer long. Coverage begins 3 Eastern, circling back to Counting Stars, Tom, and something Richie was discussing earlier on the broadcast. She's a filly who thrives when she's outside in the clear, outside of horses not liking to be inside. She's drawn the rail, which sort of complicates matters.
Yeah, but, you know, when you look at that replay of the last time she faced Always a Runner had her right where she wanted her down the backside. Always a Runner to the outside, Counting Stars against the rail, behind the speed. And you know what? It didn't make a difference. Now, did it? I mean, Always a Runner got first jump at that point, and even still, Counting Stars' explosive last eighth of a mile really says she has stepped forward, and Always a Runner, her first defeat in that last start, maybe, just maybe, she's not what she was betting the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at that Kentucky Oaks, Always a Runner looked like she was a lot better than Counting Stars. I think if you look at the Acorn, it looked like Counting Stars was a lot better than Always a Runner. I think both of those are probably false. I think they're probably a little bit closer to each other than those single performances suggested they are. And I think I'm going to be on the Always a Runner side of the rotation this time around.
Can't wait You'll see it live on Fox tomorrow, Coaching Club American Oaks. But first things first, that filly is very good right now. Just outshined at the highest level in the last pair, fully subscribed. Perhaps her chance to shine in the upcoming Shoe V.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Grade 2 Shoe V next. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Gainesway well represented in this Shoe V Live look there. Gainesway homebred Aeolian, whose brother Jonathan you may have heard of.
Yeah, Tappet Trice, a full Tappet Trice, a horse that, if I'm not mistaken, is starting to come back to me. I think Paul and I were together during that Belmont Stakes. We both picked the horse, and he's still running.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously, when you have a filly like this who has a pedigree like that, getting her black type, you heard Chad mention it, getting her black type, meaning if she can hit the board in a stakes race, her pedigree page now looks better with that dark, bold black type. And when they get that, that helps the value of her. It's a big situation, even if she can run third here today.
Aeolian, 12-1 picture. The favorite fully subscribed. Scottish Lassie at 8-5 as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale back to the broadcast. Maggie, I don't know about consistency, but I do remember what her trainer, Jorge Abreu of Scotty Lassie, told you before she ever raced.
It was the beginning of the meet 2 years ago. Lafitte and I were standing there on the main track about the quarter-mile pole, and I saw TT, and he says, "Mag, do you like my princess?" He was so high on her from the beginning. Now, she would make her first start late in the meet, but then she would come back and win a grade 1 subsequently. So he has been spot on about Scottish Lassie from the word go. Now, towards the tail end of last year, particularly for that cotillion, she just did not look as good. She was walking a bit short behind. She looked a bit weaker through her hind end as well. And I know that Connections weren't overly enthralled with the ride/trip that day. So then we saw her on a long layoff, and it really feels as though the time away to regroup, to recoup, and to grow has done Scottish Lassie the world of good. She looks great here in the paddock, much like she did for that comeback race up here Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, but she also looks tighter. She looks fitter. She's more tucked up, especially through her flank. And two, she's out to a distance where even her trainer says he feels as though she's more adept at, because that was the one thing I questioned about her coming back at the 7 furlongs, is that, you know, is this going to be too short? Is she going to be outpaced? Well, the answer was absolutely no. And I think it was her being that good / a product of the competition she was facing that day. But obviously, as the competition gets stiffer here, she does look fine-tuned and well set up to get back out to this 2-turn 1.125 distance where we've seen her be very successful before over a track we know she likes. Number 1 is Snow White for Danny Gargan. Now, she comes off a bit of a layoff. We haven't seen her since finishing second in the Top Flight Invitational, and where she was second behind Scalable. She didn't switch leads that day, so now she's been off for a while, but it's the first time I've seen her in a while, and she's done very well. She has grown up exponentially. She's filled out. I like the way she's been working into this effort here for Danny Gargan, who does like to work his horses fast, but she's been doing it by herself while her rider is, you know, virtually just sitting against her. So she's been doing it under her own ability, and I love what I'm seeing from her in the paddock. I know maybe she gets the true class test here, but I think she is coming into this race in the right kind of way. Moving on to number 5, Bless the Broken. She was dead heating with Fully Subscribed last time we saw her in that grade 1 Ogden Phipps, where nobody was catching her favorite and runaway winner Nitrogen. I thought she ran well because she was trying to play Nitrogen's game. She was chasing her throughout. She kind of lost a bit of ground halfway around the second turn. Then she re-rallied to nearly nab Fully Subscribed for second. She's doing well too. Another filly that's really taken that proverbial step forward as a 4-year-old. She's gotten sharper since attack's gone on here for Brad Cox, who looks for yet another winner. Lafitte?
Bless the Broken. Maggie, riders up. This grade 2 Shoe V, the Friday feature. Scottish Lassie at 3-2, like when Jonathan, you're watching UT in September. And Tom, LSU early on. Well, you want to see them like crush the smaller. You like a 50-0 is what you want to see. Scottish Lassie, when she wins, that's what she does to her opposition.
You mean those teams that LSU gives money to beat? Go ahead, Tom.
Thanks for that, Paul.
You bet.
So look, I mean, it's no secret. Scottish Lassie makes her living on the front end. And when she can get a lead and control everything that's happening, she can look explosive. Will she get it done here? Can she make the lead on this group? I think the 1 is going to have something to say about her making an easy lead.
3 wins by a combined 32.5 lengths.
Right, but she also has, let's see, she also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races where she's beaten by a total of 35 lengths.
She is feast or famine, period.
She's very inconsistent. But I will say this. If you think about last year what Jorge decided to do, which was skip the Breeders' Cup Distaff, skip the Alabama, these are all situations in which he doesn't run her unless she's right.
Yeah.
And I think that she probably is a tricky horse to train and to make sure you're going to get her best performance. Because of that, because of a couple of other horses that are in here, I just think she's a play against until she starts rattling together 2, 3, and 4 really good performances in a row.
Jockey's focused, I can tell you that. Jose Ortiz right behind him. Brother Arad, let's meet the field. Grade 2 Shoe V, starting with Snow White, the expensive filly, runner-up in the Top Flight.
Yeah, I mean, her best race, she went wire to wire, and her best 2 races doesn't feel likely to happen here today.
Beautifully bred Gainesway homebred Aeolian.
Yeah, placed first through disqualification, but she was the best filly that day. Now goes out to that 1.8 miles. She looks tremendous.
Brown fillies side by side, fully subscribed. No nitrogen to deal with today.
Yeah, if she's going to look to the left, look to the right, not see nitrogen, take a deep breath.
Which version shows up today? Scottish Lassie.
Well, supposedly in the morning, she's been raging with run. We'll see what shows up today. Like you said, she can devastate a field.
Bless the Broken, Arad Ortiz seeking a 4th Chuvie win.
This is where I'm going to land. She's only won once this year, but her other performances were good. No Splendora, no loose Shred the Gnar, and certainly no nitrogen to deal with.
Eunomia out, Valtellina in. There she is, the New York bred.
Yeah, New York bred here, 2 for 14 lifetime, is 3 for 4 in the money. Get Tyler Gaffalone, who's having a tremendous meet as well.
High class fillies and mares for those who perform well. Next stop, Grade 1 Personal in St. Travers Day, the Chuvie in Moments. Paul, it's one of the most commonly asked questions around any racetrack, any race. Bet the favorite or try to beat the favorite. Fully subscribed. Which way are you leaning?
Well, I'm going to beat the favorite with Bless the Broken in here. What Jonathan just said, I agree with everything. No nitrogen in this race. Shred the Gnar was loose on the front end. And, you know, it was only right there with Fully Subscribed last time. And what I do love is when you look at this horse, the races are getting better and better. And her best race was at 1.8 miles last time. I think she gets a good draw. She can kind of see what happens towards the inside. 25 to win on Bless the Broken.
Paul taking a stand against the favorite. Now Scottish Lassie, 3-2. Jonathan, the key to success today for Bless the Broken, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think she just needs to kind of put it all together to show some of her past races. She had shown some really progressive races throughout her career. She was bought at a private auction. Actually, not a private auction, at an auction, public auction, not a private auction, a public auction where she was bought there, switched to Brad Cox, and she won her first race for Brad. And then her last 3 races, like I said, she's run into tougher competition than I think she gets today, unless that freaky version of Scottish Lassie shows up.
Then lights out.
Then there's that possibility that she finds herself in a race with another freaky performance that makes it hard for her to overcome. I'm okay figuring that out at 4-1.
One thing about Scottish Lassie, if you look at her PPs, when she's clear on the far turn, she's unbeatable. She truly is. She just stretches out. If she doesn't get the lead and gets challenged, she hasn't passed that test yet.
For trainer Jorge Abreu, or any trainer, Tom, what's that like, or how frustrating is it when you train a horse that has that kind of ability, when they bring their A game, forget about it, but on other occasions just lay the proverbial egg?
Right. Well, I mean, even Serengeti Empress, the best filly that I ever trained, who was, you know, what I would have considered a one-dimensional speed horse, a horse that needed to make the lead and literally put the field away in the first half a mile. I think Scottish Lassie is a lot like her in that regard. So you just bet or beat the favorite. If I could make that bet once they hit the first turn, you know, I guarantee I could go undefeated on it. So what are you looking for if you like Scottish Lassie? You want her to clear the inside horse, the Snow-White, the one horse, and you want her to get to that first turn and get to the rail and be in front comfortably.
Do you expect her to? Is she clearly the fastest early on paper?
So if I'm Jorge Abreu, I was like, you know, listen, we've got one goal here, you know, to get to the front. So I certainly think that's the way she's going to be ridden. And Jose Ortiz, who else would you rather have? By the way, he rode Serengeti Empress to the Kentucky Oaks win on the front end. Who else would you rather have on the front end in this race right here?
Expected to control from the start. Another look there. Scottish Lassie looking for another graded stakes win here at Saratoga. To Megan trackside. More on Scottish Lassie. Megan.
Well, she is my pick in this race, and she's a very easy one to find as the connections are behind me. But Jorge Abreu has done an incredible job with this filly. She's kind of been a tough one early on. I do find it was incredibly meaningful for her to be able to come back a stronger version of herself. That's exactly what her trainer has described her as. Being able to train out of, win out of that layoff was incredibly key for her, as it's something she's never been able to do before. Maggie, she looks absolutely incredible, I find, from both of our eyes, and she's going to be one that's going to be tough to beat at the right kind of favoritism type price.
Exactly, Meg, as I do like Scottish Lassie. I'm going to side, though, with Bless the Broken here. I think she is intriguing. I like the effort she comes off of in this spot today, not having to face nitrogen, as we'll check in with both of Chad's runners, including Fully Subscribed, who, it was so funny. he always seemed as though he wanted her to go longer, and I just couldn't quite grasp it when she was a younger horse as a 2-year-old and 3-year-old, because she's kind of short. She's a little bit more broad than you expect from a routing type of filly, but she has finally gotten a bit longer, a bit more streamlined in her frame, and it really kind of speaks to her wanting this type of distance, as she is 2 for 4 with 2 seconds at the 9 furlongs. But she's heading into this race incredibly well. Watching her workouts, man, you cannot ask a horse to be moving any better than what she is. Now, her long shot stablemate in here is number 2, Aeolian, who it's a pretty aggressive spotting for her as she comes second off of a layoff. She did encounter significant trouble when at about the 3/16 pole that stymied her run, and then she was able to re-rally. So definitely a qualified DQ to elevate her to first. She has gotten so much more fit and athletic. She was a horse that when she debuted, I did not think she looked particularly fit. She finally broke through in her 3rd start, then another layoff, and I think maybe that effort that she comes back off here of really sets her up for a big one today. Does she class up? That is the eternal question. Lafitte?
Talking about Aeolian, as you look at Scottish Lassie, Jose Ortiz, Aeolian stakes debut, Tom, in this Grade 2 event. Confident move or an ambitious one?
Oh, out of that barn, it's a confident move for Aeolian, the 2-horse. And if she's to run in the top 3, as we were talking about earlier in the show, her value off the racetrack improves dramatically.
Real quick, Irad Ortiz does not have a gold wig. It is the cap of Bless the Broken.
Important to clear that up.
Yeah, right there. There you go. Look at that gold wig.
There he goes. Bless the Broken. Scottish Lassie, 7-5. Post time for the Grade 2 Chuvie. Frank Mirmati with a call.
Valtellina goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Chuvie. And a very even beginning. Scottish Lassie emerges out of the center, fully subscribed, has some early speed, and here's Snow White. And Snow White kicks through on the inside to take command. Scottish Lassie is in the 2nd spot, followed by Fully Subscribed on the rail in 3rd, 3 lengths off the lead. Bless the Broken is 4th. The 2 trailers, Aeolian and Valtellina, 6 lengths covers them through a quarter in 23 and 3. Snow White is the leader and has it by 2 lengths as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Scottish Lassie cuts that margin down to 1 length now, and Fully Subscribed is racing a joint 3rd with Bless the Broken, who puts her head into 3rd. Aeolian and Valtellina at the back. Continuing down the backstretch, 47 and 4 for Snow White, 2-length advantage. Scottish Lassie biding her time in 2nd. Bless the Broken now 3rd, only 2.5 off the lead with less than a half mile to go. Fully Subscribed is on the inside 4th, has to pick it up now. Valtellina out of last. Aeolian trails. They're heading to the quarter pole. Snow White in front with Scottish Lassie within 3/4 of a length of her now. Bless the Broken all in 3rd. Fully Subscribed is on the fence. They have a 1/4 mile to go. It's Snow White and Scottish Lassie let loose now, coming to the 8th pole. Scottish Lassie takes command. Fully Subscribed is coming with her run on the outside, inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and Scottish Lassie has a 3-length lead. Fully Subscribed is finishing strongly on the outside. It's going to get close. Scottish Lassie, Fully Subscribed runs her down. Scottish Lassie was 2nd, Snow White 3rd, Bless the Broken finished 4th.
Dogged determination, relentless pursuit. Fully Subscribed runs down Scottish Lassie in the Chuvie.
And you could say that Scottish Lassie had it her way in this race. Although she didn't make the lead, the pace was very controlled. Jose Ortiz was comfortable in that outside position. I just don't think she's as good. Horses' hearts get big when they get the lead by themselves. The Scottish Lassie, I think it cost her, by the way, the winner, Fully Subscribed, to kick in like that in the last 1/8 of a mile under a very controlled pace early was brilliant.
She just kept on running. She was determined. Right about here, it looked like Scottish Lassie was going to be in deep water, and it was going to be a very close finish. And right here, it looked like she was going to go by. Just about how much?
Yeah, the difference between strides, right? Scottish Lassie kind of high-headed as you see Chad Brown coming down for Fully Subscribed, and Fully Subscribed lowering herself like a Cadillac and really reaching in those Klarovich stables, and she was the best, Tom. He kept on saying Scottish Lassie's gone, and then J.K. looked and goes, she's running the 3, and she just would not stop.
You saw Seth Klarman there, owner Fully Subscribed, with Chad Brown. Paul's right. I'm waiting for Scottish Lassie to separate. You're watching the margin, Tom, and it's getting narrower and narrower and narrower.
I think they're going to be more determined to make the lead with her in the future. They actually broke better than the rest of the field. The one Snow White had to hustle to catch back up and make the lead against the rail. Post position probably made a difference too, but look, Fully Subscribed, don't take anything away from her. She was brilliant today.
We'll see how the speed figure comes back, but in my opinion, I know the big question was, is the real Scottish Lassie going to show up? I think that was a good performance. I don't think she had one of her flop races. She just got beat by a horse that ran better on the day.
It's like the rare competitive loss for Scottish Lassie. You mentioned speed figures for the winner, Fully Subscribed. All right, so she got posterized, Paul, by Nitrogen in the Ogden Phipps in a dead heat for second with Bless the Broken. But that was her career best effort on paper.
Yeah, for all the reasons I like the Bless the Broken, why wouldn't you like Fully Subscribed? She was right there. She lost the Nitrogen. She lost the Shred the Gnar. She just got a really good trip today on the rails, saving ground. But she had to run. You see Flavien with a face full of dirt getting the job done.
What a week. The fabled golden goggles, Flavien Prat, and now a win in the Shoe V, and he's live with Maggie.
Flavien Prat, we're getting a face wash. We need one for you now, but Flavien, we saw her running second last time out in the Ogden Phipps. Today, outside run down the middle of the track, more pace. What really led to the success?
Yeah, I thought she ran a very good race last time. Obviously, she was beat by Nitrogen, who ran a very good race that day, and yeah, she just came back and repeat a good performance again.
Flavien, you've been on her the last several times. She is one that seems to, she was good as a 3-year-old, but it really feels like she's finding her stride now as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I had the chance to ride last autumn, and I thought she ran a good race that day, and she was definitely one that I was looking forward to see this year. And she had 2 good runs going against a good group in grades 1, and today she was running in a bit easier field, and she ran a good race.
Flavien, congratulations, and guys, it really feels like maybe a little confidence booster in a grade 2 could set her back up for another grade 1 try.
Confidence working. Overhead, turning for home, Tom. Scottish Lassie about to take over. Fully Subscribed. Flavien Prat asked for her best, and she just starts finding her momentum and her best stride.
She does. And Lafitte, at this distance, 1.8 miles, the same distance as the personal ensign on August the 29th, the connections have to be so encouraged with Fully Subscribed and how she finished up in this race.
Look how much real estate she made up.
She did. I think the connection to Scottish Lassie, you got to be happy too. They're so well clear of the 3rd place finisher here. Bless the Broken just could not run with these 2 fillies. So I think Scottish Lassie passed at least one test day. She can sit off a speed horse and still run a really nice race.
Fully Subscribed. Seth Klarman's Fully Subscribed. Chad Brown screen right, lots to smile about. Fasig, Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Imagine Fully Subscribed will be in the starting gate for the Grade 1 Personal Ensign on Travers Day, August 29th. We wait to see. For the time being, they'll celebrate this one. Fully Subscribed in the Grade 2 Shoe V.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
The 105th Saratoga sale. For over a century, the crown jewel of North American yearling sales has attracted the world's top buyers for an experience unlike any other. World-class yearlings, prestigious pedigrees, premier race meet, Glamour, elegance, and charm. The best party. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As Fully Subscribed lived up to her billing for trainer Chad Brown and connections in Klarvich Stable, I am always privileged to be joined by Seth Klarman, who is here with me in the winner's circle. Before Champagne gets to pit stop here, get your photo taken. And Andy Sterling made a really interesting comment about Fully Subscribed and some of her prior races being taken out of her game. And it seemed as if today she was within her wheelhouse and what she wanted to do.
We were a little probably too forward in recent races. We thought maybe she needed to do that to be competitive, and today we settled a little bit better, and Flavia knew how to ride her and did an incredible job getting her clear.
Nitrogen was obviously a monster as they met last time out. As she reverts to the boys, how encouraging is it to see her take this step towards perhaps the personal ensign?
It's not, Nitrogen obviously is a force to be reckoned with, so it's nice for us that we don't have to face her, but I hope she beats the boys. She's fantastic, and yeah, we're aiming for the obvious step in 5 weeks.
I've asked you this question before, but you're back in the winner's circle with Chad, and you've been able to make these purchase prices with horses. She was purchased for $300,000. How encouraging is it to be able to find these horses and develop them into graded stakes winners?
In almost anything you do, it's important to be patient and disciplined, and so that's kind of in the range where we're known for. And we buy a bunch of horses, and not all of them are stakes winners, but we got lucky with her, and I think we've been very patient and done a good job with her, finding spots where she can be highly competitive.
Congratulations here, Seth.
It's great to see you. Thank you.
Great to see you as well, and fully subscribed. You better have been fully subscribed.
She was impressive, and the heart, the class, digging deep, and running down Scottish Lassie 3-4-1, fully subscribed. 3 wins on the afternoon. Trainer Chad Brown, 2 of those, by the way, on the main track on dirt, his first 2 of the meet. Fully subscribed, gentlemen. So we build this Shuvi as a prep for the Grade 1 personal ensign. Fully subscribed. Tom, does she match the criteria? Does she strike you? Does she have the stuff to strike as a contender for the Grade 1 personal ensign?
100%. So when you're talking about fully subscribed, you're talking about a situation with a filly today that overcame what was really a pedestrian pace and showed a great kick going 1 1/8 miles. You want to be proven at 1 1/8 miles. You want to show you can get that distance successfully against really good horses. That's what we saw today.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's probably in the mix. You know, you look at some of the other horses from around the country and who could potentially show up. I'm not sure the plan with like a horse like Splendora, but I think this horse is competitive with horses like that. So, and she beat this group, which is a pretty darn good group in its own right.
She's always going to be right there. She never runs a bad race. I think the longer distance, you could tell she's going to grind and keep on going. Is she in the class of Splendora, like you were mentioning, some of those other horses? When you get a full field together, I wouldn't want to be in a dogfight with her late in the lane.
No, she's not going to back down. Maybe a Shred the Gnar. We'll see about Nitrogen taking on the boys in the Whitney, and depending on how that goes, what is next for her. Exciting addition to the Shuvi. Onward and upward, fully subscribed for Chad Brown, having a big afternoon. Flavia and Pratt, the winning ride. Pratt aboard Chummers in this upcoming Rick Violet. 1 1/16 miles, 3-year-olds. Competitive race with Voodoo Doll, the favorite, at 5-2. Much more coming your way on this Friday edition of Saratoga Live. And on this particular afternoon, New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, and the first name that comes to mind, Rick Violet, the race that lives in his honor is next. His story is next.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
I started with him in Saratoga, 2003. I was just a working employee and just did the best I could, and I appreciated how much knowledge he had and how much I had to learn every single day. It was wonderful.
I spent 6 years on the NYTHA board with him, and so we talked about a lot of issues all the time. And he was married to our industry. It was just amazing the amount of hours. I didn't know how he did both, train horses and to run NYTHA, but he was great at both.
When I first came on the board in 2011, I really got to see the true Rick Violet at his best, which was fighting for the rights and advocating for not only the horsemen, the trainers, the owners, but the horses and the backstretch workers. He knew what they were all going through because he'd been through it all. He was a rider, he was a trainer, he was a groom, he was the head of a huge organization.
He was going to make it happen, and you were either going to get on board or get out of the way.
He just was very, very passionate about our sport and medications. We talked a lot about the rules and regulations, and I would think that will stay with me forever. The stopping clenbuterol and different types of medicines, and really has brought the game to the forefront on a lot of issues.
I mean, it was always on his mind, always. It was, he'd go to bed thinking about it, he'd wake up thinking about it. It was all the problems as far as Lasix and workman's comp and just anything. I mean, it was always racking his brain, trying to fix it.
He was so smart, he had so much foresight to see what was going to happen 10 or 20 years down the road. With aftercare, you see these horses here, their racing careers maybe 3-4 years. They lived at 20. So we got most of their life is going to be aftercare or a second career. So to have the foresight of that magnitude, I was just in awe because I don't have it. And I maybe have it now because I learned through him.
In this Wet Whitney, it is Diversify. Diversify has won the Whitney in style.
Winning the Whitney is one of the most amazing moments, not just for Rick. I mean, Rick was, he was thrilled, over the moon to win a race like that. But to win the Whitney for Mr. Evans' daughter, with, his team of Melissa and Fausto and everybody that worked, like that was what was really special to him. I mean, you couldn't have drawn up Whitney Day any more perfectly. It was magic.
It couldn't have been any better. I mean, it was like a fairy tale to be with the rainbow and everything. It was all that hard work and dedication, and it finally paid off. And all the hardship that he went through with his health and everything, but he was never felt sorry for himself or never wanted anybody to feel sorry for himself. And it just showed that he still had it in him. I mean, to the very end. I mean, he still was able to get horses to the top level and get the job done. It was amazing.
He created initiatives and organizations that will be here long after we're out of the business or gone altogether.
We miss him so much because of everything that he did, and so many people don't know what he was doing all the time, working day and night for everybody, but he always was working.
Will never be forgotten. I mean, you say, there's plenty of people out there that will say that he saved racing in New York and all of racing, period. There was nobody else like him.
That level of respect, Tom, and the causes you spent so much time fighting and battling for.
Yeah, and oftentimes he was alone when it came to trainers speaking up and standing alongside him. I regret that, looking back on how Rick really took the lead in medication reform in racing, and not only did that, but had to do it kind of by himself, because as trainers, we're so dysfunctional as a group. None of us can get together with everybody else, but looking back on that, it was time for us all to stand tall. And Rick wasn't asking for us to stand tall. He's just asking for us to stand up, and it didn't happen, so he fought that fight oftentimes by himself.
Still making time while, as you know, there's not a lot of time for anything else in the life of a thoroughbred trainer.
Look, I mean, that says a remarkable thing about Rick. Not only was he a successful trainer, but, he had the industry in mind. He had the backside of the trainers in mind. I wish we'd given him more support.
Rick Violet is next, Maggie, and on this New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Yeah, it's the first name that comes to mind, Rick Violet.
It's the first name that comes to mind when you talk about the infrastructure of New York racing and the horsemen that we have on the backside that keep it going. I mean, he literally kept everyone together. And a lot of times, while there may have been disagreements, he did keep everyone united. But the one thing I miss most about Rick, especially covering all these 2-year-old races up here, is how good he was with a juvenile. He always had them ready to rock and roll, and certainly miss seeing his horses here in the paddock, as we'll take a look at some of the horses here for his namesake race. And we'll begin actually with one on the comeback trail. That's number 7 on the outside, Caroline Street Beat, who I loved first time out. I was so excited to see this New York bred run for Miguel Clement, because he had been working so well, and furthermore, he's a very, very handsome son of Tiz the Law. Same can be said now even as a 3-year-old. He's done a bit of growing. Luckily not too much, because he was a very big boy last year too. But while all of his works actually have been on the dirt, it looks as though he's working well, though the time's not quick. He has been kind of sitting off some accomplished type of runners taking dirt. I'm not really sure why, but it's something that the Clements have always done, and responding well to it. He's so classy acting here in the paddock, and really well muscled. I like this horse. Is he ready to face, several horses who had that recency factor over him? I don't know, but he did win off of the longest layoff there is in racing, and that is first time out. Moving on to number 1, that is Spirit of New York, who I find intriguing here, and he may cause headaches for a horse that is taking a lot of money, your current favorite in number 2, Voodoo Doll, because while Voodoo Doll has speed, I think it could be said that Spirit of New York might have a little bit too, as he does stretch back out in distance. I know in the notebook he didn't necessarily have that much early speed, but that was a race that did actually kind of come apart in the end. And Spirit of New York, I thought, just looked about 90% fit when he came back to the races on June 20th at the Big A. He is completely fit now as he does make his first start for the Brad Cox barn. Very bright disposition here in the paddock. And last time we saw that winner, Nosuna Pagina, get comfortable in the front end, though the second and third place finishers, including Spirit of New York, passed him. He battled back, and it just kind of seemed like the trend of the turf course at that point in time. But he, with that race under his belt, looks phenomenal here, and I do like him getting back out to a longer distance. Next, we'll check in with one that comes off of a big effort, second off the bench, and number 6, a little at first, and he just destroyed a field of fellow other than New York breds. Great trip, but really, took advantage of that very good trip. Now, I haven't covered his races as a 3-year-old, but talking with Acacia Clement, saying that he was a bit high-strung when he got out to the track last time. He does wear an iron halter, which is that piece of iron that goes around their nose with just a leather strap that has a ring on the front of it. You just hook a snap shank onto, and it just provides the groom or handler a little bit more control, kind of getting their attention more with that front of their nose and not having to deal with a high-strung horse with that covered lip chain. It's something that his full brother, 26 Black, wears. You could tell he's definitely the younger brother because he's still a little bit juvenile in the way that he acts. He was a bit high-strung saddling today on this particular occasion, not out of the realm of his character, but just something to note that he's a little bit more on it than what he was last time up here at the spa. But I think this is a horse that, with a little less distance, considering he's gotten that foundation at 9 furlongs, should suit him down to the ground. Lafitte?
Maggie, 26 Black thrives in sprints. Harvey Pack winner. A little at first, longer distances. This is what Maggie was talking about right here. Belmont Week facing Elders, Tom. A little at first, tracks the leader, pounces, draws off.
Yeah, and actually broke sharp and then decides to sit. This race was a super finish, and I say it all the time, but when you can notice a horse quick and with your naked eye on TV or live watching a race, you're watching a very good racehorse, and certainly that's the case with Little at First.
So many times we see horses make the last move, win race, especially here at Saratoga. Not many times you see horses control the race the last quarter of the mile.
Trainer Horacio de Paz, Jonathan, and his start to the meet.
From Texas, what'd you expect?
He's been hooking them early and often this summer. Riders up Rod Ortiz, and seeing is believing. The stats thus far and the winners for Horacio de Paz. Like Jonathan, he doesn't quite have the volume of a Pletcher or a Brown or some of the bigger barns, but making the most of every opportunity.
I would think if your name's not Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, Brad Cox, Bill Mott, you come in here with the expectation of let's get to 5 wins, see what happens. If we get 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, great. But let's just not embarrass ourselves here, because it is that type of meet where you can get humbled very quickly if you're an operation that doesn't have the numbers that those guys have. And for Horacio to go ahead and have 6 right now off the rip, I would imagine him and his team are very excited.
Megan is with the trainer from Texas.
And I'm a Texas bred too, so any success that you have, I'm just going to piggyback on. Is that okay?
Perfect. That's good.
Perfect. Well, a little at first is obviously you have the familiarity with the family, and if you've discussed in the past that this is the distant side of the pedigree is the full to 26 Black.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a router and, complete opposite of 26 Black, but, there's still competitive spirit there like him.
What's the progression you've seen from him?
He just seems to be forward. I think he's had some bad luck, last year when he was running, and this year he's kind of putting it together. So hopefully he just kind of trends the right way.
Mentally a sharp sort, tacked him with the pony. How has he been able to respond and settle into his races?
Racing, he's more settled than he is kind of saddling, and especially in the mornings. Like, he's a very forward horse. It seems to be in the family because 26 kind of a handful as well to saddle, so it just seems to be in them.
Got to keep this momentum rolling.
Yeah, we'll try.
Lafitte?
One lap after the next in the anxiety pool for Horacio de Paz. That is one laid-back individual. Big shot here in the Rick Violet. We meet the field. 3-year-olds, New York breds. There's Spirit of New York.
Yeah, Spirit of New York, you know, this is a horse that is probably going to show speed in here and a horse that maybe is questionable at this distance.
Voodoo Doll unblemished so far.
I'd like to think they'll send away from there with this inside draw.
Newland, number 3, could get a great trip from that post.
He will get a great trip, sat behind a slow pace last time. This is a step up in competition.
Manor Park, number 4, graduated week 2 of the meet.
It's hard for me with horses that were entered for a tag showing up in stakes races.
Chalmers improving gelding, Shuvi winning jockey Flavian Pratt.
I like this horse, particularly at this price. I think it's a horse that can sit behind a fast pace and really kick home well.
6-1 if you think Flavian can pull off the stakes sweep. A little at first. The tepid favorite, 3-1.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of trip this horse works out. Tactical enough to be able to. The 6 is a sneaky little spot. You can get hooked wide from that position if inside horses show speed.
Caroline Street beat Manny Franco looking for a 4th.
Yeah, look, we've seen that outside move on the turf course work really well. That's what Caroline Street beat would like to do.
The runners and the Rick Violet New York breds on this New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. Post time 5 minutes. Another look there at Caroline Street beat at 3-1. The last time we saw him last November, the Notebook at Aqueduct in a wild finish. Paul, you watch the finish here with Caroline Street beat. Spirit of New York is going to be right there, and a host of others. Jaxer wound up the winner. Our viewers aren't going to see it, but I promise you it was a cavalry charge to the wire for Caroline Street beat. Your thoughts on his chances today?
Well, if you look at his 2 races, one was in August and one was in November. So he kind of runs his races in kind of spots. This will be his 3-year-old debut. And, you know, he won first time out, so I don't think the layoff will be an issue. Just needs to step it up a little bit. He's getting bet at 3-1. And like you said, you know, a couple of those runners came back to win. Funny Factor and Mataket Stables, and Manny Franco's got, 3 wins on the day already today?
So far.
The top buyer in this race is at 85. Caroline Street beat as a 2-year-old ran a 74. I haven't tested this, but common knowledge suggests that a horse that goes from 2 to 3, you can expect between a 10 and 15 point jump just with maturity. So if you add 10 points to that 74, Caroline Street beat is right in the mix.
I think that's very fair. You know, by the time their 2-year-old season is over, you're looking at a 9th grader. Now in the middle of their 3-year-old season, you're looking at a senior in high school, so you will improve. And for Caroline Street beat in the race you were referring to, Lafitte, it was a dash to the wire. Caroline Street beat was down towards the rail, had to wait a little while to make the move. It could have been a winning race if the trip had been cleaner.
So competitive, this Rick Violet. As you look at one of the contenders in Voodoo Doll, the DJ stable owned colt by Vacoma, a pace in here. Tom, what's the key to how this race unfolds?
Well, when you look at Voodoo Doll's last race, I think pace indeed is what got this horse home. So, look, out the gate, Voodoo Doll's able to slow it down. This horse gets headed down the lane and actually is in second. And ordinarily, with a horse that's on the lead getting headed, that's it. It's over. But because they were able to go so slow in that first portion of that race, Voodoo Doll had something left in the gas tank, could come back and win that race. This is a horse that doesn't mind a fight.
Ready to stick a pin in his competition. Voodoo Doll, 7-2 second choice was Rick Violet to Megan trackside.
And that's who I'll end up on in this field. Lafitte he is undefeated, and that's the biggest question mark with him. Is the distance going to suit? I thought he would be the favorite. We'll see how the prices continue to drop, as a little at first is taking favoritism. But Voodoo Doll, just looking at him, I don't feel like this is out of his wheelhouse, getting the mile in his 16th. And I do agree the pace did help him wire that field last time out. But I love the tenacity he's shown, as you mentioned. And I like the way he was able to rate behind horses, as he will have a horse like the number 1 going forward from the inside more than likely, as well as Caroline Street beat. But he could be very well the fastest. I kind of tilted Maggie between him and the 7, and I thought the recency of the 2 was incredibly strong. We'll see if he can indeed pass this test.
Yeah, looking at number 2 in here, Voodoo Doll, I like you said, I think he does get a serious test here. He was a little wound up in the paddock and heading out to the track. Don't know if that has any bearing on how he performs today, but I'll go with the horse that's always wound up. That is a little at first, but he has settled since getting on the track. Let's take a look at Chalmers. Now, he has been working very well with Ray Handel's greatest stakes winner. Here's Johnny on the turf. So was that drop in class to the claiming non-2 for $55,000 a little bit of a confidence booster? It very well could have been, because his form was not very spotty. I mean, his turf form as a 2-year-old was solid. Those 2 races coming back as a 3-year-old, not so good. But maybe he's turned the corner here. I don't know how much this horse is actually looking at him now physically. First time I'm laying eyes on him as a 3-year-old, really gone on. He hasn't changed. He isn't any bigger. Maybe he's a little bit stronger, but at least as an individual, it does appear as though he's heading into this race in the right kind of way. Next, we'll take a look at a long shot. Long shot for George Weaver here is Newland, a horse that as a 2-year-old, he was a little bit of a mental case, honestly. He was a lot better subsequent to his first start, I will say that, but he's really calm, classy, but still kind of bright in his demeanor. He's so good looking and he's gotten so much more athletic, but because he's such a big, robust horse, I'm wondering if he needed that race. He ran like it. He had a good trip from Ricardo Santana. He stalked the pace, then he just got a bit tired in the latter stages. Could that race, Lafitte, possibly set him up for a bigger effort? Obviously, this is a class test, but I thought it kind of spoke to the fact that, as JK's theory goes, he did take that 10-point step up from 2 to 3. Could there be a little bit more improvement to run well here?
Jonathan needs to test these theories before he spreads his propaganda to our viewers. Next time, Jonathan, please make note. Let's see if he outruns his odds. Number 3, Newland. There's a look at Chummers. And yeah, he looked impressive in his last start, this most recent victory, Tom. But yeah, the competition, Maggie referenced, like you could have claimed anybody out of this race for $55K.
Right, and so when a horse steps out of this level and runs in a stakes race, that can be perceived as a negative. But let's look at why it's a positive. So, when your form is falling off, which was the case with Chummers going into that claiming race, you can run there with safety. No one's going to buy him out of the race. And as Maggie talked about in terms of a confidence booster, I think that certainly occurred. I like the fact that Flavien Prat stays on this horse off of that claiming race for sale race and moves into this stakes race. He's your rider. It's not hard to go wrong with Flavien Prat on the grass.
The other good thing about Chummers, he worked with Here's Johnny, the Saranac winner last time, and seemed to work well with him.
Frank Miramati with the call. Post time for the Rick Violet live on FS2.
Will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off to a clean start in the Rick Violet. And Spirit of New York and Voodoo Doll go at it from the moment the gate opened, and those two sprint into the first turn. Newland is hugging the rail along the inside, trying to cut the corner, racing a joint third. He's right next to Manor Park, who's in between horses fourth. Then comes a little at first, and the Red Silks fifth, and about 6 lengths off the lead. Chummers is second to last, and Caroline Street Beat is at the back. 8 or 9 lengths covers the field as Voodoo Doll goes on with it through a quarter that went in a snappy 22 2/5 seconds. In second is Spirit of New York, who conceded that lead and sits 3 lengths behind. Down at the rail, Manor Park is inching up closer. A 3-wide Newland is also in the mix, racing a joint fourth, and now backing off just a touch as a little at first holds that position through a half that went in 46 4/5 seconds. Newland now toward the back of the field, has about 6 lengths to make up. Chummers and Caroline Street Beat. Voodoo Doll has been prominent since the gate opened, and now pressure from Spirit of New York. Spirit of New York runs by, and here comes Chummers. Chummers unleashing a 4-wide bid, and Caroline Street will follow him. 3/4 in 1:11 They're at the top of the stretch. A little at first, and Spirit of New York joined by Chummers and Caroline Street Beat, and these two will decide it. Chummers just in front. Caroline Street Beat is bearing down on the outside there, nose and nose for the wire. Chummers or Caroline Street Beat, and Chummers, so tough under Flavien Prat, turns away Caroline Street Beat. A little at first was third in the Rick Violet.
Slugfest to the wire. Chummers not to be denied. Stakes sweep. Flavien Prat. Chummers snatching victory, Tom, from the jaws of defeat. Wow.
It sure looked like he might get caught at the end there. He's a little guy, and he's got a big guy chasing him right there on the outside on our 7-horse Caroline Street Beat. But look, this race set up well for Chummers in that the pace was really rapid up front between Spirit of New York and Voodoo Doll. It's set up for closers. Chummers made that big wide move. Frank Miramati, our race caller, called it at the top of the stretch.
You got 7-1. Chummers in the Rick Violet, trained by Ray Handel, live with Megan.
Let's see if he can get his horse together because he's pretty excited about this one, Lafitte. Chummers. This is a horse that was in a non-winners of 2 Life last time out. How were you a bit surprised he was able to hold his own in Stakes Company this time around?
Yeah, I was surprised to say the least, but you know, this horse is in good form, and Flavian is pushing the right buttons. I'm just like out of breath. I think I might have ridden him home just as hard as Flav did. That was a great ride, but no, he's in good form, and he really was resilient today.
You've been able to get these horses home in these tough turf races. What has it been like to get to Saratoga and have this momentum building, another stakes victory?
Good horses make it a lot easier. So that's easy as that sometimes. So I'm just really grateful to have a bunch of good horses in the barn.
Congratulations, Ray.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I think Lafitte got his words together pretty well for that one.
Yeah, he did. Blue Bison Stables. Chummers. Ray Handel from Here's Johnny. Opening week, another stakes win here. Chummers, and just the pride. Tom, you train a horse that, yeah, wins a stakes race, but does it that way, displaying that kind of heart, grit, and determination.
You know, sometimes as a trainer, you know you've made a difference in a race. I have to think with the turf works that you mentioned, Jonathan, and deciding, hey, this horse is a lot better than just a horse that ran for claim. I'm going to put him in this race, and it makes a difference. A trainer walks a little lighter in his step when he sees something like this.
I thought the 7, he's a big horse too. So both trainers, phenomenal. Listen, you know, you look at Chummers, this horse was 77-1 2 starts back, has now clicked off 2 straight wins, and the 7 is just a giant individual on the complete left side of your screen. So it probably has to do a lot that why he has a lot of stops, and they both ran to the wire.
Chummers just made a lot of fans from the University of Rochester. I went this morning, Ray and I talked to these folks and told them about racing and stuff like that, so they all bet Ray's horse. They didn't know.
Nice.
They got 7-1. They got to be happy.
Why wasn't Ray in the smorgasbord of characters on Cart Talk this week?
I couldn't find him.
You know, to our right, the Buglers came over and played taps for this group of guys. One of them is getting married. They're having a bachelor party over there. And I could just hear them at this race. They were cheering at the top of their lungs. They have Chummers.
Getting married and they played taps? You lost me after that, dog.
You did there too, yeah, Tom.
That's what they did. I'm a reporter.
I think
I'm just reporting the news.
You made the best point of all. This horse dropped for confidence. That just shows you, when they send you down to AAA, you need a little confidence to go back up. It works in horse racing. And this horse was a bad gate horse. It had really bad issues out of the gate. That's been solved. He's been a different racehorse.
Yeah, most people don't get that don't follow horse racing. When they talk what does that mean, confidence for a racehorse?
Yeah.
Yes, they build confidence off of winning efforts. Flavian Pratt, confidence always sky high. The Golden Goggles and a stakes sweep on this Friday afternoon. Fully subscribed in the Shoe V, and Chummers in the Rick Violet with a kick. 5-7-6-3. Chummers just slamming the door in the face of Caroline Street Beat. I'm sure for trainer Miguel Clement, I'm sure for many. Franco won 3 races today thinking, like, I'm going to cruise on to victory, and Chummers just said no.
Yeah, look, as Jonathan likes to say, I love it when he does. There's that guy again. There's that man again.
There he is.
Yeah.
Led into the winner's circle. Blue Bison Stables, Chummers, trainer Ray Handel. Flavian Pratt, Chummers, digs in, repels the challenge of Caroline Street Beat to win the Rick Violet. 5-7-6-3. You're watching Saratoga Live.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
When your horse turns for home in the Kentucky Derby, there's not a better feeling in the world.
Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Sophie Joseph Jr.
I'm Bob Baffert, a trainer for my racehorse.
Sees the grade, wins the Preakness.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live. Stirring edition of the Rick Violet coverage on Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in on Mohegan. Another look, deep stretch. Manny Franco's got to be like, you got to be kidding me, man. You got to be kidding me. This horse came back on me. Flavien Prat, Chummers. He was, what, Caroline Street put about a neck on him in deep stretch?
Put about a neck on him, but Chummers, look, game, right?
Exiting the claiming race victory, Chummers. And Jonathan, yeah, for Flavien Prat, 2 wins today, or could be more than that, 2 wins at least in stakes races, and heating up for a big weekend ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, I envision riders are kind of like, basketball players. When I see the first one go through the net, the next time they're taking those shots, it just feels a little bit better, feels a little bit more confident. So I'd imagine we're looking at a big weekend from Flavien.
Of course, the Shoe V was the main event grade 2, Paul. But this Rick Violet, it isn't exciting as a race as we've seen all day.
No, and Flavien put on all his skills to get Chalmers to the liner. What was his name? Chummers. But he got him to the line. Listen, the 7 was by him. I thought he just ran a really good trip. And like I said, we've been talking about a lot of these turf races when it seems like the horse that makes the last move wins. Didn't happen this time.
Chummers digging in, digging deep, and repelling the charge there. Caroline Street beat 5-7-6-3. As mentioned, trainer Ray Handel, second stakes win of the meet. With 1 race left, we will turn our attention to some of the stakes activity tomorrow on Fox Saratoga Saturday, a 3-hour broadcast. You'll see some fast sprinters in the grade 2, Alfred G. Vanderbilt, and the grade 1 coaching club, American Oaks 3-year-old fillies, taking center stage. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. We'll be hearing and going right back to the winner's circle in a moment with this 10th and final coming up here at Saratoga. Now we're set. Over to Maggie.
The organization just basically aftercare in New York.
Oh, we're prepping this interview as this race still unofficial, but I'm so pleased to be joined here by Rick Violet. Sorry, Rick Schosberg. You got me Violet in my head.
Rick was my mentor, and today is such a fantastic day and such a tribute to Rick and everything that he did setting up, not only to take the lead program here in New York, but he was one of the founding members of the TAA across the entire industry. But what a great day. The weather held out, which is ironic because a lot of times when it's Rick Violet Stakes Day, he sends us a signal from up above in the way of rain and thunder. But it was a great day. All the organizations that help us transition these horses into second careers were represented here today. And we had a wonderful parade of the ponies that are ex-race horses here this morning. Our team from the Take the Lead program, Andy and Jennifer and the whole Nitha gang, the breeders, everybody in the industry here in New York feeds into our program to make sure that these horses have safe and purposeful second careers. It's really an outstanding program. Rick wrote the blueprint for it, and he and Andy were the architect. He handed it off to me back in 2013. He left us way too early, but his legacy is strong, and his mentorship for me leading this organization has been it's just priceless, and it's just a fantastic tribute. It warms my heart to see that we were able to showcase these horses in their second careers, and just to get the public to know that after the racing stops, there's probably 15 or 16 more years left in their life, and that's what we're responsible for, and the industry really steps up.
I think I can, firmly say that Rick would have been very proud of this day. So thank you, Rick, for everything you and the team have done to put this on and make it happen.
Absolutely, and again, it is a team effort. All the organizations here in New York, from the big ones, New Vocations and Rerun, to the smaller organizations, Therapeutic Horses, Saratoga, Lucky Orphans, and Act Naturally, and all the ones in between. It's all volunteer work, and it really comes from the heart.
Well, Rick, thank you, and I couldn't say it more. It's all for the love of the horse. Guys?
What this day's been all about, that's where you can donate. Rick Schosberg carrying that torch. Tom, in many ways, a torch lit by Rick Violet.
Oh, 100%. And Rick is a complete horseman. I mean, Rick Schosberg trained. It was a great trainer. I was stabled up next to him at Saratoga going back in the day. He has devoted all his time to the horse, and retired horses as well. You can't ask for a better person to step in some really big shoes of Rick Violet.
New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, always a special day here at Saratoga, where the horses have arrived right behind us for the nightcap, 18 minutes out. As promised, look ahead to that. Vanderbilt, tomorrow afternoon, trainer Bill Mott looking to take on another Vanderbilt with a Damon's Mound, all part of the Fox broadcast beginning at 3 Eastern.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
15 minutes out, 10th and final, Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga live on FS2. Don't think there are many cruises in Saratoga Lake. Beautiful Saratoga Lake, but we'll make it work as a
I know
segue.
one person on this desk that's been on that lake on a boat. Anybody else know that person?
Make it work. Oceana Cruises. Cruise into victory. Vanderbilt tomorrow. Elite Power, Jonathan, a champion and the last Vanderbilt winner to go on and capture Breeders' Cup Sprint glory.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love good horses. He was a good horse.
Yeah,
but he also taught me a lesson that closers don't necessarily want more ground. He was a horse that looked like he had to love 7 furlongs, and he loved 6. And he was a late running horse, and he was sensational going 6 furlongs. So I'm grateful for Elite Power teaching me that lesson.
Two-time Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, two-time champion sprinter, Oceana Cruise into victory. Ford trainer Bill Mott did a terrific job with Elite Power. What else is new? And Tom, with Damon's Mound still competing at a high level and entering off this win in the FHBPA Sprint to Gulfstream.
Yeah, so Jonathan talked about a deep late closer in a sprint race. I don't think you want to be that tomorrow. When you look at this field, it's remarkable. A grade 2 sprint with this little front end speed, and this is a horse that has it in Damon's Mound. Look, his first step out of the gate, he's not the fastest, but blink and you'll miss it. He comes and he's the fast after that. I think he controls everything from the rail tomorrow. He's going to be very difficult to beat under the pace scenario.
Him or somebody else, Paul, your early thought, observation, opinion on the Vandy.
Well, I'm kind of with Tom. Damon's Mound is a cool horse, right? He was a really good horse at 2. Actually, he missed the whole 2024 season. It seems like he's rounding back in the form. But like Tom said, Built is the horse to beat by far. But Damon's Mound is going to be the horse to catch by far.
Had a great line on this race, JK. Built?
Built in the Vanderbilt. I like Built.
It's creative. Built, 8-5 morning line favorite. Megan with more on the Vandy favorite.
And he is being sent out, Lafitte, by one of my favorites in the game, and his trainer, Wayne Catalano, who has trained multiple Breeders' Cup winners and Built as a horse that's actually set the track record at the fairgrounds in a monstrous performance in an allowance optional claiming race before he suffered the proverbial bounce back effect, you could say. But last time out in that bango, he bobbled a bit at the break, and per his trainer, that cost him a bit of his race, though he did run on a strong second that day, with the winner getting a bit better of a trip. But Wayne doesn't send horses to Saratoga that often, and when he does so with a purpose. As per the DRF report, with Mike Welsh's report, he really loves being drawn to the outside, and I'd agree, as Built has that tactical speed where I don't find he's going to let a horse like Damon's Mound, or anybody for that matter, be too cozy on the front end. And also understanding the fact that both of Greg Sacco's horses, Just Beat the Odds and Crazy Mason, will be scratched out of the Vanderbilt, I think it paves an easier path for the likes of Built to sit that beautiful trip. And to me, Lafitte, he's going to be incredibly tough to beat, as he's shown incredible talent and continuing in his best stride.
Tomorrow's Vanderbilt. And Tom, your thoughts on Built going in the 8-5 morning line favorite?
Well, I loved his last race, even though he didn't win. I mean, he stumbled at the start, lost position. Irad had to get that position back. It probably cost him a little bit at the finish. It was a very, very good race. I can't use Built too many times in the same sentence, but Jonathan, I'm assuming you built a ticket around this horse?
I'm going to build.
Anybody?
I'm going to build my day around.
Now they should play taps.
He's going to be 3-5.
I love this horse tomorrow.
He's going to be a heavy favorite. Yeah.
You're going to have a couple of defections out of that field. Could look a lot different by the time we get to post time. For the Grade 2 Vanderbilt, a terrific Saturday. What else is new here at Saratoga? Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks 3-year-old fillies, real 3-year-old filly championship implications, and the Grade 2 Vanderbilt. 3 hours of coverage beginning at 3 Eastern. One left here. 10th and final, maidens. Marathon to close the show. 12 furlongs on the inner turf course to Maggie in the paddock.
And Lafitte will start with number 5. That is Instantly, who is instantly your tepid favorite here, and only his second start, but for connections that take a lot of money. And Will Walden, and that looking at him coming out of that race where he debuted going 1 1/8 miles, and obviously this is 1.5 miles, so obviously the intention to get this horse a lot of ground from the get-go has been there, and I can see why. He's got such a long, scopy type of frame to him that he's just built for this. And furthermore, before. You know, watching that first race where he got a good ride from the start. He was inside, saving ground, but when they cut the corner, and he did so at the quarter pole, when the rider set him down to run, he kind of got just green. And a professional horse, a horse that has experience, when the rider kind of throws across at them, you know, when they're not holding them together or sitting against them anymore, they'll lower themselves and hit that other gear. But green horses, when you do that, they go, what? What's happening? Because it's never really happened to them before. So I think, you know, having that experience under his belt will help him vastly here. And just looking at him from the overall perspective, he looks utterly fantastic against this field. Moving on to number 2, limited edition. He's going to hope that Lucky Start 11 will get him to the winner's circle as he tries the longest distance that he's ever run before. Now, I know I made fun of him because he has 10 previous starts, but he only has 4 on the turf. So let's give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. And last time, as they put the blinkers on, or back on, I should say, he just got very aggressive in a race in which the pace fell apart. So I think that taking them off immediately here for Phil Antonacci should help this guy out. Now, does he really want to go 1.5 miles? Maybe they're hoping with that inside post, they take advantage of the fact that he does have perhaps a little bit of natural speed. At least he has with Phil so far. So we'll see what he does. I'm not sure if he necessarily controls here, but at least you know he'll be forward with adding this ground. Physically, I'm not totally convinced he wants it, but again, I think it's the right move, taking the blinkers off, and he deserves another shot here for this barn. Guys?
It's a marathon, Tom. It's 1.5 miles. It's all about endurance and trip.
Endurance and trip, ability to handle the grass, and you look for that endurance when you look at pedigree. So that has a lot to do with Lafitte. But real quick, I want to go back to the Vanderbilt that we talked about, and I mentioned that the one, Damon's Mound, was the lone speed. Well, for guys that are paying and girls that are paying attention, they'd be like, well, what about the 4? Just Beat the Odds, who's also very fast out of the gate. That horse is scratched and will not be running tomorrow.
Really changing the complexion of the race. That's tomorrow's Grade 2, Alfred G. at Vanderbilt. There's a Gold Sovereign currently at 9-2. This was 2 starts back. Flavia proud to be riding, looking for a 3rd straight, building on his stake sweep. Gold Sovereign, Tom, and Organite exiting the same race. 2 starts back, running 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, I like Gold Sovereign, not only from this race, but today. Broke super sharp, sits, it's a slow pace. He can't catch the pace setter, but makes a very, very good finish. He's hit a slow pace the last 2 starts.
Paul, how do you treat these races differently? Handicapping 1.5 miles. Race.
This race is so tough. They went so slow, 120 to the 6 furlong mark. And in his last race, when he tried to run up, you know, Dylan Davis tried to get him close to pace, 114. So, like Tom said, he hasn't had any pace to run into, but are you going to really get any pace in this race? It looks like these horses all want to go in 1.5 miles. And the trainers are all thinking, okay, let's go to a slow gallop and see how we go from there.
And it often happens, doesn't it?
Currently 9-2. Gold Sovereign towards the outside. Luis Saez will try to work out a trip and save some ground at some point with War and Majesty. Jonathan, we lean on pedigree in these races by War of Will out of a Giants Causeway mare.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I love the last race. And you know, this is one where the 1.5 miles last time, the pace was actually pretty quick in there, and this horse was close up to that pace. And remember, I think the one thing that I like to think about with pace is that, it certainly is sets up for how the races run, but I also think it says a lot and tells a long story about the energy, right? If you're up on the pace, you are running the entire race. Yep. It's not as if you're comfortable in the back and you make one run. You're getting to empty that gas tank. I think War and Majesty's second, with being close to that pace, is much better than it looks on paper.
Big adjustment, Tom, you make as a trainer when a horse is stretching out, going from a certain distance, like to 1.5 miles. What do you change in your training in terms of preparation?
Well, only a very, very few can do it right off the bench and not have a starter under their belt and run one of these kind of races. I'm talking about trainers. I wasn't one of those. But so you obviously want to have a fit horse. So I look for a horse with, you know, recent form, a few races under the belt, because this is a lot of distance. It's extremely hard to train a horse to get this distance unless they can inherently do it through their breeding.
Who's in front, Paulie, after the mile and a half? Who did you have winning this 10th and final?
Well, I'm hoping that the two's in front. I'm hoping that Ricardo Santana blinkers come off on a one-race experiment. This horse has shown tactical speed in the past. Now, this horse came from Gulfstream. The Florida shippers have not really done well so far this meet, but got a race under his belt. Blinkers come off, gets the 2, and I'm hoping, pretty fast-paced last time, that he can get to the front end. You're getting a good price. Phil Antonacci has brought some horses in from that Lindy farm, have come out running.
Guys, all meets since we started July 3rd of races like this, race after race after race, whether it's at the lower level claiming races or the stakes races, the competitiveness, the depth of what the racing has looked like in the first part of the meet here at Saratoga.
It's amazing, particularly on the grass, how the grass, and we all know this, it brings horses together. You know, so the race is oftentimes very, very close over the turf course. Even at this long distance, you see a lot of big finishes close together.
Instantly's favorite, JK. You get 4-1 favorites in the Derby.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, it's tough. You know, when you have it's not only that, right? You got 9-2, 4-1, 9-2, 4-1. You have 4 horses that are basically all the same price.
Wide open with the field making their way from the paddock. And gearing up for a post-parade one final time this Friday evening, eve of the Coaching Club American Oaks. Lahaina Luna, you just saw. Limited edition Ricardo Santana, Mortal Lock. At 11-1, if you think he's a mortal lock. Call to post for the nightcap. Who's going to graduate after this mile-and-a-half journey on the inner turf course? We meet the field, starting with Lahaina Luna. Tyler Gaffalione to ride. Already 1 win this afternoon. A Kentucky Invader. The first of 2 who's raced this far.
Yeah, and indeed. And blinkers on here. I think they want this horse to be a little bit more involved early.
Followed by limited edition, those blinkers off. He should be involved early as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Ricardo has a little bit of intent. Phil Antonacci's gotten off to a great start to this meet.
Number 3, Mortal Lock, disqualified after apparent victory downstate.
Apparent victory, and that race was at a little lower level than this. This is a horse that could show some speed, Mortal Lock.
Franco looking for a 4th. Gold Sovereign, 2nd in 3 of 7.
Yeah, and you wonder if the distance will help this horse. English Channel of a Kitten Joy mare should like about 2 miles on the turf.
Instantly, a 2nd start, Arad Ortiz takes over.
Yeah, at a mile and an eighth. So I think that with that 1 start, this horse is capable of getting that mile and a half and doing it successfully in terms of fitness.
Donna, do you wanna? Donna needs to step it up.
Yeah, a couple of even starts where he just kind of ran around there. I wonder if Kendrick Carmouche is going to put him more in the game.
Organite number 7 ran well at a 1 3/8 distance.
He did. He had kind of an even finish, but that was because that pace was also quite slow.
Number 8, Daunting, Mike Rapoli's French colt.
Yeah, European breeding here. Wooden Bassett, we lost him a little too early, but he's still got a couple crops left, and this horse should be better 2nd start.
Alba Families, War and Majesty in the money in 3 of 4.
You know, Dale Rums is a tricky trainer. Sometimes he brings him in, and he brings him in with purpose. I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse have a big race.
Could that horse show speed, Tom?
Yeah, I absolutely, I think so.
What do you think, JK? The outside horse?
Yeah, no, I like the horse quite a bit based off of that last race, showing a lot of pace. If I'm not mistaken,
go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, War and Majesty is a half to Tom's d'Etat.
Ah, very interesting. So Tom's d'Etat, that was a big-time horse for Al Stahl.
Your college roommate.
College roommate. We were freshman roommates.
The one that he won with was by Tom's d'Etat, the one that he came flying home.
That's right. That's exactly right. Earlier in the meet,
he never turfed Tom's d'Etat, but he 1.7 million on the dirt.
A New Orleans horse. I thought that'd get you excited, Tom.
Yeah, I'm thinking about those New Orleans Saints. We were talking about them earlier, weren't we?
Better than expected. That'll be better than expected. Organite now. There he is at 7-2. And yeah, look, connecting the dots of which horses are going to thrive at this distance. As you mentioned, the post parade, the fact that he has a good race under his belt at a 1 3/8.
He does. And blinkers go on here for Organite. And again, sometimes you can watch a horse in a race and watch how they're finishing up, and it may look plain, but it's just like the race we just watched. It's all about what the pace is early and how much energy is being used by the front runners. They can look very, very good if they conserve a lot of energy. This race was a slow pace up front, so the finish was even.
To Megan, trackside.
Well, from handicapping this race, Lafitte, I landed on the 4, but looking at this field, he's not the most appetizing of options, as he is quite not as impressive as a horse like the 7 or even the 9, but he's one that when you really go through his trips and you're realizing he's going to get out to this 1.5 miles, which is exactly what he wants to do, the fact that he was boxed in a tough trip last time out, and then 2 back, he suffered when they quickened in the middle of that race, especially in the latter half, it just seemed as if it went fast for him, and he was already prominent that day. I do find he's going to be able to trip out in the right way. He's always been incredibly handy, and he's always been able to put himself into the race, Maggie. I just wonder, he's 4-1 right now. He's been favored in many of his starts. Is today finally his day?
Oh, Meg, these horses that rack up the losses for big barns like Chad Brown, I tend to leave them alone and let them beat me. But I'll take a look at a horse who is coming out of that same race, and that's Organite, a horse that I feel as though has always wanted this distance. I caught up with Dave Donk walking out from the paddock to the winner's circle here, and he felt pretty confident that his horse would run well. He's definitely built like a horse that should handle this distance, as he has clicked over to mild favoritism here. I never can really warm up to him, and he is sharp today, as those very shortcut cheater blinkers do go on for John Velasquez getting back aboard. And I do love when Johnny rides horses back to back. I find he really learns so much from them in that first ride and then applies it to the second time around. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one that suggested blinkers to Dave Donk, though don't want to speculate. As number 6 is Donna Do You Wanna. I know, I think the guy summed it up perfectly. Literally hasn't done much running, has just run evenly. Well, those types of horses generally run well when they get to cover more ground. And he is such a big horse, such a long horse, that I really think that he should appreciate getting this. Got in the tightener on June 11th. We'll see how he does stretching out here is number 9, War and Majesty, as Paul, kind of hinted to Tom. Could he be the pace? He's acting like it. I thought on paper he could be. That post definitely doesn't do him any favors, but I thought he ran well in the context of that race because he was pressing the pace 3 wide, very strong outfield, not like it totally collapsed because the main pace horse, he did finish 3rd, but he was quite aggressive. I felt as though he wasted some energy kind of in the running of that race, but still was able to hang around to finish 2nd, already going the 1.5 miles. He has gotten hot out there. I don't know if that's him or not. It's the first time I'm laying eyes on him, Lafitte.
Not sure if that's typical. We look at the race shape and who's going to be, that's the other thing. Who's going to relax? Which horses are fighting their riders, wasting energy, and which settle?
Hey, that's 100% right, because they're not used to going this slow in a race, most of these horses, and they're creatures of habit. So when they break from the gate, they know it's go time. And to get them back and relaxed, a lot of that depends on their demeanor as well as how smooth the rider is with their hands, their communication skills to the horse.
Frank Miramati with the call, the nightcap from the Spa.
All right, Lafitte, here's War and Majesty. The last one to load. They're in the gate. They're off. And it's a quick start for limited edition. But there's company in the early going, and Donna Do You Wanna takes the lead. Opens up a couple of lengths around the far turn for the first time. War and Majesty is tugging hard at Luis Saez, and ditto for Organite and John Velasquez. Gap of 4, limited edition, broke on top, settles in 4th. Gold Sovereign, well spotted and comfortable in 5th as they turn into the stretch for the first time. It's another 2 lengths back to Instantly, who is followed by Lahaina Luna. Daunting second to last. Mortal Lock trails 24-2. Donna Do You Wanna, prompted throughout by War and Majesty, who continues to work on Luis Saez's arms, tugging up once again. A gap of 5. Organite is racing in 3rd. Now 6 lengths behind. It's another 4 back to limited edition as they string out around the clubhouse turn. Flavien Prat, looking for his 3rd, is on Gold Sovereign. Has to be about 15 lengths off a half that went in a tough 48 1/5 seconds. Then it's another couple of lengths to Instantly. Lahaina Luna is next, and the 2 trailers still daunting in Mortal Lock. 6 furlongs, 1:13. War and Majesty has put away Donna Do You Wanna. Moving toward the far turn. The lead is 6 lengths as Organite starts to pick up some momentum. Limited Editions had a good trip, as has Gold Sovereign. Instantly coming under a bit of a ride through a mile in 1:37 flat. They round the far turn. Donna Do You Wanna comes back at War and Majesty, but the others are coming now, including Limited Edition. Gold Sovereign will angle to the far outside as they bunch up at the top of the stretch. And Limited Edition gets first run. From between horses, Organite is in there. At the rail, Donna Do You Wanna Valiant, but it is Limited Edition who opens up 5. Donna Do You Wanna second. Gold Sovereign flattened out a bit as Limited Edition and Ricardo Santana Jr. stroll by 4. Donna Do You Wanna was second, Gold Sovereign third, then Organite.
Limited Edition. Ricardo Santana for trainer Phil Antonacci. Paulie zeroing in on this one. Limited Edition. That's one part of the story, Tom. This is the other. And what you were discussing before the start of the race, watching Organite and Johnny Velasquez and War and Majesty with Luis Saez tugging. Jockey and horse, horse and jockey fighting one another.
Well, Lafitte, you brought it up, and it's a very good point. In these races going this kind of distance, it's about getting your horse to come back to you as a rider. And you're going to see some head tossing going around here. War and Majesty was definitely guilty of it on the outside there. You see it right through this area. There he is, and you can see that not all these horses are relaxing well. Look at that head go from side to side. Looks like me looking for the fast lane in an interstate that's really busy. But Paul, tell us about the rest of this race.
Well, what happened was, I'll tell you right now, the 2 won the race. The 6 ran giant, dealing with the 7 and the 9, because the 7 and 9 are out the back. And those 3 horses ding-donging. Who was in 4th? Ricardo, just sitting there going, this race is right in my lap.
Look, the pace wasn't blazing fast, right? They went 113, but it was honest and it wasn't relaxed. When you have leaders switching in the middle of the race, that's typically not a good sign. It means that there's some horses that aren't quite in control, and you saw that. It set up perfectly for the 2 limited edition.
And I'm going to tell you something else about pace as far as the time on the board versus what you're watching on the screen. When they're down the backside and it's 25 lengths between the horse in first and the horse in last, I don't care what number they're putting on the board for that half mile. That's going too quick.
They kind of just got lost in the lead. Phil Antonacci, we showed a lot of success in the standardbred world, starting to win here in the thoroughbred world, 8-1.
Way to close out the day and enter the weekend with some real momentum.
I try to tell Todd, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
We should have romanced the late double, you and I. What's wrong with us?
Tells him that all the time. All the time.
You won up me. I was 7-1. You're 8-1.
Well done, both of you. 2-6-4-7 in the 10th and final here. Ricardo Santana, Limited Edition tomorrow. All eyes on the 3-year-old fillies. Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, again with real championship implications.
Yeah, but it's not just there. What a great card tomorrow is from top to bottom. I mean, if you like horse racing, you want to pay attention to tomorrow's card. If you're in town, it's going to be another gorgeous day. Can't wait.
Weather has been absolutely perfect. The racing tomorrow on a Saturday, everything you would expect from a Saturday at the spot. Live coverage, Fox Saratoga Saturday begins at 3 Eastern with the Vanderbilt and the CCA Oaks. As for today's program, how about fully subscribed and the guts she showed running down Scottish Lassie in the Grade 2 Chuvie. On to the Personal Ensign Travers Day tomorrow. A star on the ascent, Counting Stars. So impressive on this track in the Acorn, defeating the Oaks winner, always a runner. How does she respond? Does she bounce back? We'll find out tomorrow in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Have a great night, everyone.
Get set for Whitney Day at Saratoga with a special collectible pin on Friday, August 7th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Then on Saturday, celebrate Whitney Day with a pair of current U.S. Olympic women's hockey gold medalists. For tickets, visit NYRA.com. Saturday on FS1 live from Ascot Racecourse. Don't miss the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Stakes. A win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Coverage begins Saturday morning, 9:30 Eastern on FS1.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Enjoy an exclusive visit to a local breeding or aftercare farm with an all-inclusive package featuring breakfast at Saratoga and admission to Saratoga Racecourse. Your visit to a local thoroughbred farm includes an expert-run guided tour and chance to meet the residents up close. Perfect for both longtime fans and families, tours run weekly and include a morning breakfast buffet, round-trip transportation, and tickets to the track. Visit NYRA.com/tours to book today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The M&E Power Charge